Additionally, Vice Alliance Hierarch Li has brought a significant number of treasures. From today onward, every newly promoted Flying Heaven and demigod within our civilization will receive extra points and access to star technique methods for learning. Semi-Divine Lanyue announced one command after another. Moreover, upon passing certain tests, one can obtain the secret treasure, Ju Xing Divine Pill, which can assist in awakening the Ju Xing Life Star. Every piece of news was like a series of bombshells, leaving these Flying Heaven demigods dumbfounded. It was simply too insane. Comprehensive expansion plans, astonishing reproductive incentives, martial arts cultivation rewards. How many resources and treasures would this require? Did Vice Alliance Hierarch Li Yuan pillage the Immortal Ruins civilization? Many demigods were thinking along these lines. The Immortal Ruins civilization was already considered the strongest entity they could come in contact with. But in their imagination, even the Immortal Ruins civilization couldn't possibly be this wealthy. They weren't entirely wrong. For civilizations like Immortal Ruins and Myriad Dawn, while true gods have historically been born within them, the impoverished environment of the mortal domain severely limited their access to resources. On top of that, upon venturing into the divine realm, most true gods would take the significant treasures with them, leaving very little for the civilization itself. Rare were those like Dongfang Ji, who left most of their accumulated wealth behind for their civilization. As for someone like Li Yuan or Liu Bing, who frenetically exchanged ordinary resources worth tens of millions of immortal crystals, that was beyond what most true gods could even dare to imagine. It seems Vice Alliance Hierarch Li indeed encountered monumental opportunities and had immense gains. If so, then our 7-star civilization will undoubtedly grow far stronger in the near future. Many demigods and Flying Heaven experts thought this, their hearts brimming with numerous ideas. Once all the orders were announced, additionally, just received Vice Alliance Hierarch Li Yuan's suggestion. The commemoration event will be postponed by 1 month. Semi-Divine Lanyue said, this way, we can invite all foreign civilizations from the mortal domain to attend the ceremony. This session of the 7 Stars Council concluded. But the far-reaching impacts of this meeting were only just beginning. Every demigod and Flying Heaven attendee knew. With the extinction of the Myriad Demons civilization, the extinction crisis hanging over the 7 Stars civilization had completely dissipated. And in the next few decades, perhaps even 100 years, the 7 Stars civilization would experience frenzied, unprecedented growth and evolution at rates tenfold or even hundredfold faster than ever before. This was the era of mass migration and expansion for the 7 Stars civilization. And endless opportunities awaited. The one who had brought about all of this was none other than Li Yuan. After the meeting ended, on Blue Star, within a manor located in Europa continent, semi-divine level, defeating and capturing a pseudo-god peak. How is that even possible? A youthful voice echoed in Alicia's mind, filled with disbelief. And then plain evolution. Has the 7 Stars civilization already birthed a true god? My heavens! Or could it be that Li Yuan brought back an evolutionary divine object for the plains? Little Star was utterly shaken. Even I hadn't anticipated this. Alicia commented softly, her tone tinged with awe. So powerful, so incomprehensible. After more than 10 years, I thought the gap wouldn't be so vast, but the reality. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Alicia shook her head. It all felt like a dream. Grasp this opportunity. Little Star transmitted mentally. Li Yuan must have seized monumental opportunities and treasures within the burial immortal ancient domain. Such an unparalleled prodigy, even in the divine realm, would certainly ascend to its most elite factions. In the future, he has a genuine chance of ascending to heavenly god status. If you follow his path and strive to keep up, you absolutely have a chance at becoming a pseudo-god, even a true god. Little Star exclaimed excitedly, in divine realm history, every rise of a supreme powerhouse is always accompanied by the simultaneous rise of countless other strong figures. This is momentum. It is also fortune, on Faxing, within the 7 Star Alliance headquarters. Lant Sr. In terms of capability, Semi-Divine Lanyue has only been a semi-divine for 2 or 3 years, barely reaching the intermediate rank within semi-divine realm. Are we in such a hurry to appoint her as Vice Alliance Hierarch? Fang Hai said hesitantly. There are other demigods within the civilization whose strength exceeds hers, aren't there? Should we wait a little longer? Fang Hai suggested. Though he intended to cultivate Lin Lanyue, he felt Lant Semi-Divine's plan was overly rushed. Fang Hai, my perspective differs from yours. You will need to venture into the Nine Mountains world sooner or later, Lant Semi-Divine replied. Fang Hai couldn't help but nod. Once you succeed, just like Alliance leader Dongfang and Li Yuan, you will inevitably be required to depart soon. Lant Semi-Divine continued, by then, who will inherit the vast resources you leave behind? Who will take charge of the entire civilization? Fang Hai was momentarily taken aback. You are Dongfang Alliance leader's disciple. Li Yuan is a Sha country native. Hence why Dongfang trusts him. Lant Semi-Divine elaborated, but if both you and Li Yuan leave, who will take over? Me? Shui Biyu? San Yi? Xin Yu? Bai Shan? Bai Shan is elderly, his potential is limited. Neither Shui Biyu, Xin Yu, nor I were born on Blue Star. San Yi, while you trust her, she's not from Blue Star. Would Li Yuan trust her fully? Lant Semi-Divine sighed. Fang Hai fell silent. Looking across the field, Semi-Divine Lanyue is the most suitable choice. Lant Semi-Divine stated, in terms of strength, give her another 10 years. She carries a trace of divine beast bloodline. She could potentially reach the semi-divine peak. Her power will be sufficient. In terms of identity, she's from Sha country and possesses Feixing bloodline. Moreover, her unique relationship with Li Yuan ensures his trust. In truth, it's not just semi-divine Lanyue. Among the younger generation, Alicia, Yu Jing, Dan Taifeng, and other strong individuals from Sha country or Blue Star. We should amplify our efforts to cultivate them, aiming to elevate them all to semi-divine status before Li Yuan departs. Lant Semi-Divine stated. Only then will Li Yuan feel completely reassured. Li Yuan will consider the greater picture. Fang Hai said solemnly, he is not the kind of person who harbors petty ulterior motives. I understand Li Yuan's character. Lant Semi-Divine replied, but every person, no matter who they are, carries some degree of personal interest, like Dongfang. Fang Hai was silent. Indeed, as long as one is human, selfish intentions are inevitable. When Dongfang Ji was in power, he also favored Sha country. For instance, the Seven-Star Mountains member quotas often included exceptions for Sha country. Over the past decade, Fang Hai, as the leader of the civilization, has similarly leaned toward Sha country. This cannot be avoided. Forcing support for Lanyue's semi-divine will surely draw objections from other semi-divines, Fang Hai said softly. Bloodcloth semi-divine and I will be responsible for persuading a portion of the semi-divines, Lant Semi-Divine replied. You, on the other hand, will handle the semi-divines aligned with the Starfire Martial Hall faction. All right. Fang Hai agreed to the plan. His promotion of Lanyue's semi-divine, inviting her into the Starfire Martial Hall, was not without the factor of Lin Lanyue being from Sha country in consideration. Currently, the number of semi-divines from Sha country is quite small. Xin Yu, Bila. Lant Semi-Divine promptly went to meet with the other two semi-divines. Both of them are leaders of particular factions within the civilization. Support Lanyue's semi-divine? To succeed Fang Hai Alliance leader when he steps down? That young girl? Both semi-divines showed resistance. In their eyes, Lin Lanyue was far too immature. How many years has she been a semi-divine? Even if she reaches semi-divine peak in the future, her qualifications are still too shallow. You need to think long-term. Lant Semi-Divine smiled and said, with Lanyue Semi-Divine in power, Deputy Alliance Leader Li and Alliance Leader Fang Hai can rest assured. Our seven-star civilization is still expanding rapidly. The Sha country faction and the Blue Star faction hold the vast majority of the resources. With just a small portion, we can surpass the current state of the entire seven-star civilization. Moreover, we must understand that the truly crucial figures are not the immediate resources, but Dongfang Alliance Leader and Li Deputy Alliance Leader. Even if they depart, they still hold future potential to ascend to the legendary heavenly divine realm. By then, if they return to the mortal domain, That will mark the true peak era of our seven-star civilization, Lance Semi-Divine said softly. With the current resources, we genuinely have the hope to cultivate ourselves into pseudo-gods. Maybe we'll even live to see that day. At that point, we would be the first-generation elders of seven-star civilization and naturally secure complete trust. With the strong support of heavenly divines, ascending to true gods is certainly achievable. Lance Semi-Divine painted an ultimate vision. The two semi-divines were moved. Both of them were already at semi-divine peak and still young. Achieving the pseudo-god rank was definitely not an empty dream. True gods? That was an even more legendary realm that they dared not imagine in the past. Compared to the nominal titles of Deputy Alliance Leader and Alliance Leader, ascending to true god was clearly far more enticing. Moreover, just as Lance Semi-Divine explained, in the upcoming era of intense expansion for the seven-star civilization, their authority would undoubtedly skyrocket. In the capital city of Shah Country, a magnificent manor stood. Grandma. Two children, one older and one younger, played in the manor while several bodyguards stood nearby watching. Chen Wei smiled as she watched her grandson and granddaughter play. Although nearly 70 years old, she still appeared youthful, resembling someone in their 30s or 40s. Over the past 10 years, she had already achieved the rank of high-level source martial artist. Meanwhile, in a living room within the manor, a conversation was underway. Mr. Li Chongzhou, a middle-aged man with white skin dressed in red, sat on the sofa. Beside him was a stern-faced young man dressed in black. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I am Mandy, from the Soilo family, and I have come to see you this time to request the purchase of some third-rank soul treasures. I wonder if Mr. Li Chongzhou might consider selling?" Soilo Semi-Divine? Li Chongzhou nodded indifferently. "I have heard of you." When it came to the semi-divines on Blue Star, Li Chongzhou naturally knew of them. "How many do you wish to purchase, and what price can you offer?" Li Chongzhou asked casually. "How about 10 pieces? For each piece, we are prepared to pay 500 million 7 stars coin." The middle-aged man said with a smile. "How does that sound?" Li Chongzhou shook his head. "You may leave, my family's stock of soul treasures is already limited." 500 million? Upon hearing the price, Li Chongzhou immediately knew the other party had no genuine intentions. "Mr. Li Chongzhou, the price may not be high, but if you are willing to sell, you stand to gain the friendship of the Soilo family," the middle-aged man said earnestly. "There's no need. Please show our guests out," Li Chongzhou said immediately. "Mr. Li Chongzhou." The young man in black suddenly spoke. "We are sincere in our desire to purchase. These treasures in your hands are of no use to you. Last time, didn't you give one to Tuohe Star Master when he came to request it? Who I choose to give them to has nothing to do with you," Li Chongzhou said indifferently. "Please leave." The young man's face darkened, but the middle-aged man in red had already signaled to him with his eyes. Then, he stood up and smiled. "All right, Mr. Li Chongzhou, we will take our leave now." "Hoff, let's go." "All right." The young man in black, with a sullen expression, followed the middle-aged man as they quickly departed. After leaving the manor, "Mandy, that Li Chongzhou obviously does not respect us," the young man in black growled. "Why bother showing him courtesy? The Li family is not a serious threat. That Li Muha merely inherited his elder brother's fortuitous opportunities and has only just achieved flying heaven status." The middle-aged man in red shook his head. "The treasures left behind by Li Yuan, left in the hands of the Li family, are simply being squandered. However, even though Li Yuan has died, the expansive network of relationships he left behind is sufficient to protect the Li family. We, as mere flying heaven warriors, are in no position to truly provoke them." The middle-aged man in red shook his head. "Forget it. Let's go back and think of other ways." The two flying heaven warriors quickly departed. The destruction of the myriad demons civilization and the recent occurrence of the Seven Stars Council had yet to spread widely. The two flying heaven warriors were still unaware of these events. Within the Li family's manor, whoosh, Chen Wei suddenly flashed into the living room, looked at her husband, and whispered, "Have they left?" Just like the previous waves of flying heaven warriors, they're always scheming, trying to acquire some treasures. Li Changzhou smiled and said, I chased them away. They're just a bunch of jackals drawn by the smell of blood. Chen Wei said with a deep voice, back when Sang Chu was here, who would dare come to our door? For many years before, the Sang Chu demigod had secretly protected them. In fact, during the Kunlun battle years ago, if not for the protection of Sang Chu demigod, Chen Wei and Li Chengzhou might have been in grave danger, but Sang Chu demigod ultimately died in battle. Let them come if they dare. Li Changzhou smiled and said, no one would truly dare steal the treasures. If they really try, the flying heaven puppets left behind by Little Yuan are not to be underestimated, Li Changzhou said. Back then, besides Sang Chu demigod, Li Yuan had left behind several flying heaven puppets to guard his uncle and aunt closely. These matters ought to be reported to Bai Shan semi-divine. Chen Wei sighed and shook her head. And what good would that do? Can Bai Shan semi-divine kill them? After all, they're just here to negotiate deals. Li Changzhou shook his head and said, it's only that the treasures are tempting. Who can blame Little Yuan for leaving us so many treasures? Little Yuan had made friends with many demigods and left us an immense amount of goodwill. But for minor issues like these, it wouldn't be right to casually disturb the demigods. Li Changzhou added, with Little Yuan gone, the goodwill with the demigods depletes every time it's used. Chen Wei nodded lightly, she understood the logic. Over the years, their family had lived a very peaceful life. They were among those saved during the Kunlun Star Realm battle in its early stages. Even now, though everyone knew the Li family possessed treasures that could even tempt the demigods, no one dared to truly snatch them, though the disturbances were incessant. The key always lies in personal strength. Li Changzhou softly said, in the past, no one dared to bother us because Sang Chu was alive. Sang Chu's presence proved Little Yuan was unharmed, but in the past 2 years, rumors have spread across the civilization, saying Little Yuan has fallen. Little Yuan? Chen Hui's chest tightened with sadness. It's been 15 years, and there hasn't been a single piece of news. In her heart, Little Yuan was like her own child, in the world of the strong. As Bai Shan semi-divine said, Little Yuan must have gone to a terrifying and perilous place, where life and death are uncertain. Li Changzhou said in a somber tone, but I believe he's still alive. Sooner or later, Little Yuan will come back, suddenly. Li Changzhou turned his head toward the window. As a top-level origin martial artist, his perception ability was extraordinary. Whoosh! Whoosh! The couple quickly moved to the grass outside, joined by a pair of children who ran over. A warship was slowly descending, and several figures emerged, among them Bai Shan semi-divine. Bai Shan semi-divine? Why would he come here suddenly? Chen Wei exclaimed with surprise. That person. We often see him on TV, don't we? The couple felt puzzled at heart. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, it's been a while. Bai Shan semi-divine greeted them warmly, while the others behind him were polite to the point of slightly bowing. Senior Bai Shan, Chen Wei and Li Changzhou replied respectfully. They understood Bai Shan semi-divine's status. Xiao Yu, Xiao Qing, quickly greet Senior Bai Shan. Chen Wei pulled her grandchildren over. Haha, so these must be Li Yu and Li Qing. They've grown quite a bit. Bai Shan semi-divine chuckled kindly. No need to call me senior. It seems distant. If you don't mind, just call me Grandpa Bai. Grandpa Bai? The two children were still somewhat confused. Li Changzhou, however, seemed to understand something. Forcing down his excitement, he tried to remain composed and asked, Senior Bai Shan, has Little Yuan returned? Li Yuan, who had caused a profound transformation across the entire civilization, paid little attention to external matters. Within the starry sky, inside a quiet chamber of the ancient divine palace. Boom! A surge of violent energy crashed into the walls of the chamber, before gradually settling into silence. The fifth trial is finally completed. Li Yuan smiled faintly. Even with Li Yuan's strength, passing this trial had consumed a significant amount of time. After all, this fifth trial had originally been devised by the ancient Torch Divine for its disciples at the Void God realm. Moreover, the trial wasn't solely a test of strength. Within the quiet chamber, swirls of radiant light coalesced and eventually formed an earth-toned, glittering sphere. The sphere shone with a robust aura. What is this? A flicker of curiosity crossed Li Yuan's eyes, as his divine sense permeated deep into the sphere. Boom! My disciple, a voice echoed in Li Yuan's mind. Breaking past the fifth trial proves you have reached the peak of pseudo-god and gained profound insights into the Tao of Arrays. Having acquired this artifact origin, when you venture to the divine realm and arrive at fierce star domain, once you ascend to the true god realm, you will have the opportunity to obtain the inheritance divine artifacts. Masses of information surged into Li Yuan's consciousness. The inheritance divine artifacts within the starry sky ancient city? Li Yuan murmured to himself. Li Yuan was quite familiar with the starry sky ancient city, as it was one of the top-tier powers in the divine realm. Its renown, in a certain sense, even surpassed that of major forces like the Chaos Divine Court and the Wandao Divine Court. Because, in an exceedingly ancient era, the Starry Sky God Emperor crafted 9,000 starry sky ancient cities, spreading them across the original era of the divine realm's 9,000 star domains. Each star domain had one starry sky ancient city, which, in essence, functioned as a starry sky teleportation array. They occupied minimal territory, seemingly detached from worldly struggles, yet their omnipresence made the Starry Sky Divine Court a unique presence among the major powers in the divine realm. It's said that the Starry Sky ancient cities are unshakable, so how could this artifact origin end up in the hands of Master Ji Yuju? Li Yuan's mind was flooded with doubts. From Li Yuan's understanding, the strength of the ancient flame true god might be somewhat inferior to that of Chu Bingzhen. Still, the ultimate treasure left behind by the ancient flame true god had long been a mystery, requiring incredible strength from the inheritor. Li Yuan had speculated many possibilities, such as the true River of Laws, Heavenly God artifact, or inheritance of the Heavenly God skills. But he had never dared imagine it would turn out to be the artifact origin of the Starry Sky ancient city's inheritance artifact. The inheritance artifact. It's a treasure countless heavenly gods yearn for. Li Yuan was bewildered. How could it end up in the hands of the ancient flame true god? After all, the ancient flame true god was, ultimately, merely a true god. Suddenly, swish, a flood of light projected out from the earthy yellow sphere, quickly condensing into the form of a white-clad woman. Sister? Li Yuan froze, then his gaze flashed with a trace of astonishment. Because the Ji Yu of the past had always been a shadowy phantom, yet now she appeared extraordinarily real, as though truly alive. Brother, you've learned of Father's ultimate legacy. Ji Yu's eyes revealed a trace of complexity. You must have guessed my true identity by now. Artifact spirit. After all Li Yuan had experienced, his vision and comprehension had reached extraordinary heights, already nearing the threshold of the true God realm. Instantly, he discerned the truth. Correct, and yet, not entirely correct, Ji Yu said. What do you mean? Li Yuan asked doubtfully. Under normal circumstances, would the inheritance artifact of the Starry Sky ancient city ever separate into an artifact and its artifact origin? Ji Yu sighed. Li Yuan instantly pieced together many details. Some things from the past, those were Father's experiences, I no longer know them well, Ji Yu said. Father originally belonged to the Starry Sky ancient city of the fierce star domain, Myriad Dragons ancient city. Myriad Dragons ancient city? Li Yuan was taken aback internally. Not something he had heard of before. Though gifted with Chu Bingzhen's records, the divine realm was boundlessly vast. A single star domain stretched untold millions of light years. Life planets numbered in billions, and numerous unique worlds existed. Under normal conditions, true gods rarely traversed star domains. But clearly, the Myriad Dragons ancient city must be similar to the Heavenly Snake ancient city or Zhu Xing ancient city. Father. He was the descendant of the city lord, Ji Yu Xing heavenly god, precisely speaking, a 13th generation grandson. Though distant in lineage, Father possessed exceptional talent and quickly ascended to pseudo-god with 7-star veins, earning significant attention, Ji Yu continued. Li Yuan fell into contemplation. The relationship was akin to that of Zhang Shan and Zhang Yuan, heavenly god. Though generations apart, if one's strength allowed rapid ascension, closeness would naturally follow. Later, a terrifying battle engulfed Myriad Dragon's ancient city, leading to its utter destruction. Ji Yu shook her head. The destruction of a starry sky ancient city? Li Yuan was shocked, blurting out, "How is that possible?" Based on what Li Yuan knew, starry sky ancient cities had endured for countless eons, seemingly unshakable. And when one ancient city was attacked, wouldn't others come to its aid? Nothing is immutable. Ji Yu seemed to sense Li Yuan's thoughts, shaking her head. Not even a single starry sky ancient city. Even some major forces like the divine courts have faced total annihilation. Turmoil within the divine realm has never ceased. Think of the 3 starry sky ancient cities on Zhuxing continent. Do you still believe they're tied to the starry sky divine court? Ji Yu's gaze was complex. What fate befell those 3 ancient cities' earliest city lords? Even the heavenly snake clan, in the divine domain, which once gave rise to divine kings, has been wiped out. Ji Yu sighed. Li Yuan remained silent. Indeed, the so-called city lords of starry sky ancient cities were ultimately merely heavenly gods in command. What happened afterward? Li Yuan pressed. The specifics, the battle's details, I do not know, Ji Yu said. All I know is that the inheritance artifact of Myriad Dragon's ancient city, Myriad Dragon God armor, was ultimately split in 2. Father took the artifact origin and left the fierce star domain, wandering his way to the Mohe star domain. Mohe star domain? Li Yuan's eyes showed a sliver of confusion. If you travel to the divine realm via the boundary domain channel in your dimensional domain, it will lead you to the Mohe star domain, Ji Yu said. Broadly speaking, your mortal domain is considered part of the Mohe star domain. Li Yuan understood. In the future, if he were to return to his mortal domain from the divine realm, he would need to traverse the Mohe star domain? The Myriad Dragon God armor was split, and its original treasure spirit perished. I am the new spirit born of the artifact origin during Father's years of wandering, Ji Yu said with a complex expression. Father cherished me greatly and, being adept at artifact refining, crafted numerous puppet forms for me, allowing me to control them and explore various planets. In the Mohe star domain, relying on his strength, Father easily ruled hundreds of life planets, gaining many divine followers. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Within the divine realm, a true god peak expert could easily carve out a territory and establish a divine kingdom. But the good times didn't last. Enemies came searching once again, Ji Yu said. Finally, Father escaped with a secret treasure. During his flight, he witnessed the phenomenon heralding the opening of the burial immortal ancient domain. Without hesitation, he led his remaining divine followers and descended into this mortal domain, Ji Yu said. The events afterward, you already know. Li Yuan. For the first time, Ji Yu addressed Li Yuan by name. Father's dying wish was to return to the fierce star domain, to retrieve the body of the Myriad Dragon God armor and reunite it with the artifact origin. But he was bloodline locked, never daring to return to the fierce star domain. Bloodline locked? Li Yuan was taken aback. He recalled reading about similar secret techniques in mixed studies of Wandao *. It was a tracking secret technique similar to causality secret techniques but focused on an entirely different extreme. Causality secret techniques, when mastered to a high level, allowed practitioners to sense enemies across boundless spacetime, trace them via karma lines, and ensure their prey was left without escape. Bloodline locking, on the other hand, targeted all lives connected to a strong creature's bloodline. Even if separated across dozens or hundreds of generations with no direct causality, one's bloodline could still be traced, enabling total eradication. No wonder Master Ji Yu was tracked so relentlessly, Li Yuan mused. But you lack the bloodline of Ji Yuxing Heavenly God, Ji Yu said. Someday, when you ascend to the true God realm, you'll have a chance to retrieve the body of the God armor. Retrieve? How? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. Wouldn't the enemies have it by now? According to Father, they don't, Ji Yu replied. The specifics can only be known upon arriving at the fierce star domain. Once there, I'll be able to sense the god armor's whereabouts. Li Yuan nodded slightly. So that's how it was. Father originally hoped to find a glimmer of hope to ascend to heavenly God within the burial immortal ancient domain. You said with a complicated expression. Achieving heavenly God and comprehending the great Tao would allow him to reshape his bloodline, rendering the bloodline lock useless. But ultimately, he fell. Before his death, he left behind his legacy. Even Father likely didn't anticipate receiving a remarkably talented disciple like you. You looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan. Though I've always addressed you as brother, in essence, when you pass through the 5 trials, Father said, you'll ultimately refine me and become my master. The enemy's power is overwhelming. Even Father couldn't overcome them, nor could he hope that his disciple alone could defeat those who destroyed the Myriad Dragon's ancient city. His sole wish was to see the Myriad Dragon God armor restored. But I hope that you can at least unveil the identity of Father's killer and avenge him. You said with a soft voice that carried a hint of pleading. This tone caused Li Yuan's heart to ache. Despite being an artifact spirit, deeply regarded herself as the daughter of the ancient flame true god. Their bond truly resembled that of father and daughter. Li Yuan vividly recalled the time he apprenticed under the ancient flame true god. The fragmented phantom remnant of his master had said to him, "Disciple, I've been dead for who knows how long. I don't expect anything from you, nor do I have any requests, save for one. Protect your sister." Even in his final moments, the ancient flame true god's sole concern had been Gu. Sister. Master Gu's demise occurred over 10,000 years ago, and the culprits involved have likely already perished, Li Yuan said softly. The only clue lies within the immortal ruins civilization. I cannot guarantee that I'll uncover the truth. After all, the killer of our master may already be dead. Gu's gaze turned vacant for a moment. Indeed, with over 10,000 years elapsed, even true gods live no more than 30,000 years. But I promise to do my utmost to investigate. If it turns out that the killer still lives, I will exhaust every effort to slay them, Li Yuan declared solemnly. This was Li Yuan's vow to Gu. Throughout his journey, the ancient flame true god's legacy and Gu's support had been indispensable. The ancient flame true god had indeed asked for nothing, but doing nothing in return would weigh heavily on Li Yuan's conscience. That was simply who Li Yuan was. Gratitude repaid, vengeance exacted. Whoosh! Exiting the ancient divine palace, Li Yuan waved to collect the structure into his possession. If he were already a pseudo-god, he could fully refine the ancient divine palace, but for now, he remained in the semi-divine realm. Li Yuan also understood why the ancient divine palace was so exceptional. Its uniqueness stemmed from being a special true god instrument infused with an extraordinarily rare Tao treasure during its refinement. This singular characteristic allowed the ancient divine palace to be refined even by those in the semi-divine realm. In essence, though it was a true god instrument, the ancient divine palace's value far surpassed dozens of myriad demons' halls. At least, I've now temporarily gained the ability to activate the ancient divine palace, Li Yuan smiled faintly. Its sealing power alone rivals that of origin divine artifacts. It finally compensates for one of my weaknesses. I just didn't expect that Master Gu, apart from the ancient divine palace and the artifact origin, actually left behind treasures worth millions of Fangshan crystals. Li Yuan thought to himself. Thinking about the vast amount of treasures he had seen earlier, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel emotional. Passing the 5th trial set by the ancient torch divine had already made Gu completely remove the restrictions on Li Yuan. Beyond taking ownership of the ancient divine palace, he could now also refine the artifact origin. The treasures stored within the treasure vault of the ancient divine palace were now at Li Yuan's disposal. Most of them were artifacts, with a few true god instruments that were rather ordinary. Each piece was only worth around 10,000 Fangshan crystals, far less than the Myriad Demons Hall. For instance, the Myriad Demons Hall was valued in the tens of thousands of Fangshan crystals. Of course, the most important treasures left behind by the ancient flame true god were still the ancient divine palace and the inheritance artifact origin. The former was worth tens of millions of Fangshan crystals, and even in the divine realm, its value surpassed the primary battle artifacts of most true gods. If unleashed, its power would be utterly terrifying. The latter was something that could even make heavenly divines envious. Whoosh! A streak of light shot by. Lu Bing arrived. Big brother, the Sanyi semi-divine has already come, but you were previously in seclusion, so I didn't disturb you or bring her over. Let Sanyi semi-divine come over then. Li Yuan's divine sense was extraordinary, and he had already detected the waiting figure in the distance. Soon. Vice Alliance Hierarch Li. Sanyi semi-divine approached, looking rather respectful. Though her status was special, having witnessed Li Yuan's ruthless side, where you wiped out billions with a single move, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of reverence. She was about to bow, but an invisible force held her upright. This left Sanyi semi-divine slightly startled. Sanyi semi-divine. Li Yuan smiled and said, though the principal isn't my mentor, they hold a position in my heart akin to a teacher, having guided me along my path of cultivation. By that reasoning, you are nearly like my teacher's spouse, a senior, and how could you bow to me? You may address me by my name instead, Li Yuan said. Sanyi semi-divine smiled and nodded, all right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Li Yuan, it's about two things. Sanyi semi-divine said. First, your family, including your teacher, Li Yang, and another teacher's son Xu Ling, are already en route to Feixing. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Although he had many friends and seniors, most were on their own life paths, like Wan Qing, Uncle Wan, who had relied on gifts he'd received from Li Yuan in the past. He was now a flying heaven warrior and an important figure in Xia country. Later, Li Yuan would secretly send another gift and discreetly look out for him. The number of loved ones Li Yuan would personally bring to Feixing was not large. All right, I'll head to the Star Realm's entrance to pick them up, Li Yuan said. The second thing is that we're about to dispatch envoys to the Immortal Ruins civilization and the Myriad Dawn civilization, inviting them to attend the ceremony. Sanyi semi-divine said. These two civilizations are the strongest in the entire mortal domain. According to your previous orders, we were to take a special gift when heading out. What should it be? Sanyi semi-divine asked. Envoys? Merely a warning to them. Li Yuan smiled slightly. I'll write it now. Write it now? Sanyi semi-divine was briefly stunned. Whoosh! Li Yuan waved his hand, and two special blank scrolls appeared in the void. Swish! Using his finger as a pen, Li Yuan slid it across the void. Invisible forces converged into characters that landed on the scrolls. Soon, several lines of characters formed. Good. Lu Bing revealed a smile. This? Sanyi semi-divine showed some concern. Li Yuan, is this too much? She held considerable respect for the Immortal Ruins civilization and the Myriad Dawn civilization. Sanyi semi-divine, rest assured. Li Yuan smiled faintly. The word of Myriad Demon civilization's downfall should have already spread. Let the envoys deliver these scrolls, and they will naturally understand my power. Unless there's a true God, they will submit. Even if, at an exceedingly small chance, a true God is behind these civilizations, a glimmer of light passed through Li Yuan's eyes. If they have any wisdom, they won't oppose me. They may even willingly reveal themselves. If there were a true God, that would only bring joy to Li Yuan. After all, the truth of the ancient flame true gods fall from millennia ago was more likely to be uncovered by a true God. After all, pseudo-gods only lived for 5,000 years. None currently alive could have been present then. Understood. Sanyi semi-divine nodded. By the way, as per your previous order, we've already informed the two civilizations beforehand, instructing them to withdraw their pseudo-gods and stop pursuing Li Feng semi-divine. They haven't replied yet. Good. Li Yuan nodded. I'll excuse myself for now and ensure the envoys set off as soon as possible. Sanyi semi-divine took the two special scrolls and promptly left. Watching Sanyi semi-divine depart. Big brother, if Li Feng semi-divine is your teacher, why aren't we personally rescuing them? Why just send a warning? Lu Bing asked puzzledly. The incident has already lasted for months. Surrounded by several pseudo-gods, If Master Lai Feng had to be captured, there would have been no escape long ago, Li Yuan said softly. If we were to go ourselves, traversing the starry sky, it would take 5 days just to reach the Ice River star system. It's faster to issue warnings to the two civilizations. Once those pseudo-gods cease their pursuit, Master Lai Feng will be safe, and we can proceed to welcome them, Li Yuan explained. Lu Bing seemed thoughtful. Additionally, to completely annihilate Myriad Demon's civilization was an unavoidable enmity. Li Yuan continued. But interacting with other civilizations doesn't have to be overly aggressive. After all, we're leaving soon, and civilizations like the Myriad Dawn civilization are difficult to truly wipe out. Even if we did, what then? Li Yuan shook his head. With the current strength of 7-star civilization, could we organize a large-scale migration to occupy them? You can't bite off more than you can chew. In Li Yuan's plans, 7-star civilization needed at least a few centuries just to digest the newly emerged life planets from neighboring planes and the territory of Myriad Demon's civilization. Moreover, civilizations like Myriad Demon's civilization, being linked to 4th-level star realm passages, weren't an issue. If the goal was to conquer other dimensional planes beyond vast starry distances, there were countless disadvantages. The plan for large-scale expansion to occupy the entire mortal domain can wait until we ascend to Heavenly God and return from the divine realm in the future. Li Yuan spoke his mind. All right, whatever Big Brother decides. Lu Bing nodded. Come, let's meet our uncle and the others. Li Yuan smiled. I heard Muha and Qianqin already have kids. Big Brother's nieces and nephews? Lu Bing's eyes lit up. Let's go, let's go. Let's see them quickly. Feixing, Phylon City. This city was built around the 3rd star realm entrance and served as the gateway connecting Feixing and Blue Star, thus its name. Is the preparation for the celebration ceremony underway? Li Yuan waited in the grand hall, gazing downward. With Li Yuan's perception, he could easily sense every nook and cranny of the city, leaving no secrets whatsoever. Yes. Li Yuan. The news of the Myriad Demon's civilization's annihilation is gradually being made public. Lant Semi-Divine smiled. Various planets are preparing to host celebratory events, but Feixing will undoubtedly be the most lively. After all, Feixing suffered the most severe invasion from Myriad Demon's civilization. Lant Semi-Divine sighed. He had come specifically to accompany Li Yuan. Feixing indeed has endured much, Li Yuan nodded. Suddenly, whoosh, the distant hall doors opened and a group of people walked in. Both Li Yuan and Lant Semi-Divine turned to look. Big Brother. Little Yuan. Brother, several excited voices sounded, one of which was accompanied by a silhouette rushing directly over, hugging Li Yuan tightly with teary eyes. Brother, it's been over 10 years since you left, I thought. Haha, but I've returned, haven't I? Li Yuan laughed, patting his sister's shoulder, feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. For a moment, Li Yuan recalled that during his middle school years, whenever he returned home, the younger Li Qianqin, who was in elementary school at the time, would cling to him the same way. In a flash, 30 years had passed. Qianqin, hold yourself together, you're a mother now. Shen Hui's nagging arrived on cue as expected. Letting go of his sister, Li Yuan turned to his uncle and aunt, apologetically saying, Uncle, Aunt, all these years. When he left, Li Yuan had only informed his uncle and aunt that he would be gone for a few years. He hadn't expected it to be so long. Little Yuan, no need for apologies. Li Changzhou interrupted Li Yuan's words, speaking with profound emotion. On the way here, Bai Shan Semi-Divine told us about your achievements. You've become a pioneer for our civilization, and you even destroyed Myriad Demon's civilization. What you've done is commendable and justified. Family must come after civilization. Li Changzhou said with a sigh, for centuries now, countless lives from our civilization have been lost to alien races, especially Myriad Demon's civilization. The situation has been perilously close to extinction. To see my nephew achieve this level of success, to become the strongest in our civilization, this is our pride. Li Changzhou's eyes shone. Chen Wei, Li Qianqin, and Li Muha all felt a surge of pride in their eyes as well. Indeed, they felt deep honor. For over a decade, Li Yuan's whereabouts were unknown, especially after Sang Chu Semi-Divine's death. The Li family kept a low profile, suspecting Li Yuan might have perished. Yet, suddenly, Li Yuan returned in a single moment, igniting waves of upheaval across their civilization, leaving them exhilarated yet slightly dreamlike. "Uncle, aunt, have things been well over the years?" Li Yuan asked. "Everything's been fine." Li Chongzhou smiled. Bai Shan Semi-Divine has shown us much care, arranging residence for us in Sha country's capital, Qianxin and Muha. "Little Yuan, everything has been fine." Chen Wei sighed. "But after Sang Chu Semi-Divine passed away, some people frequently came asking for treasures. Just today, there were 2 individuals from, what was it, the Soilo family." "Why mention such trivial matters?" Li Chongzhou interrupted Chen Wei. "Uncle, what happened?" Li Yuan frowned. "Nothing serious." Li Chongzhou shook his head. Li Yuan immediately looked to Lant Semi-Divine beside him. "Lant, I recall that Soilo Semi-Divine is a member of the Blackstone Martial Hall, correct?" "Yes." Lant Semi-Divine's expression darkened, nodding. "I'll promptly send a message to Soilo Semi-Divine and Bai Shan Semi-Divine to investigate thoroughly and ensure satisfactory resolution. I'll request Old Yun to retrieve planetary surveillance records. Regardless of who's involved, we'll punish or apprehend appropriately." Lant Semi-Divine solemnly stated, "If it involves a Semi-Divine, I'll request Old Yun to directly mobilize safeguarding forces for capture." Knowing Li Yuan's past experiences and understanding the weight of family in his heart, Lant Semi-Divine dared not delay. "Understood." Li Yuan nodded. With his divine sense confirming his family's well-being, Li Yuan refrained from displaying true anger. Family was Li Yuan's bottom line. Chen Wei, Li Qianxin, and others, meanwhile, felt a sense of awe. Though they'd heard en route of Li Yuan's immense strength as the foremost figure in their civilization. Now, seeing this unfold, they began to truly grasp Li Yuan's terrifying influence. Lant? They had already come to understand the significance of the golden-haired middle-aged man, founder of Blackstone Martial Hall, the civilization's inaugural leader. Yet when facing Li Yuan, he seemed subservient. Moreover, listening to Lant Semi-Divine's words, it seemed Shen Hui's single complaint might result in the mass apprehension of individuals? "Am I?" Chen Wei hesitated slightly. She couldn't help but say, "Little Yuan, they didn't actually do much, so would outright arresting them be excessive?" Earlier, she had only complained casually. "Aunt, whether it's excessive or not depends on the investigation." Li Yuan smiled. "These must be Xiao Yu, Qingqing, and Xiao Zhen." Li Yuan smiled warmly at 3 children. The 3 children, faces filled with curiosity and awe, stared at this legendary figure, their uncle, or maternal uncle, for the first time. "Uncle, my name is Fang Zhen." The boy, about 10 years old, said shyly. "Uncle, my name is Li Qingqing." The girl, also about 10 years old, said with wide eyes. "Uncle, my name is Li Yu." The boy, about 13 or 14 years old, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, said confidently. "I've heard stories about your feats for a long time. The way you swept across the second-level star realm in the Battle of Lantistar. These are things we've studied in our textbooks." "That's right." Li Yu nodded. "In our high school curriculum section on Martial Hero Chronicles, Uncle, you're one of the 9 martial artist heroes listed." "Oh, I made it into the textbooks?" Li Yuan smiled. Those battles were indeed classic achievements from his younger years? He hadn't expected that after more than 10 years, his deeds would be recorded. Back then, Li Yuan didn't find it too surprising, as he himself had studied the stories of Dongfang Ji and the Lant Semi-Divine in his youth. The 7-star civilization has always upheld this generational tradition of education. "You two are my elder brother's niece and nephew." A voice tinged with laughter rang out. Lu Bing emerged from the side, her frame about half-human tall, coiling and hovering in midair. Nobody found it strange. Back when Lantistar was perilous, during the 3rd Feixing battle, Lu Bing had appeared many times. Lu Bing turned to look at the delicate and quiet Fang Zhen. You're Qianqin's daughter, aren't you? Is that a flying serpent? It sort of looks like a dragon. Fang Zhen and Li Qingqing's eyes shone with awe and fear. It's a divine snake. Li Yu's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help saying, I remember reading in books about this creature, said to have fought alongside Uncle and rumored to be a semi-divine being. You're a clever little one. Lu Bing chuckled. Since you are my brother's juniors, then you're my juniors too. It's our first meeting, so I must give you something. Whoosh! With a flick of Lu Bing's claw, several streams of green light shot out instantly, merging into the skin of the three children. Their bodies emitted strange waves for a moment before restoring calm. Hurry up and thank your Aunt Bing. Li Yuan smiled. Thank you, Aunt Bing. The three children, still unclear about the value of the green light, complied obediently. Soon, the three children were taken elsewhere, with someone appointed to look after them. Don't worry. Li Yuan noticed the flicker of concern in his uncle and aunt's eyes and explained with a smile. In terms of strength, little ice can match divine beings. The treasure she just gifted is enough to block 2 full power attacks at the semi-divine level, ensuring that Lil Yu and the others grow up safely. What? Among those present, even excluding the Lant semi-divine, the others' expressions change. Even Chen Wei, after years of experience, understood what semi-divine and divine meant. Brother, let me introduce someone. This is Fang Qi. Li Qianqin introduced the young man beside her, who was relatively reserved. Li Yuan nodded. Anyone who catches Qianqin's eye must be extraordinary. I don't ask for your strength to be exceptional. I just hope for harmony in your family. Yes, brother. Fang Qi responded earnestly. I will cherish Qianqin. His heart was utterly tense. Good heavens. When he pursued Qianqin back then, he had no idea of Li Qianqin's true identity. It was only when he proposed that he learned the truth, and of Li Yuan's existence as well. Li Yuan, this peerless genius who had become a living legend on Blue Star and in Xia country. Back then, Fang Qi hadn't been particularly afraid, as he had made modest achievements and believed he didn't need to rely on anyone. But meeting him in person this time, Fang Qi realized just what kind of being his brother-in-law truly was. Likely the foremost figure in modern civilization, far beyond what he had imagined. Time passed. Besides his family, Li Yuan also reunited with Xu Ling and his long-separated teacher, Li Yong. Xu Ling, like Li Muha, had also become a flying heaven warrior. The latter had remained in the Mingshu star realm, where he reached the flying heaven level. Later, after the Mingshu star realm was upgraded, he returned to Xia country. Now his strength was also nearing flying heaven peak. Teacher. Li Yuan greeted with a smile. I never thought we'd meet again. Good, good, Li Yong laughed. The last time I chatted with Lao Hai and Jin Huguo, we were still worried about you. Who would have thought, in the blink of an eye, that you'd annihilate the myriad demons' civilization? Excellent work. Li Yong sighed with emotion. He had witnessed countless life and death struggles during wars with the Tinliang civilization and myriad demons' civilization. If I had to say, teaching a disciple like you is enough to make my life worthwhile. Li Yong laughed. Teacher, no talk of life and death. Li Yuan shook his head and said, you must train diligently. Perhaps you might even achieve semi-divine status and live a millennium. Semi-divine? Li Yong paused. That's impossible, isn't it? Teacher reached flying heaven on your own. With a student's help, it should be possible. Li Yuan smiled. Although most treasures and divine crystals were reserved for the 7-star civilization, Li Yuan had prepared invaluable gifts for his elders and relatives. Turning an ordinary first-rank person into a semi-divine was beyond his certainty. But for someone as gifted as Li Yong, Li Yuan believed there were many possibilities. After some warm exchanges, the family settled into a luxurious estate in Phylon City. Blue Star, Europa continent, inside a lavish estate. Numerous attendants followed behind 2 flying heaven warriors. It was a hassle traveling all the way from Xia country, only to face rejection. The black-clad youth's face held a trace of dissatisfaction. Mandy, your idea was terrible. All right, it was just luck. The pale-skinned middle-aged man replied with a laugh. Failing was normal. Don't be upset. Come see what I've prepared for you. Katos, bring all those beautiful girls over, Mandy commanded. Yes, master. Nearby, the butler Lien Dongan quickly brought forth a group of extraordinarily beautiful young women. Oh, all prepared for me? The black-clad young man's eyes lit up. Mandy, you really know my tastes. Ha. Mandy laughed, being well aware of the black-clad young man's peculiar preferences. Boom. 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 Suddenly, several figures descended from the sky. Their oppressive auras spread out, causing both the black-clad young man and Mandy's expressions to change instantly. Who are you? Who dares invade my estate? I am Mandy of the Soilo family. The two Flying Heaven warriors shouted furiously, simultaneously sending out distress calls. Breaking in so flagrantly, this was undoubtedly trouble. Mandy. A cold voice echoed as one of the figures emerged from the darkness. It was a middle-aged white man, his fiery red hair flowing, with an air of nobility and an overwhelmingly powerful aura that made hearts tremble. Clan leader. Mandy was stunned. The arrival was none other than the semi-divine middle-rank expert, Soilo Semi-Divine, the true ruler of the Europa continent. Over the years, do you comprehend the gravity of your sins? Soilo Semi-Divine's voice was icy. Clan leader, Mandy began to explain. Take them away, Soilo Semi-Divine ordered grimly. Boom. Boom. The two peak-level Flying Heaven warriors accompanying him acted immediately, apprehending the black-clad young man and Mandy. Neither dared resist. Boom. The group swiftly departed. Almost at the same time, across Blue Star, in some regions of Faxing, a wave of arrests began. Night fell. Faxing, Phylan City. In the top floor room of the Li family's manor. So many treasures? And this amount of Blue Star coins? Li Changzhou gazed at the list of treasures handed to him by Li Yuan. Though he had already expected this, he was still somewhat shaken. It was too much. One must know, for example, a single Fangshan crystal was already an enormous fortune for Flying Heaven warriors. The wealth and treasures Li Yuan presented could likely amount to tens of thousands of Fangshan crystals. Little Yuan, you're letting me keep all of this? Li Changzhou said softly. Yes. Li Yuan nodded. I can't manage this. Li Changzhou shook his head. This kind of wealth is enough to drive even divine beings mad. Plus you mentioned earlier that in 10 years, you'll have to leave. We're too weak. In our family alone, we don't even have a semi-divine. Only Muha is a Flying Heaven level warrior. Li Changzhou remarked. Li Yuan had already explained his situation to his uncle. By then, once you're gone, these treasures won't be blessings, they'll be sources of calamity, Li Changzhou said calmly. Uncle, don't worry. I've considered multiple facets of this. Li Yuan assured him. Over the next 10 years, numerous life planets will emerge within the civilization. I'll fully transform one of them into a comprehensive base for our family's future. This particular planet will be co-governed by the Li family and the civilization, but with priority given to the Li family. In terms of military power, I'll arrange for pseudo-god level puppet defenses. Li Yuan explained. This will serve both as a safeguard for the civilization and as a trump card for the family. Additionally, in the coming decade, I'll devote myself to helping you, Aunt, and Muha with your cultivation. Li Yuan smiled. I aim to help Muha achieve semi-divine status before my departure. For Uncle and Aunt, advancing to Flying Heaven level will be no problem. These words left Li Changzhou stunned. The Li family, controlling a planet in the future? Pseudo-god level puppets? Won't the upper echelons of the civilization have any objections to this? Li Changzhou asked hesitantly. Uncle, rest assured. The legacy I leave for the civilization far exceeds what I leave for the family, Li Yuan said. They won't object. If I have the ability to bestow these riches, then I can take them all back at any time. For Li Yuan, family always came first. His aunt's earlier words had also sparked a sense of caution in his heart. After conducting an investigation, it was true that the Bai Shan semi-divine's protective measures were tight, and the family had only been slightly disturbed. But to Li Yuan, this was already a warning sign. Back when I first left, I had just reached the semi-divine peak, leaving behind only a small portion of treasures for the family. Yet, many flying heaven warriors coveted those. Li Yuan thought to himself. This time, upon leaving again, I fear I'll attract the attention of certain semi-divines. An expansive civilization like 7 stars was unimaginably vast. A civilization wasn't a singular entity but the aggregation of countless individuals. In the future, the population of 7 stars will likely reach tens of trillions, with thousands upon thousands of semi-divines emerging. Such a large population leads to varied intentions. There will always be parasites, there will always be dangerous elements. Li Yuan never expected unanimous harmony within 7 stars civilization, with everyone united against all odds. That's impossible. For resources, for treasures. Forget being of the same civilization. Even blood relatives can turn against each other. That's why Li Yuan's priority before venturing into the divine realm is eliminating potential risks and ensuring a stable environment for both his family and the civilization's advancement. That evening, Li Yuan logged onto the virtual network to converse with Bai Shan Semi-Divine. Senior Bai Shan, long time no see. Li Yuan greeted with a smile. Li Yuan, I apologize. Bai Shan Semi-Divine replied with evident regret. I truly wasn't aware of certain earlier incidents. A number of flying heaven warriors had privately visited the Li family, many originating from Sha country. Senior Bai Shan, you've already done a fine job protecting us. Li Yuan smiled. Otherwise, those flying heaven warriors wouldn't have stopped at merely attempting to bargain at lower prices. They were bold indeed. Bai Shan Semi-Divine agreed. But now, they've all been apprehended. What's your opinion on how to handle them? Ultimately, there haven't been any major consequences, so there's no need for severe punishment, Li Yuan stated. Most of them can be dealt with through minor penalties. However, Li Yuan spoke softly. Lu Xingyu must face execution. Li Yuan had consulted his family and reviewed the dossiers sent by Elder Yun. Very well, no problem. Bai Shan Semi-Divine nodded. From the moment he learned of this incident, Bai Shan had been most concerned about Li Yuan demanding the death of everyone involved in a fit of rage. The willpower of a supreme being is unyielding. Fortunately, Li Yuan reasoned through the situation, only requiring Lu Xingyu, a perpetrator who had crossed the line and attempted covertly to act, to be executed. By the way, Senior Bai Shan, here's the star migration plan I requested Elder Yun to prepare for Sha country. Li Yuan gestured, and countless beams of light coalesced to form a massive projection. The projection displayed an incredibly detailed plan. This is... Bai Shan Semi-Divine stared at the plan, momentarily stunned. As one of the highest-ranking figures of 7 stars civilization, and a first-rank star master, Bai Shan was well informed about the civilization's imminent expansion plans, knowing every detail about the unprecedented boost in overall power. But he had never imagined, beyond 7 stars' official plans, Li Yuan had privately orchestrated a separate, Sha country plan. You're allocating 50 planets solely for Sha country's migration plan? Bai Shan Semi-Divine asked in disbelief. And citizens of Sha country will have equal migration rights across other planets too? Li Yuan, will the semi-divines from other planets agree to this? Bai Shan Semi-Divine inquired hesitantly. Agree or not, it hardly matters. Li Yuan replied gently. In the forthcoming civilization expansion, every planet, country, and faction within 7 stars civilization will benefit enormously, but Sha country is my homeland. I will support the entirety of the civilization. Yet, I do have my biases. According to my plan, a few centuries or millennia later, the civilization will no longer differentiate between nations or races. But I hope the Sha country lineage will evolve into the core pillar of the entire civilization. Li Yuan smiled. Bai Shan Semi-Divine nodded firmly. Understood. I'll do my utmost. Bai Shan Semi-Divine had devoted the majority of his life to building up Sha country. His dream was to see Sha country thrive in might and prosperity. As time passed, 7 stars civilization underwent sweeping transformations, mobilizing its entire system from top to bottom. Meanwhile, emissaries from 7 stars civilization finally reached the central planet of the Immortal Ruins civilization. Simultaneously, the shocking news. Li Yuan of Seven Stars Civilization single-handedly destroys Wanmo civilization, began spreading across various foreign civilizations in the dimensional plane at a staggering pace. Across the entire mortal domain, there are three primary first-class civilizations: Immortal Ruins Civilization, Crimson Sun Civilization, and Myriad Dawn Civilization. Immortal Ruins Civilization is the oldest, while Crimson Sun Civilization is the newest to rise. The Myriad Dawn Civilization is the most low-profile, with the fewest conflicts with other powerful civilizations. However, as a first-class civilization, the Myriad Dawn Civilization has established intelligence networks targeting second-class civilizations and even numerous third-class civilizations within the mortal domain. This facilitates real-time monitoring of the dynamics across the mortal domain. All of Myriad Demon Civilization's covert agents and operatives were cut off 2 days ago. The last transmitted message stated there was a clash of divines. What exactly happened? It was as if the entire Myriad Demons civilization suddenly encountered the Great Destruction. Could it be some powerful divine annihilated the Myriad Demons civilization? This was the most concerning matter for the intelligence agency of the Myriad Dawn civilization in the past 2 days. Civilizations as powerful as the Myriad Demons civilization number only a few dozen in the mortal domain. Even compared to the Myriad Dawn civilization, it merely had a few more pseudo-gods and no overwhelming advantage in power levels. And yet, the Myriad Demons civilization was wiped out just like that? How utterly terrifying. Such a force, if it descended upon the Myriad Dawn civilization, could easily destroy us as well. We must find out the truth. Based on all the intel we have, there are 2 probable scenarios. First, the Myriad Demons civilization might have encountered a catastrophic starry sky disaster, similar to the previous 7-star civilization, over 10,000 years ago. The heavens turning, the starry skies in turmoil, occasionally causing the destruction of entire planets or even a dimensional plane. This is not an uncommon occurrence. The second possibility is that the 7-star civilization wiped out the Myriad Demons civilization. 15 years ago, Dongfang Ji was already suspected of having pseudo-god peak strength. By now, he may have advanced further. If he successfully infiltrated the Myriad Demons civilization and then lit the divine fire to ascend to God, annihilating the Myriad Demons civilization would definitely be possible. I'm more inclined to believe the latter. Numerous pseudo-gods of the Myriad Dawn civilization were discussing this matter. They were extraordinarily focused on this event. Suddenly, the news has spread. It's confirmed. It was the 7-star civilization that acted to destroy the Myriad Demons civilization. The 7-star civilization has announced it to the entire mortal domain. Including some combat footage, a piece of information swiftly reached the highest echelons of the Myriad Dawn civilization. In the Wanxia Temple of the Myriad Dawn civilization, 28 pseudo-god manifestations of divine sense gathered together. Before them appeared the detailed intelligence delivered by their information agency. The 7-star civilization's foremost talent, Li Yuan the demigod, unleashed devastation upon the Myriad Demons civilization after mysteriously vanishing for 15 years. In a single battle, he swept through the Myriad Demons civilization, East Demon pseudo-god, Beiyu pseudo-god. Meanwhile, the 7-star civilization sent us a separate message. Lai Feng the demigod, who was being hunted in the Ice River star system, is a mentor of Li Yuan. The 28 pseudo-gods read through the message. They also witnessed the combat images publicly released by the 7-star civilization. That terrifying being who rampaged through the heavens, subduing 3 pseudo-gods effortlessly on his own. Li Yuan? 15 years ago, wasn't he only at semi-divine peak strength? Back then, he had just reached flying heaven. How old is he? Not even 50, right? And his demigod body defeated and captured pseudo-god peaks? The pseudo-gods of the Myriad Dawn civilization were utterly stunned. What kind of unparalleled prodigy was this? At that time, Dongfang Ji had already been terrifying enough. In their estimation, even if Li Yuan could catch up to Dongfang Ji, it would take at least a century. But it had only been 15 years. This is bad. Hurry, Doya Shah, immediately withdraw from the Ice River star system. The current leader of the Myriad Dawn civilization, Kingming Pseudo-God, had a change of expression and said, "Stop pursuing Lai Feng the demigod." The fact that the seven-star civilization sent us a direct message indicates how much Li Yuan values Lai Feng the demigod. If that Lai Feng the demigod were to die, I fear that Li Yuan would hold the Myriad Dawn civilization accountable. Li Yuan is someone we must never provoke. Our Myriad Dawn civilization truly has no true god, Kingming Pseudo-God said in a low voice. Not even a pseudo-god limit expert. We cannot afford to offend Li Yuan. He was genuinely terrified. Currently, the Myriad Dawn civilization only had 3 pseudo-god peak experts. It could be said that with the strength Li Yuan had displayed, he could sweep through them with ease. And in the future, as Li Yuan's power continued to climb, who could fathom to what level it might ascend? Understood. I will return immediately. The Doya Sha pseudo-god, clad in purple garments, also realized the seriousness of the situation and said solemnly, "We should also prepare an offering of atonement." Atonement? No. Qingxia pseudo-god shook their head. It should be a congratulatory gift. A gift to celebrate the seven-star civilization's victory over the wicked Myriad Demons civilization. Fortunately, our Myriad Dawn civilization has not had major conflicts with the seven-star civilization. As long as we bow our heads low enough, it's unlikely they'll target us. Qingshu pseudo-god said earnestly. The numerous pseudo-gods nodded, secretly feeling relieved. In the long history of the mortal domain, they had witnessed too many similar events. 2 great civilizations at war, and one suddenly produces an unparalleled genius, eventually defeating the other civilization. Soon after, Kingming pseudo-god's expression shifted slightly, and he said in a low voice, "An envoy of the seven-star civilization is on their way, inviting us to participate in a commemorative event a month from now." The faces of the assembled pseudo-gods grew solemn. "Your Excellency, what should we do?" one pseudo-god asked. "Prepare the grandest reception ceremony." Kingming pseudo-god answered solemnly. "Welcome the envoy from the seven-star civilization." Across the entire mortal domain, second-class civilizations and third-class civilizations almost all received the news. It is important to note that in the vast dimensional planes of the mortal domain, while civilizations that have produced true gods are rare, there are still hundreds of third-class civilizations with pseudo-gods currently presiding. Li Yuan. Could it be Li Yuan who single-handedly annihilated the Myriad Demons civilization? Such power, it's terrifying. Most crucially, it's his age. The upper echelons of numerous civilizations were stunned stiff. He's destined to rise. With the extraordinary talent Li Yuan has revealed, ascending to true God is absolutely certain. He may even hope to achieve the legendary status of Heavenly God. This is a talent even more monstrous than Dongfang Ji, Overlord. At least for tens of thousands of years to come, the seven-star civilization will undoubtedly reign as the absolute overlord over the mortal domain. All civilizations valued this deeply. Heavenly gods are mere legends within the mortal domain. The upper ranks of most civilizations, though their perspectives are limited, are by no means foolish. They all understood that the balance of power across the entire mortal domain was about to change. In the near future, within the mortal domain, the treasures scattered across the vast starry skyspace rifts and the resources they produce will likely all fall under the control of the seven-star civilization. Dispatch demigod emissaries to attend the ceremony. Offer congratulations to the future overlord of the mortal domain, the seven-star civilization, and extend the highest respect to the greatest prodigy in the history of the mortal domain, Li Yuan. The majority of civilizations decided to attend the ceremony, drafting statements overflowing with sycophancy. The leaders of these civilizations were acutely aware of one thing. Attending the ceremony might not necessarily win the favor of the seven-star civilization. But not attending it was certain to incur their displeasure. The Crimson Sun civilization had been a rapidly ascending powerhouse over the last hundreds of thousands of years. Within the civilization, suspended in the vast starry sky, stood a towering temple. The temple seemed bathed in eternal, indestructible divine light. This was the Red Sun Temple. Li Yuan. Truly a monstrous prodigy. Even within the Wandao Divine Court or Chaos Divine Court, he ought to become one of the core members. From the lofty throne of the temple emerged an imposing figure draped in crimson robes, towering at over 100 meters. Seated on the throne, he could gaze upon the infinite starry sky. He was Lai Ching, true God, the Crimson Sun civilization's fourth true god in history. Additionally, he was the only true god currently in the Crimson Sun civilization. Fortunate indeed. My Crimson Sun civilization has never erupted into conflict with the Seven-Star civilization. Lai Ching, true god, murmured softly. When the Myriad Demons civilization requested aid last time, I chose not to respond. Li Yuan vanished for 15 years. Was he engaged in concealed cultivation the whole time? Or did he enter the burial immortal ancient domain and obtain tremendous opportunities, thus achieving his current level of power? Lai Ching, true god, pondered. As a true god, he had once roamed the divine realm, only returning to his homeland after millennia. His perspective vastly surpassed that of other civilizations' pseudo-gods. Overlord of the mortal domain. No, if Dongfang Ji possesses only a slim chance of ascending to heavenly god, then Li Yuan's probability is exceedingly high. Moreover, he is highly likely to journey to the divine realm. Such a peerless prodigy will never stop at this stage. Lai Ching, true god's thoughts extended far. Once he ascends to heavenly god, he can return to his homeland. At that point, he can effortlessly unify the entire mortal domain. Lai Ching, true god's vision was profoundly far-reaching. He knew well that the original power of each dimensional plane could shield civilizations within from the descent of pseudo-gods or true gods, but not from heavenly gods. In any mortal domain, as soon as a heavenly god emerges, an era of unification inevitably begins. Unstoppable. The momentum of Li Yuan's rise, I cannot stop it. To ignore it, that would be perilous in the future. Lai Ching, true god, whispered to himself. I must attempt to seize control of what lies ahead. At the very least, I need to minimize the possibility of catastrophe befalling my Crimson Sun civilization. Lai Ching, true god, resolved himself. Whoosh! With a turn of his hand, a crystal sphere emitting fiery radiance materialized in his palm. Without hesitation, he crushed it. Crash! Countless flames shot outward in all directions, gradually converging and consolidating into a singular fiery phantom. The phantom kept its eyes shut. Time passed, minute by minute, as Lai Ching, true god, waited patiently. After a full half-hour, whoosh, the fiery phantom suddenly opened its eyes. The wisdom gleaming within those eyes imbued the fiery phantom with life, emanating an aura of mystery. Lai Ching, true god, I am Ni Hu, Inspector of the Mohe Star Domain. The fiery phantom spoke slowly. It has been 2,000 years since you last activated the Golden Garment token, hasn't it? Indeed, Inspector. Lai Ching, true god, responded respectfully. Although they were both true gods, he knew well that as an inspector, Ni Hu, true god, was highly likely a Purple Garment true god. Within the Chaos Divine Court, only true god limit experts could generally attain the Purple Garment title. You've remained in your homeland mortal domain over the past 10,000 years without returning to the divine realm. This time, activating your token. Has something happened? The fiery phantom asked. Is it related to the burial immortal ancient domain again? Inspectors wield vast authority, tasked with overseeing every corner. True gods like Lai Ching, who had chosen to retire, often contacted inspectors whenever they needed to report to the divine court. It is not about the burial immortal ancient domain. Lai Ching, true god, responded with reverence. It concerns the mortal domain we are in, which has just produced a peerless talent who, with a demigod body, appears to have displayed pseudo-god limit power. A demigod with pseudo-god limit power? That is already at the level of a Purple Garment member. The fiery phantom's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Are you certain? I am certain. Lai Ching, true god, affirmed solemnly. Therefore, I would like to submit an application to the Mohe branch to invite him to join our Chaos Divine Court. Lai Ching, true god, pursued. What is the inspector's view? Can you grant me sufficient authority? Provide his details, the fiery phantom requested. Here is the detailed intelligence regarding this peerless genius, Li Yuan. Lai Ching, true God, provided the information meticulously. The Flame Phantom listened patiently. Inviting a peerless genius to join was not just about talent and strength, but also about identity and background. For major forces to recruit talents, loyalty was the foremost consideration. Suddenly, "Wait," the Flame Phantom said in a low voice. "Say that again. What is the name of the civilization he belongs to? And what was the name of the previous peerless genius from this civilization?" Seven-star civilization. Lai Ching, true God, hesitated and said, "The previous one was called Dongfang Ji." "Haha. So, Dongfang Ji and he come from the same homeland civilization. Dongfang Ji's homeland turns out to be the same mortal domain as his." The Flame Phantom smiled. "In that case, it should be trustworthy." "Inspector, you know of Dongfang Ji?" Now it was Lai Ching, true God's turn to be shocked. He had never reported anything about Dongfang Ji. As far as he knew, throughout the entire mortal domain, he should be the only one with direct contact with the divine court. Suddenly, an idea occurred to Lai Ching, true God. "I do know. Lai Ching, there's no need for me to hide this from you. 10 years ago, a message came from the divine court headquarters. The most recent golden garment semi-divine under the Mohe star domain was Dongfang Ji," said the Flame Phantom. "Golden garment semi-divine? Dongfang Ji?" Lai Ching, true God, was stunned. The Chaos Divine Court directly ruled over more than 800 star domains and had divisions established in parts of over 2,000 other star domains under occupation. The Mohe star domain, for instance, was a chaotic place where major forces vied for power amidst endless wars. In such a vast territory governed by the Chaos Divine Court, the number of Golden Garment semi-divines recruited every few hundred years was only a little over 10,000. For a Golden Garment semi-divine to emerge under the Mohe star domain was something that might take over 100 years. The numbers were still very small. Of course, Lai Ching, true God, was aware that Dongfang Ji's talent was worthy of becoming a Golden Garment semi-divine. What truly shocked him was that Dongfang Ji had entered the Divine Court headquarters a decade ago. Did that mean that more than 10 years ago, Dongfang Ji had already left the mortal domain? Moreover, from what I know, he is among the strongest even among the Golden Garment semi-divines. In the future, it's likely he will become a Purple Garment semi-divine, the Flame Phantom continued. This statement left Lai Ching, true God, utterly astounded. Purple Garment semi-divine? That was far more prestigious than a Golden Garment semi-divine? Within the Mohe star domain's division, it would take tens of thousands of years on average for a single Purple Garment semi-divine to emerge. Every Purple Garment semi-divine held the potential to aspire to become a heavenly divine. "If what you say is true, then it is indeed incredible," the Flame Phantom said. "For such a weak civilization to have two potential Purple Garment semi-divines arise in such a short time. Perhaps this civilization is graced by the cosmic fortune of the universe. Or maybe it's because of the burial immortal ancient domain." Lai Ching, true God, listened attentively. Cosmic fortune? Such concepts were profoundly mysterious. Since he and Dongfang Ji are from the same civilization, it proves that his origin has already been verified, the Flame Phantom said. "Lai Ching, I grant you the authority to go and invite Li Yuan. You may promise him. Once the invitation succeeds, if Li Yuan becomes a Golden Garment semi-divine and later a Purple Garment member, you will also receive corresponding rewards. You can choose to leave them for future descendants of your homeland to claim when they arrive in the divine realm," the Flame Phantom said. He understood clearly that true gods like Lai Ching who returned to their homelands would rarely come back to the divine realm. After all, it was easy to travel from the mortal domain to the divine realm, usually requiring only initial rank of pseudo-god strength. But to return from the divine realm to one's homeland in the mortal domain was challenging. Aside from the spatial window period that occurred once every 10,000 years, only heavenly divines could freely traverse the boundary domain channel. Even during the spatial window period, for life forms not native to the mortal domain, pseudo-gods and even true gods faced extremely high mortality rates when crossing the boundary domain channel. "Understood," Lai Ching, true God, replied. He didn't care much about the rewards. Even becoming a purple garment semi-divine wouldn't mean much to him as a true god. The key was the information he now had about Dongfang Ji. This greatly increased the hope of successfully inviting Li Yuan to join the divine court. Once the invitation succeeds, my Crimson Sun civilization and Seven-Star civilization will be considered part of the same alliance, Lai Qing True God thought silently. This could minimize the risks faced by our entire civilization. Although gods in the same alliance might still fight each other, and even heavenly divines could go to war over grudges or treasures, the chances were much smaller. Moments later, the flame phantom dissipated, transforming back into a crystal ball radiating fiery energy. Putting away the token, Lai Qing True God took a step forward, leaving the grand divine hall and swiftly heading toward a massive, distant star. It was the Red Sun Star, the core of the Crimson Sun civilization, akin to the Feixing of the Seven-Star civilization. Through the boundary domain channel on Red Sun Star, Lai Qing True God could quickly leave the Crimson Sun civilization plane. Then, he would head toward the Seven-Star civilization plane. The Immortal Ruins civilization, Juyin Star. As the planetary station of the Juyin Immortal sect, it was also the most central star of the current era of the Immortal Ruins civilization. Within the holy land of the sect, the Nine Clouds realm. In the sixth realm, there stood an incomparably grand structure. This was the divine hall of the current era of the Immortal Ruins civilization. If a significant event occurred, this would be the gathering hall for all the divines. Today, this great hall was open. 32 pseudo-gods had gathered, some in person, others via their consciousness. Perhaps outsiders believed that the current Immortal Ruins civilization had fewer than 30 pseudo-gods, but in truth, an ancient civilization always had some hidden powers. Everyone. The reason I have urgently convened a top-level council, Yan Lin pseudo-god spoke slowly, is that our Immortal Ruins civilization is facing a great calamity. A great calamity. What is it? Some pseudo-gods remained silent, while others were unclear about what was unfolding. This intelligence and the image, take a look for yourselves, said Yan Lin True God, who was present in person. Whoosh! He pointed at the void, and immediately a curtain of light gathered, presenting an abundance of intelligence to all the pseudo-gods. After reading, the pseudo-gods who had felt confused earlier were now utterly shocked and found the situation incredibly troublesome. How has Li Yuan's strength grown to such terrifying levels? Only 15 years have passed. If we had known earlier, why would we have initiated those two probing attacks? Yan Lin, you need to offer an explanation. Explanation for what? The fourth-level star realm where we bordered the Seven-Star civilization was originally an opportunity. A chance for us to seize the Nine Leaves Nine Mountains. At the time, the meeting reached a unanimous decision. Right. Back then, the information suggested Dongfang Ji had likely left the mortal domain. And yet, during the first probing battle, we were stopped by pseudo-god puppets, and Fang Hai erupted with strength nearly on par with the initial rank of a pseudo-god. At that time, Li Yuan didn't even appear. What should we do now? This Li Yuan seems far more monstrous than Dongfang Ji, a mere demigod capable of annihilating the myriad demons' civilization? Were the East demons just too incompetent? All the pseudo-gods found themselves in a predicament. It was proving far too difficult to handle. Everyone. Arguing over past rights and wrongs is useless. Yan Lin pseudo-god said in a low voice, what we need now is to decide whether to continue our hostile stance against the Seven-Star civilization or to improve our relations. The many pseudo-gods exchanged glances with one another. We wish to reconcile, but is the Seven-Star civilization willing to accept? Our prior invasion of Blue Star caused the loss of millions of lives. Li Yuan slaughtered the myriad demons' civilization down to the last, proving he is inherently a ruthless figure. Even if he agrees to reconcile now, how can we guarantee he won't retaliate in the future? One pseudo-god after another spoke, voicing their concerns. Suddenly, swoosh! A figure in a green robe emanating immense power flew into the divine hall and said in a low tone, everyone, stop arguing for now and see who can open the letter sent by the Seven-Star civilization's envoy. Whoosh! The green-robed figure waved his hand. A scroll descended into the center of the hall, held aloft by an invisible force that drew all eyes toward it. This letter. Putting on airs. Suzy, you can't open it? Several pseudo-gods, their consciousnesses descended, spoke. Unless brute force is used, I cannot open it. The green-robed figure replied softly, the mastery of spatial mysteries in this letter is far too profound. The Seven-Star Civilization's envoy claimed this letter was penned personally by Li Yuan. The figure added. This statement caused those present to change their expression significantly. Suzy's pseudo-god was already one of the strongest among the group of pseudo-gods, yet even he couldn't open it. Everyone turned their gaze towards Yan Lin's pseudo-god. Let me give it a try. Yan Lin's pseudo-god said softly, reaching out with his hand to grab the letter from thin air. Origin power surged as he attempted to unseal it. Swish swish swish, an invisible ripple instantly emanated from the letter. Although the energy wasn't overwhelming, it was incredibly intricate, and near-transparent secret runes surfaced across the letter's exterior, remaining entirely immovable. This scene made all the pseudo-gods' expressions shift drastically. Void forming into runes. What level of comprehension of spatial mysteries does this require? Yan Lin's pseudo-god was utterly stunned. Was this truly handwritten by Li Yuan? Or is it meant to intimidate us? His strength approached the limits of the pseudo-god level, and he believed himself to have considerable depth in researching spatial mysteries. Yet the spatial mastery displayed in this letter clearly surpassed him by far. He couldn't open it at all. Quietly, without warning. Whoosh! In the hall, phantom stars appeared out of nowhere. Their starlight shimmered, illuminating the entire hall, and the space seemed to distort. A figure in ornate attire stepped out from the twisted space. His entire being radiated with fiery light, his aura vast and overwhelming. His gaze swept across the room, and an invisible pressure made every pseudo-god present feel unprecedentedly oppressed. Kai Yan, old ancestor. Yan Lin, true god, immediately stood up. Old ancestor. True god. All the pseudo-gods rose to their feet, overwhelmed with excitement. This letter is meant for me. Kai Yan, true god's gaze landed on the scroll. Inside the grand divine hall. A mere demigod, yet he's attained such profound mastery of the mysteries of space? Kai Yan, true god, murmured. It seems his comprehension of the true intention of space has already reached considerable depth. In terms of spatial understanding, he might surpass even me. Kai Yan, true god, sighed. If we attempt to forcibly unravel it, this scroll might destroy itself. All the pseudo-gods held their breath. True intention of space? Among the 32 pseudo-gods present, though all had touched upon the mysteries of space, even the strongest, Yan Lin pseudo-god, was still far from converging the true intention of space. Ancestor, is it possible to unravel? Yan Lin pseudo-god cautiously asked. It is. Like a formation, breaking one is always easier than creating one. Kai Yan, true god, said softly. Whoosh! Flames suddenly flickered from his fingertips, threading into the scroll rolled tightly into a ball. The surrounding void subtly trembled, as though a volcano was ready to erupt at any moment. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Yet Kai Yan, true god, had cultivated for over 10,000 years and was remarkably adept, calming the turbulent void after merely a dozen seconds. Still, within the hall, none of the pseudo-gods displayed joy. For even a scroll proved so troublesome. How formidable was Li Yuan's true strength? Could he truly be just a demigod who had cultivated for mere decades? Swish! Kai Yan, true god, flicked his fingers, and the scroll finally unfurled completely, presenting itself before all the divine of the immortal ruins. Though the material of the scroll was unique, it was not particularly precious. Once entirely open, everyone could clearly see the content inscribed upon it. I have long heard of the renown of the immortal ruins civilization, yet it is an indisputable fact that you have invaded the territory of the Seven Stars, slaughtered our people. If you can offer compensation of 10,000 Fangshan crystals or equivalent treasures before the Seven-Star Civilization's commemorative ceremony, and withdraw from the Kunlun Star realm, then we may turn swords into plowshares and renew diplomatic ties. Otherwise, the shadow of Wan Mo's plight has yet to fade. The seemingly simple text was laden with threats, overflowing with threats. The immortal ruins civilization had only two choices: Pay 10,000 Fangshan crystals or go to war. Arrogant. 10,000 Fangshan crystals. Why doesn't he just rob us? A green-robed pseudo-god's face darkened in fury, shouting, "The puny 7 stars dare to threaten our immortal ruins. Ancestor, this Li Yuan is utterly presumptuous. How many years has it been since anyone in the mortal domain dared utter such threats against our immortal ruins civilization? This Li Yuan is excessively arrogant." One after another, the pseudo-gods displayed their fury. To them, no matter how strong Li Yuan was, he remained a demigod, and the 7-star civilization was undoubtedly weak. While the immortal ruins civilization was unquestionably the reigning overlord of the mortal domain. However, before Kai Yan True God could speak, swish. About 10 seconds after the scroll was unfolded, its words erupted in silver light, emitting a surge of energy that caused the faces of many pseudo-gods to change. Immediately, the scroll dissolved, and its text coalesced, forming directly into a hazy yet terrifying phantom of a divine spear. This conception burst forth instantaneously, too swift. So swift that even Kai Yan True God appeared caught off guard. Swish. Like an unseen long spear piercing through the vast sky, its sharpness boundless, causing a faintly visible space trace to appear in the hall. Paper as the spear shaft, words as the blade, it could tear the void. At this moment, the 10 previously clamoring pseudo-gods fell utterly silent as they witnessed this terrifying display. No mana embedded within, yet the sheer might of the conception alone leaves traces in the void. Yanlin pseudo-god stared dumbfounded at the space trace lingering in the air, stunned beyond measure. Ordinary paper and ink, yet such conception, such eruption, likely capable of obliterating some demigods. Yanlin pseudo-god mused, this falls under the realm of law treasure. He could sense that the discharged power was faint, unable to harm any of the pseudo-gods present. The key lay in the method of applying such conception, which entirely transcended their comprehension. Law treasures were typically forged by true gods, and Li Yuan? He was merely a demigod. Could he craft a law treasure? What level of mastery was this? How is this possible? The previously vocal pseudo-gods, all now had terror in their gazes. That strike was far too swift, swift enough to leave these pseudo-gods unable to react. Moreover, despite the scroll's eruption containing no origin power, its might was undeniable. A mere thought revealed the truth. If Li Yuan himself discharged his full power, what would the extent of such might be? True god-level combat secret skill? Underpinned by the true intention of space? Only Kai Yan True God, with a solemn expression, could discern the nature of the scroll's technique. Given his strength, he naturally wouldn't fear this move and could replicate it as well. The issue lay elsewhere. Reflecting on Li Yuan's youth, even Kai Yan True God felt troubled. Was this someone they truly wished to make an enemy of? Swoosh, as the space trace in the hall gradually faded, not a single pseudo-god dared raise the topic of war again. Ancestor, Yan Lin pseudo-god cautiously inquired. War is out of the question. Kai Yan True God spoke slowly, as stated in the scroll, prepare treasures equivalent to 10,000 Fangshan crystals and sign a treaty of friendship between the two civilizations. Our immortal ruins civilization managed to unravel this scroll. I believe Li Yuan will comprehend its implications. They relented. The numerous pseudo-gods felt stifled. None had anticipated that even someone as mighty as a true god would choose to lower their head. Very well, aside from Yan Lin, everyone else may leave. Kai Yan True God said softly. Understood. Soon, the entire divine hall was left with only Kai Yan True God and Yan Lin Pseudo-God. Ancestor. Yan Lin Pseudo-God bowed with utmost reverence. Yan Lin, do you not understand why, years ago, I suddenly stirred the battle of the Kunlun star realm and invaded the earth of the 7-star civilization? Kai Yan True God smiled faintly. The decisions of the ancestor are beyond question for Yan Lin. Yan Lin Pseudo-God replied. Beyond questioning. That means there is doubt. Kai Yan True God sighed lightly. Earlier, I refrained from explaining because the situation hadn't reached that point. Telling you now doesn't matter. Do you know which divine court force my immortal ruined civilization's predecessors joined? Asked Kai Yan True God. Wandao Divine Court, Yan Lin Pseudo God answered swiftly. This particular knowledge might be unknown to many demigods of the immortal ruined civilization, but the pseudo-gods understood it clearly. Correct. Generations of predecessors from my immortal ruined civilization forged their way into the divine realm, enduring hardships, and established a divine kingdom, the East Cloud Divine Country, within the Mohe Star domain of the divine realm. Kai Yan True God spoke gravely. This is the foundation of our immortal ruined civilization in the divine realm. Yan Lin Pseudo-God nodded gently. Across countless centuries, whenever pseudo-gods from the immortal ruins civilization traveled to the divine realm, they first joined the East Cloud Divine Country, and later sought membership in Wandao Divine Court. Similarly, every 10,000 years, high-ranking members of the East Cloud Divine Country would dispatch pseudo-gods back to the mortal domain to retrieve significant treasures. For the East Cloud Divine Country, the immortal ruined civilization served as a retreat in the mortal domain, a vital foundation. Such was the reason for the immortal ruined civilization's enduring prosperity. For powerful civilizations in the mortal domain, establishing connections within the divine realm became an eventual pursuit. This was commonplace. But how does this connect to the war with the Seven-Star Civilization? Over a decade ago, a strong figure from the East Cloud Divine Country encountered Dongfang Ji in the Mohe Star domain. Kai Yan True God spoke softly. Dongfang Ji appeared to have joined the Chaos Divine Court, and the two sides engaged in intense conflict. The specifics of the conflict are of little importance. What? Yan Lin Pseudo-God was shocked, beginning to grasp the deeper implications. The immortal ruined civilization maintained regular contact with the East Cloud Divine Country, often reporting information from the mortal domain. Intel regarding figures like Dongfang Ji and Li Yuan had long been relayed to the East Cloud Divine Country. Ever since then, the East Cloud Divine Country has maintained significant interest in Dongfang Ji. Kai Yan True God noted solemnly. Soon after, their leadership confirmed through Wandao Divine Court's intelligence network that Dongfang Ji had become a Golden Garment demigod of Wandao Divine Court. Golden Garment demigod. Yan Lin Pseudo-God's eyes glimmered with confusion. He was unfamiliar with the significance of the Golden Garment and Purple Garment ranks. In short, with Dongfang Ji as a precedent, it's highly likely that Li Yuan will also proceed to the Divine Realms soon to join the Chaos Divine Court. The Seven-Star Civilization is destined to become a branch of the Chaos Divine Court. Kai Yan True God said softly. If their members merely achieve True God status, that's acceptable. But if they ascend to the rank of Heavenly Divine, I've already discerned the truth. The Seven-Star Civilization possesses immense potential. The Burial Immortal Ancient Domain alone is a treasure trove. Given sufficient time, the Seven-Star Civilization will continue to grow and expand, ultimately surpassing our immortal ruined civilization entirely. Might there be other geniuses like Dongfang Ji and Li Yuan in their future? Even if a group of prodigies at Fang Hai's level were to emerge, it would be a nightmare for our immortal ruined civilization. Kai Yan True God declared. Yan Lin Pseudo-God nodded solemnly in agreement. The resources within the mortal domain are finite. Much like how the immortal ruins civilization originally rose to power by occupying numerous treasure lands within the starry sky-space rift, when the Seven-Star Civilization grows stronger, conflicts between the two are inevitable. Their gain is your loss. Thus, when the Kunlun Star Realm passage entrance upgraded, and you issued the order to attack, you aimed to strike while Dongfang Ji was away, to annihilate the Seven-Star Civilization. Yan Lin Pseudo-God couldn't help but ask. Indeed. However, I hadn't anticipated the Seven-Star Civilization to leave more than one pseudo-god puppet behind, nor that Fang Hai's strength would be even greater, nor that the Origin Power Array would be reactivated. Kai Yan True God sighed. Ultimately, the immortal ruins civilization resorted to deploying the Void Qianyuan formation. Despite this, their probing battle ended in failure. Ancestor. Given this outcome, do we still send the 20 million Fangshan crystals? Yan Lin Pseudo-God wondered aloud. Send them. The next spatial window period is approaching. At most 100 years away. Kai Yan True God's eyes glinted coldly. When the time comes, the East Cloud Divine Country and Wandao Divine Court's Mohe branch will mobilize their forces to seize the treasures within the burial immortal ancient domain, descending upon the mortal domain with overwhelming power. The ensuing battle over these treasures promises to be even more terrifying than the war 10,000 years ago. They will bring with them a contingent of formidable demigods, as well as more god-level battle formations. For now, we submit to confuse the seven-star civilization, to make them believe we do not dare oppose them. Once Li Yuan departs, only Fang Hai and those few pseudo-god puppets would remain. They wouldn't be able to stop our immortal ruins civilization. Kai Yan True God spoke slowly. The ancestors' wisdom is unparalleled. Yan Lin Pseudo-God expressed deference. He now understood. By momentarily yielding, as long as Li Yuan does not perceive the immortal ruins civilization as a threat, he would naturally proceed to the divine realm without worry. When the spatial window period arrives, by then, Li Yuan and Dongfang Ji would likely still be cultivating within the Chaos Divine Court, perhaps still at the demigod stage, entirely incapable of imagining a return to the mortal domain. Thus, the immortal ruins civilization would be able to decide the fate of battle, the final destruction of the seven-star civilization. The passage to the Nine Leaves Nine Mountains would fall under the control of the immortal ruins civilization. Ancestor. If this plan proceeds, would Dongfang Ji or Li Yuan eventually ascend to heavenly divine status? Would they return to seek retribution? Yan Lin Pseudo-God hesitated. Ascend to heavenly divine. Becoming a heavenly divine is unimaginably difficult. Kai Yan True God shook his head. By the time they reach that level, it would be at least 1,000 years later. Besides, if we do nothing and allow them to ascend, would they tolerate our existence? We must strike first. Kai Yan True God's tone was indifferent. During the war 10,000 years ago, I joined the divine battles under the guidance of Wandao Divine Court's elders. It was no different then. At worst, if we successfully seize the supreme treasures within the burial immortal ancient domain, our immortal ruins civilization could relocate entirely to the divine realm. Kai Yan True God stated. Go now, and appease the many pseudo-gods. Understood. Yan Lin Pseudo-God dared not ask further and left the great hall. Within the hall, only Kai Yan True God remained, murmuring to himself. The immortal ruins civilization? Civilizations mean nothing to me. 10,000 years ago, by exploiting chaos, I secured exotic treasures and attained True God status. In Kai Yan True God's eyes was a trace of yearning. If I can obliterate the seven-star civilization and utilize the shortcut to the burial immortal ancient domain, perhaps there lies a chance for me to ascend to heavenly divine. Ascension to heavenly divine surpassed all else in his heart. The sole concern is that Lai Ching. Kai Yan True God's gaze flickered with killing intent, but he retreated to his hometown thousands of years ago and should have weak ties with the Chaos Divine Court. He might remain uninformed about Dongfang Ji's affairs. He could only gamble that Lai Ching True God would stay uninvolved, that Li Yuan would leave swiftly, and that the seven-star civilization could one day be annihilated. The envoy heading toward the Myriad Dawn civilization from the Immortal Ruins civilization had yet to return. But the responses from these two civilizations had already reached the seven-star civilization swiftly. Now known to its highest ranks, in the skies above Faxing, in Phylon City. Li Yuan, the Myriad Dawn civilization has agreed to attend the ceremony and seeks to atone with an offering of 10,000 Fangshan crystals? Fang Hai asked. The Immortal Ruins civilization likewise intends to attend, offering an apology with a tribute of 100,000 Fangshan crystals. It seems both civilizations fear you now, Fang Hai chuckled. Indeed. Li Yuan's face lacked any joy. The Myriad Dawn civilization poses no threat, but the Immortal Ruins civilization warrants caution. Oh, Fang Hai appeared puzzled. The Myriad Dawn civilization didn't open my handwritten missive. They simply handed it back to the envoy unaltered. Li Yuan shook his head. But the Immortal Ruins civilization didn't return the missive. Instead, they complied exactly as my letter demanded. compensating our 7-star civilization with 100,000 Fangshan crystals. This implies the Immortal Ruins civilization harbors someone capable of deciphering my missive, Li Yuan said slowly. Your missive is challenging to decrypt? Fang Hai couldn't suppress his curiosity. Extremely challenging, Li Yuan said in deliberation. Under normal circumstances, it should require a true god to decipher. Fang Hai was shocked to his core. A true god? While the 3 major first-rate civilizations might allegedly have true gods, these claims were largely speculative. In theory, at least 1,000 pseudo-gods are needed to bring forth a single true god. With just a few hundred planets in a territory, it's difficult to consistently produce true gods over generations. Suddenly, Fang Hai's expression turned to one of astonishment. Li Yuan, a true god has arrived. Their presence is already at the exit of the plane passage outside the realm. A true god? Who? Li Yuan was equally surprised. It's Lai Qing, true god, from the Crimson Sun civilization. Fang Hai said, unable to hide his amazement. He claims to have news of your teacher and wants to invite us to join the Chaos Divine Court. Dongfang Alliance leader's news? Li Yuan's heart stirred. Principal, let's go meet him. Boom. Boom. 2 streaks of radiance cut through the thick earth layers, charging deeper into the ground with tireless momentum. Soil, rock, fluid, magma. After delving over 10,000 kilometers below the surface, Li Yuan and Fang Hai finally arrived in an enigmatic space hidden within the darkness. Can you sense what's ahead? Fang Hai asked in a hushed voice. Yes. Li Yuan nodded, as an intangible force repelled the chaotic matter in all directions, keeping all distractions away from the pair. Li Yuan's divine sense could detect the colossal vortex ahead, ring after ring of swirling forces, tearing apart anything daring to come close. This was a might powerful enough to threaten a demigod. So this is the plane passage? With such power, it stirs space itself. Li Yuan murmured softly, who would have imagined that the depths of Faxing would reveal such a sight? Logically, a vortex of this magnitude should be capable of shredding an entire planet, yet the plane's origin instead protects Faxing. It's truly difficult to fathom. Nature's order operates with intrinsic wonder. Fang Hai nodded. Passing through this plane passage will lead us directly to the starry sky-space rift. Only those with demigod-level strength can normally traverse a plane passage, Fang Hai added. Li Yuan nodded lightly. To leave a dimensional plane, there are 4 routes. The first is to follow the plane passage, typically located at the plane's core, offering the speediest exit. The second involves flying continuously toward the plane's edge, eventually passing through the boundary's starry sky membrane to escape, though this is the slowest. The third way is through advanced star realms. The fourth method is sensing the plane's origin and utilizing weak spatial points in the plane, allowing for rapid departure, though this generally requires a void god realm level. Principal, we don't need to meet in person. If the law projection descends, we can interact with Lai Qing anyhow. Li Yuan proposed, we should exercise caution. All right. Fang Hai nodded. Without hesitation, the two plunged into the vortex. Whoosh! 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 The swirling vortex of the plane passage brimmed with astonishing force, but it posed no threat to the pair. Occasionally visible rifts in space could be spotted, yet these cracks were shielded by invisible forces. As native life forms of the plane, we are protected by the origin. These spatial rifts won't affect us, Fang Hai explained in a deep voice. For outsiders attempting entry, these rifts become fatal threats due to their rejection. Even true gods cannot force their way in, Li Yuan said softly. The dimensional plane serves as a cradle of life, shielding us. The stronger the being attempting entry, the greater the rejection. Unless one's might overwhelms the repulsion threshold set by the plane's origin. Heavenly Divine. With the power of a heavenly divine, suppressing the plane's origin becomes trivial, granting easy entry anywhere. Li Yuan mused inwardly. Even hiding within one's home plane would be futile. Thus, when a mortal domain births a heavenly divine, unification becomes readily achievable. Fang Hai and Li Yuan moved forward steadily through the passage for quite some time. We're nearing the exit, Li Yuan suddenly halted, speaking softly. Furthermore, I've already sensed the presence of that Lai Qing true god. You've sensed him? Fang Hai exclaimed. Despite being vastly distant, Fang Hai could scarcely perceive the exit's location. As for anything beyond the exit, it remained a blurry mystery. The pair advanced a bit further, reaching the edge of the passage's exit, where hints of the dazzling starry sky beyond the vortex could be discerned with their naked eyes. And there, the numerous starry sky wormholes. Passing through these starry sky wormholes enables swift arrival at various mortal domain locations, Fang Hai said with a smile. Otherwise, relying purely on flight would take tens or even hundreds of thousands of years to traverse the mortal domain. Li Yuan's gaze fell upon the starry sky wormholes. Hundreds of wormholes, some large, some small, each subtly distorting the fabric of space, emanating an aura of mystique. These wormholes were a product of nature's order, formed naturally through the cosmos. Indeed, the abundance of wormholes facilitated communication between countless plane civilizations. Lai Qing true god is over there. Li Yuan's gaze focused thousands of kilometers away. A towering figure, nearly 100 meters tall, was seated cross-legged in the void. I can sense him too. He's not concealing his presence, Fang Hai said in a low voice. In the starry expanse, staying near these plane passages feels so oppressive. Lai Qing true god muttered helplessly, aware of the overwhelming repulsion forces pressing against him from all sides. Fighting here would severely diminish his true capabilities. Suddenly, Lai Qing true god turned sharply, gazing at the nearby area where two faint law forces had been stirred. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two phantoms stepped across the starry sky, arriving before him in an instant. This was the subtle efficacy of the 8th stage law will. Within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, a single thought could manifest, law projections. Naturally, these were mere projections with feeble strength, barely capable of reaching flying heaven realm levels. However, as law projections, they had a unique advantage. Material attacks found them difficult to obliterate. Li Yuan, Fang Hai, Lai Qing true god smiled at the two phantoms before him. Senior Lai Qing. Fang Hai greeted with a cupped hand salute. Senior Lai Qing. Li Yuan's demeanor was far more casual. Please, sit. Lai Qing true god smiled, waving his hand to summon two jade platforms before them. Li Yuan and Fang Hai were unreserved, for even their projections represented their stature, and they sat down directly. Li Yuan, my young friend, annihilating the myriad demons' civilization in one battle, remarkable indeed, Lai Qing true god said with admiration. I've already seen the combat images. Your strength likely rivals the pseudo-god limit. For a demigod to possess pseudo-god limit power, even in the far-reaching divine realm, you'd be considered a top-tier prodigy, Lai Qing true god sighed. Your words are too kind, senior. Li Yuan chuckled, compared to you, I am not worth mentioning. For you to cultivate into a true god within the mortal domain is an achievement we greatly admire as well, Li Yuan noted. It was different. Lai Qing true god shook his head. Back then, I ventured and fought in the divine realm, barely achieving true god status by chance. You've been to the divine realm? Li Yuan's eyes gleamed. The mortal domain and divine realm typically only connect once every 10,000 years. Which meant this man had been a true god for over 10,000 years? Yes. Were it not so, how else would I have joined the Chaos Divine Court and obtained the Golden Garment Token? With the Golden Garment Token, I could communicate with the upper echelon of the Mohei branch within the Chaos Divine Court. Lai Qing true god smiled. Otherwise, staying in the mortal domain, how would I have come to know Dongfang Ji's whereabouts? You claim to know my teacher's whereabouts? Dongfang Ji pressed further. Indeed. Lai Qing true god said, as far as I know, Dongfang Ji is already a golden garment semi-divine within the Chaos Divine Court. In the Chaos Divine Court, typically only true gods qualify to obtain the Golden Garment Token. For Dongfang Ji, even as a golden garment semi-divine, his status equates to that of a true god. Lai Qing true god said with seriousness, and that was information from more than 10 years ago. By now, Dongfang Ji may well have advanced to become a purple garment semi-divine. A purple garment semi-divine commands such high status that it rivals true God limit experts. Lai Ching True God remarked. I received the information after reporting news of Li Yuan. Through interactions with an inspector, I discovered Dongfang Ji's truth. Lai Ching True God stated. Li Yuan and Fang Hai exchanged a glance, their trust in his words increasing by 80%. Their knowledge of Dongfang Ji's status as a golden garment semi-divine within Chaos Divine Court was a secret known only to the two of them. Even Land was unaware. Yet, Lai Ching True God revealed this effortlessly. Senior Lai Ching, your earlier transmission, was it an invitation for us to join the Chaos Divine Court? Li Yuan inquired. Indeed. Dongfang Ji being a golden garment semi-divine confirms your credibility, Lai Ching True God smiled. With your strength, Li Yuan, joining the court, and entering the divine realm, you could rapidly advance to become a purple garment semi-divine after passing certain assessments. As for Fang Hai, your cultivation time being under a century, if you join, achieving golden garment semi-divine status is highly feasible, Lai Ching True God stated. His words held truth. Though Fang Hai lacked the extraordinary talent of Li Yuan and Dongfang Ji, he was still comparable to the semi-divine saint heirs of Ju Xing continent. It was only due to constraints surrounding his cultivation time and external circumstances that he hadn't shone equally brightly. Senior. We cannot entirely believe your words. Dongfang Alliance leader has indeed ventured into the divine realm, and an enemy faction may know of his whereabouts as well. Li Yuan smiled. If you want to earn our trust, you must first make a law oath. Additionally, as a golden garment true God, you should possess a golden garment token. Li Yuan continued, we need to verify it. Li Yuan's intelligence informed him, the golden garment token and purple garment token bound intrinsically to their owner's soul would shatter upon their death. Fabrication was nearly impossible. Making a law oath is not difficult. Lai Ching True God's eyes flashed with traces of doubt, but even if I present the golden garment token, could you truly authenticate it? We have our ways. Li Yuan smiled. It only depends on whether Senior is willing. Very well. I can make a law oath proving my statements are genuine. Lai Ching True God nodded. Without delay, he made the oath. An overwhelming wave of law fluctuation descended, increasing Fang Hai and Li Yuan's conviction, though not entirely convincing them. After all, a law oath was merely a form of constraint. While it impacted cultivation, certain entities like pseudo-gods or true gods facing perpetual stagnation cared little for such oaths. Whoosh! Lai Ching True God flipped his palm, producing a golden token. The token's front bore intricate carvings of swirling currents, among which resided an imposing star. Its back depicted a golden mountain silhouette. The token exuded a primordial and age-old aura. It's the golden garment token. Fang Hai and Li Yuan both affirmed simultaneously. Li Yuan had glimpsed Lu Bing's golden garment token, and Fang Hai had seen Dongfang Ji's. This token mirrored them identically. Senior Lai Ching, you may put the token away. Li Yuan grinned. We believe you now. Good. Lai Ching True God smiled. Will you now consider joining the Chaos Divine Court? We cannot join. Li Yuan shook his head. Why not? Are you toying with me? Lai Ching True God's eyes glimmered with faint anger. He felt his stance had been more than accommodating. Presenting tokens, making law oaths, the effort was considerable. Not to mention that powerful figures generally disliked making law oaths. Senior, please calm down. Li Yuan smiled. It's not that we are unwilling to join. Rather, we are already members of the Chaos Divine Court. Senior, kindly wait one moment. Lai Ching True God's mind blanked. Mere seconds later. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two radiant streaks pierced the starry sky as Li Yuan and Fang Hai's true bodies approached. The two law projections seated on the jade platforms dissipated concurrently. Senior Lai Ching, here, take a look. Fang Hai flipped his palm, revealing a silver token in his grasp. A silver garment member? Lai Ching True God's eyes flickered with astonishment. Senior, this is my identity token. Li Yuan turned his hand, revealing a faintly purple token. The pale purple token emanated an aura of nobility, resembling a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. A purple garment token? How is this possible? Lai Ching True God's eyes widened in shock, his thoughts an ocean of turbulent waves. Lai Ching True God originally believed Li Yuan and Fang Hai were unwilling to join the Chaos Divine Court. Who could have expected that the two were already part of the core membership? Especially since what Li Yuan revealed was a purple garment token. Indeed, Lai Ching True God considered Li Yuan to possess the strength of a purple-robed demigod, but having such ability and actually achieving that status were entirely different matters. It's unlikely. If Li Yuan were a purple-robed demigod, news should have already reached the Mohei branch. The entire Divine Court headquarters probably has no more than a few dozen purple-robed demigods. Lai Ching True God's mind raced with countless thoughts. At the Mohei branch of the Chaos Divine Court, it takes an average of tens of thousands of years to produce a single purple-robed demigod. If one emerged, they would surely be treated with the utmost importance. Moreover, Li Yuan's strength is indeed formidable, but he has always remained in the mortal domain. How did he become a purple-robed demigod? Lai Ching True God pondered endlessly. And Fang Hai, does he also have a silver garment token? To achieve the status of silver garment semi-divine, one must at least belong to the core tier demigods at the Mohei branch. The space window has not yet opened, it's impossible for them to have entered the divine realm. Lai Ching True God swiftly eliminated several possibilities. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Is it the burial immortal ancient domain? Lai Ching True God's gaze locked onto Li Yuan and Fang Hai, and he couldn't help but say, within the outskirts of the burial immortal ancient domains, 9 mountains 9 leaves, is there a way to become core members of the Chaos Divine Court? This was the only plausible explanation Lai Ching True God could come up with. The burial immortal ancient domain was profoundly enigmatic. Lai Ching True God had personally experienced the divine war there a millennium ago and was well aware of its mysteries. Lai Ching Sr., your insight is indeed remarkable, Li Yuan said with a faint smile. Though Li Yuan didn't explicitly confirm it, the implication in his words was already an acknowledgement. So you're saying Dongfang Ji also became a Golden Garment member in the 9 Mountains 9 Leaves before heading to the Divine Realm? Lai Ching True God speculated further. He had been slightly puzzled before. Normally, even if someone is exceptionally talented, such as Dongfang Ji, a genius from the mortal domain, they would need to pass many trials to become a core member of the Divine Court. How could he have risen so quickly? Now it all became clear to him. Senior, regarding my teacher, we truly don't know much, Fang Hai said with a smile. Shall we discuss the current situation instead? Although Lai Ching True God was also a member of the Chaos Divine Court, Fang Hai didn't trust him completely. Even within the Divine Court, powerhouses often engaged in deadly rivalries. Especially since both parties were situated in the same mortal domain, which naturally added a layer of hostility. Haha, all right, I won't press further. Let's talk about the present, Lai Ching True God chuckled. Since you two are already core members of the Chaos Divine Court, especially you, Li Yuan, being a purple-robed demigod, then many matters will be smoother to discuss. Senior, please speak. Li Yuan replied. No need to call me Senior. You are a Purple Garment member, so I should address you as Divine Son instead. Lai Ching True God said with a smile. Divine Son? Fang Hai asked curiously from the side. You don't know? Lai Ching True God replied, confused. Fang Hai shook his head, and Li Yuan did the same. Although Li Yuan had studied numerous materials left behind by Chu Bingzhen and Ji Yuju, the information regarding the Chaos Divine Court was sparse. Even though he had visited the Divine Emperor Island, Senior Xing had never mentioned detailed data about the Chaos Divine Court. Thus, there were indeed many things the two were unaware of regarding the hidden aspects of the Divine Court. It seems I wasn't mistaken. You two must have earned your status in one of the Divine Court's external test sites, Lai Ching True God said. Considering this, the burial immortal ancient domain must be under the manipulation of a terrifying presence within our Chaos Divine Court. Yet, until now, I was entirely unaware, Lai Ching True God sighed. Even the higher-ups at the Mohe branch seem uninformed. Li Yuan listened without much surprise. The divine realm was unfathomably vast. According to the information he had, each star domain governed thousands to tens of thousands of mortal domains. Across the entire divine realm, which had evolved and expanded through countless eras, over 10,000 star domains had been formed. In other words, the mortal domain alone numbered in the hundreds of millions. And what about the burial immortal ancient domains? To date, there were merely 36 of them. They were gradually established over countless ages. What became of the previous 35 burial immortal ancient domains? Whether they still operated was a mystery. It was entirely normal for them to remain unknown. When it comes to the plans of the Age God Emperor, not even the heavenly divines of the Divine Court headquarters might be aware. Senior, the burial immortal ancient domain is indeed mysterious, but we didn't enter the ancient domain. You don't need to fish for information from us, Li Yuan said with a smile. The burial immortal ancient domain was divided into two main regions, the ancient domain and 9 mountains 9 leaves. 9 mountains 9 leaves could only be explored by those below the level of deities. This was why the 7-star civilization referred to the star realms leading to 9 mountains 9 leaves as the 9 leaves star realm and 9 mountains star realm. A millennium ago during the Divine War, the gods had all ventured into the ancient domain. Very well. Lai Ching True God said, it's said that in the Chaos Divine Court headquarters, golden-robed semi-divines and purple-robed semi-divines, such extraordinary geniuses, reside on source firestars, with purple-robed semi-divines being the most revered. They're even referred to as purple-garment divine sons. I've only heard of this. After all, I've never encountered a living purple-garment divine son before, Lai Ching True God laughed. So, Li Yuan, don't address me as senior. Call me Lai Ching or Lai Ching True God, that will suffice. All right. Li Yuan didn't force the matter. The more powerful an organization, the stricter its internal hierarchy and the greater attention it paid to designations. Li Yuan, Fang Hai, I hope our two civilizations can form an alliance, Lai Ching True God added, a genuine alliance. Alliance? Li Yuan and Fang Hai exchanged a glance. Civilization alliances weren't uncommon in the mortal domain. However, most were superficial and insincere. Those capable of mutual trust were rare. Lai Ching Sr., while we're all part of the Chaos Divine Court, we weren't acquainted before, Fang Hai said. Forming an alliance must benefit both sides. This is only natural. What I seek is quite simple, Lai Ching True God said. The rise of Kaiyang civilization has been brief, unlike the deep foundation of the Immortal Ruins civilization. I harbor no grand ambitions. I merely hope that, when the day comes that you ascend to Heavenly God and unify the mortal domain, you can grant Kaiyang civilization's plane a certain level of independence, rather than completely assimilating or even annihilating it. And in exchange, I can provide you with all the intelligence I possess about the mortal domain, Lai Ching True God said. Additionally, whether it is Li Yuan Divine Son or Fang Hai, the sooner you head to the Divine Court headquarters for cultivation, the more beneficial it will be for your future. I can promise that, when you leave, I will spare no effort to ensure the safety of the 7-star civilization. I still have over 6,000 years of lifespan remaining, Lai Ching True God added. Li Yuan understood. What Lai Ching True God sought was merely the continuation of his civilization. Li Yuan, I think we can agree to this, Fang Hai transmitted privately to Li Yuan. His request is not excessive. Lai Ching True God, Li Yuan said directly, if that is all, I can represent the 7-star civilization in agreeing to your alliance proposal. The 7-star civilization was still too weak, and Li Yuan could not afford further delays. As for Fang Hai, Li Yuan also hoped that the principal could accompany him to the divine realm. Only at the Divine Court's core could they receive the best nurturing. Even leaving behind a pseudo-god middle-rank puppet and a large cache of treasures was not absolutely safe. Cases like Lai Feng's semi-divine's recent peril made it clear. In the future, should the seven-star civilization's demigods venture into the starry skyspace rift and come into conflict with hostile forces, strong allies from Kaiyang civilization would make a significant difference. On the other hand, if they rejected Li Qing true god's goodwill, it could lead to mistrust between them, or even secretive actions by Li Qing true god to harm them. Very well. Then let us each swear an oath upon the law, Li Qing true god said with a smile. Soon enough, Li Qing true god, Li Yuan, and Fang Hai each swore their respective oaths upon the law. As the majestic fluctuations of three laws descended, the two sides naturally grew closer. Additionally, for the alliance and your identities, I must request an inspector to bear witness, Li Qing true god said. An inspector? Li Yuan and Fang Hai were momentarily taken aback. Inspectors are always purple garment true gods, Li Qing true god explained. In the Mohe branch, there are only about 10 inspectors, each and every one wielding boundless power. All right. Li Yuan nodded. Li Qing true god turned his palm over, revealing a crystal ball glowing with fiery light. Pa! The crystal ball shattered. Huala! Flames shot out in all directions, eventually converging into a fiery phantom. In just a moment, the fiery phantom opened its eyes, its gaze brimming with the light of wisdom. Li Qing, reaching out to me so soon? Inspector Ni Hu, Li Qing true god greeted respectfully. This is Li Yuan divine son, and this is Fang Hai semi-divine. Greetings, Inspector. Li Yuan and Fang Hai bowed slightly to show respect. Divine son? The fiery phantom was momentarily startled. Inspector, there is no need to invite Li Yuan divine son to join. He is already a purple garment semi-divine. Li Qing true god quickly explained the situation. This left Ni Hu true god astonished. He once again verified Li Yuan and Fang Hai's identity tokens, confirming their authenticity. So it is true, Ni Hu true god remarked, looking at Li Yuan. Li Yuan, I will promptly report to the Divine Court headquarters. Once confirmed, the Mohe branch will make the necessary arrangements. Additionally, regarding your identities, apart from Li Qing, do not disclose them to anyone else, Ni Hu true god warned. Li Yuan and Fang Hai both nodded slightly. When do you plan to set out for the Divine Realm? Ni Hu true god asked further. At most 10 years. Once we have settled our home civilization, we will go, Li Yuan replied vaguely. Understood. Ni Hu true god, hearing them mention their home civilization, did not press further. The semi-divine realm is a critical stage on the path of cultivation. For you to possess such strength in merely a few decades, if you head to the Divine Court headquarters, I imagine you will grow even stronger. Best to hurry. Before heading to the Divine Realm, remember to have Li Qing true god contact me, Ni Hu true god instructed. I will arrange for someone to receive you. All right. Li Yuan agreed with a nod. Li Qing, Ni Hu true god privately transmitted, now that you have become allies, do assist them. It will also benefit your home civilization. Thank you for the reminder, Inspector, Li Qing true god responded. Very well. Li Yuan, Fang Hai, I shall await your arrival in the Divine Realm, Ni Hu true god said with a smile. He showed no airs even when addressing Fang Hai. If Fang Hai had taken 500 years to achieve such strength, Ni Hu true god would not have cared. But given Fang Hai's age, Ni Hu true god believed he had the potential to reach a similar level to himself in the future. The fiery phantom dissipated. With time, Li Qing true god gradually relayed all the intelligence he possessed about the mortal domain to Li Yuan and Fang Hai. The locations of treasure lands, intelligence on various civilizations. All of it greatly expanded Li Yuan and Fang Hai's horizons. Despite a century having passed, with Dongfang Ji venturing through various territories and acquiring valuable intelligence, and Li Yuan's destruction of myriad demons civilization yielding a trove of data, it still paled compared to the Kaiyang civilization. After all, Kaiyang civilization, over the last 100,000 years, had successively birthed 5 true gods. Its peak fortunes and vast territories were self-evident. Far beyond what myriad demons civilization could compare to. This extensive intelligence also included detailed information on the Immortal Ruins civilization. The current leader of the Immortal Ruins civilization is a true god named Kai Yan. Li Yuan expressed his shock upon seeing this piece of information. Kai Yan, true god? Li Yuan murmured softly, indeed. Lai Qing, true god, nodded. This Kai Yan, true god, during the Gods' War 10,000 years ago, was only a pseudo-god. At the time, he accompanied powerful figures from Wandao Divine Court who descended to battle, receiving numerous benefits. Later, as those divines gradually departed, most of their home planes were not within the mortal domain. Kai Yan remained in the mortal domain and managed to break through to become a true god. Until today, he still hasn't set foot in the divine realm. For thousands of years, neither of us has been able to do anything to the other. Lai Qing, true god, said. His lair is located in the depths of the Xing, a treasure land called Flame River. Obviously, Lai Qing, true god, knows Kai Yan, true god, very well. Have you fought him? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. Several times. Lai Qing, true god, sighed. There's no other choice. Each of us is the leader of a civilization, with demigods and pseudo-gods under our command fighting and killing for treasures. Sometimes we have to intervene. The more often it happens, the more fights naturally ensue. Both of us are at the true god initial rank level, but in general, his power is slightly inferior to mine, Lai Qing, true god, said. However, it's still difficult for me to kill him. I don't want to risk my life, Lai Qing, true god, admitted. Li Yuan nodded unconsciously. When strengths are evenly matched, a fight to the death becomes unpredictable. Li Yuan, it's him. It's Kai Yan. Back during the fierce battle on the outskirts of the ancient domain, it was a team of divine squad that ambushed my father. It turns out it was a squad from the Wandao Divine Court. Li Yuan heard Ji Yuyu's voice in his mind, growing agitated and carrying a trace of madness. The one who killed the true phoenix was Kai Yan. At the time, he was only a pseudo-god. I thought he had long since died of old age, but surprisingly, he ascended to the true god realm. Li Yuan, the one who killed my father, must be one of the true gods in the Wandao Divine Court squad, Ji Yuyu urgently transmitted. Li Yuan, ask Lai Qing, true god, more about it. He was already a true god during the battle 10,000 years ago. He might know something. Ask him if he knows the king of the Giant Valley Divine Country. Giant Valley Divine Country? Li Yuan transmitted back, puzzled. The divine kingdom developed by my father in the Mohe Star domain was called Giant Valley Divine Country, and back then he also used the title Ancient Flame True God. Ji Yu urgently transmitted again. Her heart was desperate. 10,000 years. This was the closest she had ever been to the truth. All right. Sister Ji Yu, don't worry. As long as there's an opportunity, I'll do my utmost to help Master avenge himself. Li Yuan transmitted back. Lai Qing, true god, Li Yuan directly asked. I want to consult you on something. Do you know of Ancient Flame True God? Lai Qing, true god, hesitated, his eyes flashing with surprise. You know Ancient Flame True God? His provided data didn't include specific details about the battle of 10,000 years ago, only a few mentions. After all, that war was long past. Yes. Li Yuan nodded. I know him. Lai Qing, true god's thoughts flickered before continuing. Ancient Flame True God is the king of the Mohe Star domains, Giant Valley Divine Country. His power is extremely formidable. He was quite renowned in the Mohe Star domain. His strength far surpassed mine, a true god initial rank expert. Among the true gods of a star domain, there are tens of thousands, and I am just an insignificant existence among them. Lai Qing, true god, elaborated. During the divine battle 10,000 years ago, Ancient Flame True God also descended into this mortal domain and entered it alive. He was one of the most stunning figures of that battle. But eventually, the team he led encountered a squad from the Wandao Divine Court. The Wandao Divine Court squad was led by the Qing Mo True God. Lai Qing, true god's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Qing Mo True God was a Myriad Stars True God. Myriad Stars True God? Li Yuan was slightly startled. The Chaos Divine Court categorizes statuses by Black Garment, Silver Garment, golden garment, and purple garment. Meanwhile, the Wandao Divine Court ranks by 10 stars, 100 stars, 1,000 stars, and myriad stars. A true god who can hold the title of myriad stars is likely a true god limit expert. Back then, I was following the Chaos Divine Court team. Later, I learned that Ancient Flame True God was killed by Qing Mo True God. Lai Qing True God solemnly confirmed. Do you confirm this? Li Yuan pressed. Confirmed, Lai Qing True God replied. Li Yuan sighed inwardly and transmitted, Sister, you should have heard all this. The killer is Qing Mo True God of the Wandao Divine Court, Li Yuan transmitted. Yes, I've heard. I've heard, Ji Yu's voice trembled slightly. Inside the ancient divine palace, the main hall. Father. A girl clad in white trembled slightly, her eyes seemingly filled with tears that refused to fall. Father. Though she was the artifact origin, in her heart, Ancient Flame True God was no different from a real father. Whoosh. A blurry phantom condensed. It was Li Yuan's divine sense manifestation. Looking at Ji Yu's state, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. After spending so much time together, Li Yuan was fully aware of Ji Yu's feelings for Ancient Flame True God. Sister. If Qing Mo True God still lives, once I reach the divine realm, I'll think of a way to avenge Master Ancient Flame, Li Yuan spoke softly. Though Li Yuan had never met Ancient Flame True God and felt no deep connection, he was filled with gratitude. Without the inheritances left behind by Ancient Flame True God, Li Yuan doubted he could have grown so swiftly. Li Yuan, then I leave it to you, Ji Yu said. But don't act recklessly, it's possible that Qing Mo has already aged and died. If he hasn't died, he was already a true god limit expert 10,000 years ago, now, he's likely even stronger. While she longed for revenge for Ancient Flame True God, she was more concerned about Li Yuan's safety. Sister, don't worry. I will act with careful discretion, Li Yuan transmitted with a smile. Li Yuan's transmission with Ji Yu didn't hinder his multitasking and interactions with others. Li Yuan. What's your connection to this Ancient Flame True God? Lai Qing True God couldn't help but ask. Next to him, Fang Hai also showed a puzzled expression. Lai Qing True God, there's something I'd like your assistance with. Li Yuan chose not to answer Lai Qing True God's inquiry. His connection to Ancient Flame True God involved inheritance divine artifacts, and unless necessary, it wasn't worth revealing. Haha, we're allies already. Just say what you need. If I can help, I certainly will. Lai Qing True God laughed. He didn't pursue the matter of Ancient Flame True God any further. I plan to attempt hunting Kai Yan True God. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed. Before I leave the mortal domain, I aim to act within 10 years. Lai Qing True God was stunned. Fang Hai was stunned as well. Hunt a true god? Li Yuan, are you confident? Are you planning to ascend to God while in the mortal domain? Lai Qing True God quickly asked. In his view, without ascending to true God, it would be outright impossible for Li Yuan to overpower and kill a true god. I'm not very confident. It's merely a plan that still needs time to refine, Li Yuan softly said. That's why I need your help, Lai Qing True God. May I ask if you're willing? Li Yuan looked at him. Absolutely. Lai Qing True God grinned, revealing his teeth. I've wanted to kill Kai Yan for a long time but never had the chance. If you act, I'll definitely lend my full support. Lai Qing True God didn't believe Li Yuan could kill Kai Yan True God on his own, but since Li Yuan was a purple garment semi-divine, he might possess some secret treasure. In any case, even if the attempt failed, he wouldn't lose much. Good, then the matter is settled, Li Yuan replied. When the time comes, I'll send you a communication token. Here is my token. Li Yuan took out his communication token. Li Yuan and Fang Hai watched as Lai Qing True God entered the wormhole. Li Yuan, are you really confident? Fang Hai couldn't help but ask. By myself, within 10 years, I have no hope at all. Li Yuan shook his head. Strength requires time to cultivate. Li Yuan didn't have enough time. But with the help of Lai Qing True God, Taking action within 10 years gives us roughly a 30% chance of success, Li Yuan explained. What happens if we fail? Fang Hai asked worriedly. It might drive Kai Yan True God into a frenzy. If we fail, I'll raid the Immortal Ruins civilization and attempt to eliminate as many pseudo-gods and demigods as possible to reduce the threat to my 7-star civilization. Li Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly. Fang Hai nodded, guessing it had something to do with ancient flame True God. But since Li Yuan didn't want to explain, Fang Hai naturally wouldn't probe further. Additionally, Fang Hai didn't lack the desire to wage war against the Immortal Ruins civilization. During the war that erupted from the invasion of Blue Star, the 7 stars demigods who died were more than one. Principal, let's return, Li Yuan said. Upon returning to Feixing, Li Yuan and Fang Hai parted ways. Then, Li Yuan spent several days with his family. Afterwards, his entire family settled in Filan City, relocating there. Due to limited time, Li Yuan planned to cultivate and mentor his family carefully, ensuring they wouldn't return to Blue Star. Soon after, Li Yuan made arrangements for his family to reside on the family planet, planned for the future. Nightfall. Inside the ancient divine palace, Li Yuan sat cross-legged in the main hall, simultaneously cultivating and contemplating. Kai Yan True God. He must die. But how to kill him? It still requires careful planning. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Material attacks? For now, I lack the ability to cultivate Feishan Shangdi, making it nearly impossible for material attacks to reach the True God threshold level. First encounter with Lai Feng Semi-Divine. Countless civilizations in the mortal domain gather to witness. Eternal punishment before the monument. The Tang dynasty has never been about being liked. The Tang dynasty exists to be feared. Even for a 9-star Vane's semi-divine, unleashing True God threshold level power is an exceptionally difficult feat. Only the very top tier among them have even a sliver of hope. According to the perfect star skill, Feishan Shangdi, that I've obtained, Li Yuan sighed inwardly, if I don't practice this body-refining star technique, a 9-star Vane's semi-divine aiming to unleash True God level power must possess comprehension comparable to that of heavenly divines. A semi-divine, hoping to attain heavenly divine comprehension in a mere few hundred years? Just the thought of it is despair-inducing. Across the long history of the divine realm, very few have achieved such a thing. If I practice Feishan Shangdi, as long as my law comprehension reaches the True God limit level, a semi-divine should theoretically be able to unleash True God level combat strength. Li Yuan mused silently. In the history of the Heavenly Serpent clan, even those 9-star Vane's semi-divines as powerful as the Sky Blue God King, before their breakthrough to the divine level, could only barely possess the strength of a True God threshold. Semi-divines aiming to achieve True God level power. This is a heavenly chasm. From ancient times to now, few semi-divines have managed to succeed. The reason is simple. The foundational difference in power between semi-divines and True Gods is too vast. The top-tier semi-divines rely on True God-level law comprehension in 9 layers or 10th layer star techniques to contend with pseudo-gods. True Gods, on the other hand, possess incredibly high law comprehension. They are at least 6-star Vanes, typically 7-star Vanes, and naturally their star techniques are far superior as well. Even 7th layer star techniques, when cultivated to the 6th rank, show might and mysteries far surpassing the 9-layer star techniques wielded by semi-divines. An all-around superiority. This makes the overall strength of True God initial rank cultivators thousands of times greater than that of pseudo-god limit cultivators. My current strength has just entered the pseudo-god limit. Li Yuan thought, even if I master the 9th technique of the Boundary Cloud Spear, or even create the ultimate 10th technique, there is no hope at all. This is why the Lai Qing True God, deep down, didn't believe Li Yuan could defeat the Kai Yan True God on his own. Only by stepping into the True God realm can one truly comprehend the might of that realm. In the divine realm, where powerful individuals are as numerous as clouds, True Gods have the qualifications to establish their own divine kingdoms. Give me a few hundred years, and perhaps there's hope. Hope to surpass even the Sky Blue God King of old. Li Yuan murmured to himself. But he had only 10 years left in the mortal domain. The material path yields no hope. Soul. In the material path, aside from law comprehension and cultivating star techniques, one must ignite divine fire to fundamentally leap in life level. Li Yuan pondered, but I also need to awaken the life star. Whereas the progress of the soul is not bound by such limitations. The soul is anchored to the physical body. For other semi-divines, evolving a true God-level soul is exceedingly difficult. Li Yuan's eyes gleamed, but I've already opened the spiritual void realm, and my will has stepped into the true God level. By the essence of the soul alone, I'm already at the true God level. It's only limited by the physical body. These past few years my soul has yet to break through. But I still have 10 years left. If I continue to delve into the soul path, I absolutely have hope for achieving soul metamorphosis. Before his return, Li Yuan already had a clear understanding of his next cultivation path. One goal was to achieve soul metamorphosis. The other was to comprehend the space law. These two aspects fundamentally determine the awakening of the life star. Ultimately, he would cultivate the wind and earth laws and refine his spear technique's secret skills. Even though my soul hasn't stepped into the true God realm, I've already managed to cultivate true God-level soul secret techniques after opening the spiritual void realm. Li Yuan thought, if my soul strengthens further, I may very well comprehend even more powerful soul secret techniques. Soul secret techniques grow increasingly terrifying as one advances. On this path, Li Yuan faced no restrictions, compared to the laws or spear technique. Ever since he obtained the 6 realms of illusion over the past decade, his progress on the soul path had been faster. He had directly ascended to the Divine Emperor Islands solely because he had opened the spiritual void realm. Cultivate. Having sorted his thoughts, Li Yuan sat cross-legged in meditation. With a single thought, nearly half of his consciousness converged into the spiritual void realm within his mind. This was the real, virtual realm, under Li Yuan's control. Constructed through soul force, it's truly wondrous. Li Yuan felt it deeply inside inwardly. According to descriptions in some of the secret techniques within mixed studies, the spiritual void realm opened by true gods expands the realm's scope but can't form true, virtual realm life. Typically, only at the heavenly God realm, when the spiritual void realm grows strong enough, can it spawn genuine virtual realm life like in the Dream Realm Stone. Creating worlds within the soul is beyond extraordinary. However, my soul attainments surpass those of many true gods. While I dare not claim to spawn virtual realm life, Li Yuan smiled, at the very least, I must attempt to construct virtual realm objects. The so-called virtual realm objects are essentially attempts to construct realistic objects within the soul domain, laying the foundation for ultimately birthing virtual realm life. Life is the most miraculous, yet also the most challenging to create. Whoosh! Within the spiritual void realm, a fiery, irregularly shaped stone suddenly emitted radiant light beams. Whoosh! 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 In Li Yuan's spiritual void realm, profound transformations unfolded. Previously desolate and barren, the world shattered and rapidly morphed into a vast starry sky. A sun emerged along with a massive planet orbiting it. On the planet, mountains, rivers, deserts, and valleys materialized. A primordial world began to take form. Rumble. This world suddenly grew unstable, rapidly collapsing from the outer edges inward. Countless streams of soul force converged, as if converting a 3-dimensional world into a 2-dimensional plane, ultimately condensing into a single point. This soul object transformation method truly is difficult. Even entry-level training poses such challenges. Li Yuan muttered to himself. In the Zhu Xing Divine Emperor's Legacy, Mixed Studies, contains countless secret techniques and methods. Li Yuan naturally selected the secret techniques most suited to himself. For instance, constructing virtual realm objects, the Heart's All Things Evolution method, is not the most powerful, but it is gradual and fits Li Yuan best. Truth and illusion, opposing yet influencing one another. Virtual realm objects may seem like illusions, but they must incorporate real material characteristics. These material characteristics stem from the space law. Li Yuan contemplated in his mind. Space law is fundamental. Whether the Tao of matter or the Tao of soul, both must delve into space law. As long as I construct stable, virtual realm objects, it's like giving a tree its source. The might of Soul Secret techniques will significantly increase. Li Yuan was filled with confidence as he continued his studies. Within another strand of Li Yuan's soul consciousness, Spaceblade, World. These are the two main directions of my next space law comprehension. Li Yuan sensed the Space 5 volumes, feeling even more aligned with the law origin of space in the unseen cosmos. Buzz, 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 space law fluctuations appeared all around Li Yuan. Wind. Earth. Another strand of Li Yuan's consciousness was deducing the 7 paths of all things, using it as a springboard to exhaustively analyze these two major laws. This was the norm for cultivation among supreme warriors. Multitasking, advancing comprehensively. Li Yuan split his focus in 3 ways. 40% of his awareness studied the Heart's All Things evolution method, another 40% delved into space law, and the remaining 20% analyzed the laws of wind and earth. As for spear techniques, Li Yuan would only occasionally divert his attention to practice. The spear technique was a combat secret skill grounded in insights from law comprehension. Before achieving essential transformations in the 3 major laws of space, wind, and earth, the spear technique wouldn't undergo qualitative changes. Occasionally, Li Yuan would throw himself entirely into awakening more life stars in the life-starry sky. But the progress was slow. Each time, only dozens of life stars could be awakened, yet few could integrate into the star meridian. Awakening the star meridian was destined to be a lengthy process. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed since Li Yuan returned to the 7-star civilization. Many observation ceremony envoys from foreign civilizations had begun arriving one after another. As for Li Yuan, apart from occasionally spending time with his family, he spent most of his time immersed in cultivation. Legacy. Treasures. Li Yuan lacked none of these. What he truly lacked was time, which was also why Li Yuan wasn't in a rush to head to the divine realm. Settling matters in his homeland was one reason. The other reason was that even if he went to the divine realm, his cultivation speed wouldn't increase significantly. That day, Li Yuan, the Lai Feng semi-divine, has returned. Fang Hai suddenly conveyed the news. He has already arrived at Feixing. Among the treasures Li Yuan left behind was a batch of high-rank communication magical treasures. As long as one remained in the mortal domain without entering certain special regions, they could almost always maintain contact. Teacher Lai Feng. A trace of light flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Principal, please trouble yourself to bring Teacher Lai Feng to the Martial Hall headquarters. Li Yuan transmitted his voice. I'll head over immediately. All right, Fang Hai responded. Whoosh, with a shift in thought, Li Yuan left the ancient divine palace and performed void travel, covering 300 kilometers per second. Shortly after, he arrived at the Starfire Martial Hall headquarters. Martial Hall headquarters, inside a grand hall. Lai Feng semi-divine, please have a seat. Fang Hai personally poured wine for him. Alliance leader Fang, I deeply appreciate your help this time. The elderly man in coarse clothing, whose life breath had slightly deteriorated, said in a low voice, without your assistance, I could only have fled for a little while longer. Those 2 civilizations' pseudo-gods would undoubtedly have captured me completely. No need to thank me. Fang Hai replied with a smile. It wasn't me who made those 2 civilizations retreat, it was Li Yuan. Yes, I know. A complicated expression flashed in Lai Feng's semi-divine's eyes. He hurried back and had already learned much about Li Yuan along the way, feeling a mix of sighs and emotions within his heart. Years ago, when he had taught Li Yuan, he was initially unwilling but acted upon Dongfang Ji's request. Later, seeing Li Yuan's extraordinary talent, the thought of accepting him as a disciple arose. Yet, as his life was nearing its limit, he ultimately taught Li Yuan for only 2 years before leaving the 7-star civilization. Who would have thought that a sudden whim back then would come to save him now? He also couldn't have imagined that the once innocent young boy had now grown so powerful in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, whoosh, a mass of light converged silently, and a figure in a black garment appeared within the grand hall. Li Yuan. Fang Hai stood up. Lai Feng Semi-Divine also hurriedly rose to his feet, despite having anticipated this meeting. He still felt a trace of nervousness as he gazed at the black-clad figure. It was different, taller, stronger, but above all, the eyes and aura. The pair of deep and expansive eyes resembled a boundless sea, while his aura emanated the unshakable majesty of a towering mountain. Lai Feng Semi-Divine's heart grew uneasy. Student Li Yuan greets teacher. Li Yuan bowed respectfully. Teacher, you've suffered. Fang Hai's face revealed a smile. Lai Feng Semi-Divine's nervous heart finally calmed, though he still felt somewhat constrained, repeatedly saying, "Stand up quickly. My survival this time is entirely thanks to your help." To be able to assist teacher is my honor as a student, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Teacher, please sit. Li Yuan, I'll leave now so you can talk with the Lai Feng Semi-Divine. Fang Hai laughed. He left the grand hall. Now, only Li Yuan and Lai Feng Semi-Divine remained. Teacher, your life breath? Li Yuan asked. Given his current level, Li Yuan could clearly sense Lai Feng Semi-Divine's life breath had drastically weakened, resembling a candle in a fierce and dark wind, liable to extinguish at any moment. I've already lived 980 years. Lai Feng Semi-Divine chuckled. A semi-divine's lifespan limit is 1000. Most of us don't reach that point. I too am nearing the end. To be alive to this day, I have surpassed most demigods. To be alive to see the annihilation of the myriad demons' civilization is even more my fortune. Lai Feng Semi-Divine's voice carried an inexplicable sadness and relief. At least I can face my hometown people after I die. I can also tell them that it was my disciple who destroyed the myriad demons' civilization. Lai Feng Semi-Divine smiled. Li Yuan, thank you. Li Yuan sighed silently. The civilization of Lai Feng's teacher's hometown had been completely wiped out by the myriad demons' civilization, with hundreds of billions of people slaughtered. Li Yuan had known about it since he was cultivating with him back then. 278. Teacher, after I destroyed the myriad demons' civilization, the 2 demigods stationed from the myriad demons' civilization in your hometown civilization have fled. Li Yuan said, there may still be some of your hometown people remaining in some star realms belonging to your hometown's plane. I have ordered the upper echelons of the 7-star civilization to do their best to search. Hundreds have already been searched and rescued. Although the number is small, given enough time, there is hope for them to reproduce. You can return to your hometown and rebuild your civilization, Li Yuan said. This was an order Li Yuan issued after the 7-star civilization's army entered the myriad demon plane to hunt down the remnant forces of the myriad demons' civilization. Rebuild civilization? Really? A glimmer of light flashed in Lai Feng Semi-Divine's eyes, and his body trembled slightly. Countless times, he had dreamed of imagining it, but it was always just a dream. He never thought that before his death, there would still be a day when his dream would come true. Really? Li Yuan nodded. I have ordered that that plane be renamed Lai Feng Plane, and the entire Life Star is left for the Lai Feng clan to thrive. In the coming years, I will also have the 7-star civilization protect the Lai Feng clan until another demigod is born from the Lai Feng clan, Li Yuan said solemnly. Doing so will probably make other high-level officials of the 7-star civilization unhappy. A complex expression flashed in Lai Feng Semi-Divine's eyes. You destroyed the myriad demons' civilization. Though it's only one life star, it could still serve as a branch territory of the 7-star civilization. Teacher served as a civilization minister and has contributed much to the 7-star civilization, Li Yuan said. Of course, most importantly, you are my teacher, Li Yuan said in a deep tone. Lai Feng Semi-Divine was stunned. For a long time. All right, Li Yuan, then I will accept it. Lai Feng Semi-Divine nodded heavily. I will forever leave a legacy in the civilization of my hometown, never forgetting the grace of civilization's revival. They talked for a long time again. Li Yuan, having met you, I have no regrets. I will return to my hometown civilization first. Lai Feng Semi-Divine said. He had returned this time just to meet Li Yuan. Never thought he could also see the day of his hometown civilization's reconstruction in his limited lifetime. He longed to return home. Teacher, I will escort you, Li Yuan said, all the way to the Demon Mountain Star Realm Passage. Li Yuan, no need to see me off any further, you should go back. Lai Feng's semi-divine smiled. Teacher, as a parting gift, this is a token of my appreciation for you. Li Yuan flipped his palm and handed over a storage magical treasure. Lai Feng semi-divine probed with his divine sense and was slightly surprised. These treasures are too precious. Teacher, most of these were looted from the Myriad Demons civilization, it's nothing. Li Yuan shook his head. Just consider it as returning the treasure that the Myriad Demons civilization plundered from the Lai Feng Plain. If you want to rebuild civilization, you'll still need a large amount of resources. This statement persuaded Lai Feng semi-divine, and he finally accepted it, disappearing from Li Yuan's sight. Big brother. Your teacher. Lu Bing's voice sounded in Li Yuan's mind, emerging from his sleeve, and sighed softly. I sense his life breath, I'm afraid he won't live much longer. Li Yuan's expression was somewhat complicated. Demigod. Why don't the members of the Divine Fire Hall on Juxing continent, who break through to become demigods, often delay past the age of 500? If they are too old, even if the law realm is high enough, there is a risk of failure in refining the divine fire. If one exceeds the age of 800, the probability of failure will soar dramatically. Like Lai Feng semi-divine, over 980 years old, it can be said that there is hardly any hope. Even if in the next 10 years, his realm breaks through and his comprehension of the wind law reaches 7 stages of perfection, the hope of successfully lighting the divine fire is probably less than 1 in 10,000. I can't help him break through. The only thing I can do is ensure that he leaves as few regrets as possible in his remaining years, Li Yuan said softly. Starfire Marshal Hall Headquarters. Li Yuan wants to give this plain civilization to Lai Feng semi-divine? Rebuild his hometown civilization? San Yi semi-divine couldn't help but say. Fang Hai. Is it appropriate to do this? Lai Feng semi-divine is already nearing the end of his lifespan, and his people are only a few hundred left. If you ask me, leaving them 1/10 of the planet's territory is more than enough. Why give away the entire planet? San Yi semi-divine said. Giving it away means losing an entire dimensional plane. Are we short of dimensional planes that we are about to control? Fang Hai said helplessly. Over tens of thousands of years, the Myriad Demons civilization has invaded and occupied more than 10-dimensional civilizations, all of which are about to fall into our hands. But most of them have only 1 or 2 life stars, which are of very low value. No matter how low the value, it's still a life star. San Yi semi-divine gritted his teeth. Even if we want to give it away, at least we should have informed us demigods. But without even notifying you, Vice Alliance Hierarch Li made the decision directly. San Yi semi-divine shook his head. Fang Hai sighed inwardly. He knew that within the civilization, many high-level officials, like San Yi semi-divine, shared this sentiment. In fact, the 3 decisions Li Yuan made earlier, first allocating 10 life stars to the Heavenly Serpent clan, and then the Sha country plan, have caused dissatisfaction among quite a few demigods. However, constrained by the terrifying deterrence brought by Li Yuan's immense strength, no one dared to voice their doubts. San Yi. I don't know who is persuading you behind the scenes, nor do I wish to interrogate further, Fang Hai sighed softly. Fang Hai understood well that the stronger a civilization became, the more united they could be against external enemies, but the internal competition would also become fiercer. San Yi semi-divine was his wife, but over centuries, a great many vested interests had become involved. This kind of competition sometimes yielded benefits, yet sometimes brought harm. But I hope you all recognize one thing, Fang Hai said solemnly. At this moment, it is not Li Yuan who needs the 7-star civilization. Rather, it is the 7-star civilization that needs Li Yuan. San Yi semi-divine froze. Li Yuan is not the mentor, Fang Hai commented sentimentally. The mentor is far more impartial and selfless. Even toward his own offspring, he places exceedingly harsh demands. Although he favors Sha country, he hasn't granted it excessive privileges. Li Yuan values civilization, but he values family and close friends even more, Fang Hai stated with emphasis. This is closely tied to his personal growth and experiences. Their ways of doing things are markedly different. In summary, Li Yuan has a scale in his heart, Fang Hai said. You must understand. Whether it's the development of the myriad demons civilization's territory, the additional planets on the horizon, or the vast wealth and treasures emerging within our civilization. All of these are due to Li Yuan. He's given enough. Never view all of this as something that goes without saying. Fang Hai gazed at San Yi semi-divine. San Yi, you might be acting out of a public-minded spirit, but those persuading you secretly, are they truly driven by public interest? San Yi semi-divine's heart trembled. San Yi, tell those behind you to think ahead, Fang Hai admonished, shaking his head. If they still fail to restrain themselves, it won't require Li Yuan to act. I won't hesitate to root them out myself. Yes, San Yi semi-divine nodded, her heart feeling somewhat oppressed. Moreover, Li Yuan's recent decision is beneficial too, Fang Hai continued. Through this battle, Li Yuan utterly annihilated the myriad demons civilization, instilling fear across the mortal domain sectors. But rebuilding Lai Feng's semi-divine civilization also serves as an indirect signal to other civilizations. It demonstrates that our seven-star civilization's destructive actions are targeted solely at the myriad demons civilization, which can effectively alleviate the fears of other powers, Fang Hai explained. After all, in the forthcoming period, our seven stars semi-divine will journey across various locales and interact with powerhouses from different civilizations. San Yi semi-divine nodded slightly, she hadn't given it much thought before. Additionally, we must look toward the future ourselves, Fang Hai said gently. San Yi, I will soon explore the Nine Mountains world. I also hope you will devote more energy to cultivation. Becoming a pseudo-god is the ultimate priority. With Lant semi-divine's persuasion and Fang Hai's imposing suppression, the minor undercurrents within the seven-star civilization's domain returned to tranquility. The vast majority turned their attention toward the imminent celebration. Meanwhile, another star realm passage emerged above Faxing. The eighth life planet within the seven stars plane took its preliminary form. In the midst of this vast anticipation, the Faxing celebration finally began, with over 2,000 foreign civilization envoys arriving. Simultaneously, the seven great planets of the seven-star civilization broadcasted the event live, attracting over 1 trillion viewers. Everyone knew that this was the most important celebration in seven-star civilization's history. After the sequence of celebratory procedures concluded, on the grand, magnificent commemorative square, swoosh, a shadow cloaked in black garments appeared, as though descending out of nowhere into the void. Every gaze converged upon him. Li Yuan. It's Li Yuan semi-divine. Nearly 1 trillion spectators watching the broadcast erupted in fervor. He is Li Yuan. How terrifying his aura is. Around the square, the envoys from various civilizations observing the event visibly changed their expressions. Most were in the flying heaven realm, but a considerable number were semi-divine beings. Yet even the semi-divine powerhouses trembled before him. In their perception, the black garment figure hovering within the void captivated their entire attention, like a supreme divine cloaking heaven and earth. The majestic monument square was silent. This is Li Yuan, the one who annihilated the myriad demons civilization. He's truly a semi-divine. Countless attendees gazed up in reverence at the phantom figure in the void, as if beholding a divine being. In that moment, it felt as though heaven and earth contained only him. The intangible pressure he exuded etched itself deeply into the hearts of those witnessing this scene. The seven-star civilization's strong cultivators were even more fervent, worshipping Li Yuan with unparalleled devotion. But the envoys from foreign civilizations mostly retained only awe and fear. In the years that followed, many of these envoys, upon returning to their respective civilizations, became ambassadors of the seven-star civilization, and fervent Li Yuanshui. The scene they had encountered would persistently haunt their nightmares. Yet, what none of these individuals realized was that this was merely a true god-level soul secret technique deployed by Li Yuan. The oppressive power, the overwhelming aura, like the advent of a true god, was naturally terrifying in its strength. Whoosh! Step by step, Li Yuan descended, stopping in front of the towering monument hundreds of meters high. The monument's surface was inscribed with densely packed names, millions of them. Each was one of the war dead from the battle against the myriad demons civilization. Today, we commemorate the last 300 years, the heroes of our civilization who sacrificed their lives during the 3 Flying Star Wars, in numerous battles against the myriad demons civilization, and wars against myriad alien races. Li Yuan's voice was low, resonating across heaven and earth. I call upon the heavens above and pay homage to the heroic spirits across generations. Our 7-star civilization has emerged victorious in our war against the myriad demons civilization. We have captured the culprits behind the invasion initiated by the myriad demons civilization. Li Yuan's tone was somber. Their physical bodies were destroyed, but their souls remain. Let the heroic spirits of generations past bear witness. With a wave of Li Yuan's hand, boom, 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 3 streaks of light shot out, landing with a thunderous crash. Before everyone's eyes appeared the forms of the East Demon Pseudo-God, Beiyu Pseudo-God, and Chongjin Pseudo-God. Their faces and figures were unchanged, but their exuded aura was merely at the semi-divine realm. The East Demon instinctively tried to struggle to his feet. Swish! Li Yuan waved his hand once more. An invisible and terrifying force pressed upon the 3 of them. Their heads were forced downward, their bodies bent in submission, kneeling, rigid, and completely immobilized. With their semi-divine strength, they had no resistance. May the heroic spirits of generations of our 7-star civilization rest in peace from this day forward. Li Yuan's voice was somber. May our 7-star civilization stand eternal beneath the endless starry sky. Boom! With just a thought, Li Yuan completely obliterated the souls of the 3 myriad demons civilization pseudo-gods. The black metal fused seamlessly with invisible energy, encasing the 3's bodies entirely. Frozen in their kneeling posture before the monument, heads bowed, they became one with Monument Square itself. These 3 statues were destined to be remembered for millennia, for tens of thousands of years, until the day the 7-star civilization ceased to exist. Throughout the endless future, one generation after another of 7-star civilization's strong cultivators would come to bear witness to this scene. Only then would they comprehend the sacrifices and efforts of those who came before in the rise of their civilization. The celebration concluded, and Li Yuan departed gracefully without uttering another word. But his actions during the event had left an indelible impression on all who attended. In truth, the majority of attendees were unsure whether the 3 kneeling statues were truly the myriad demons civilization's pseudo-gods. After all, theoretically speaking, divine beings could not manifest their true bodies in lower dimensional planes. But this ultimately did not matter. Li Yuan's conduct was sufficiently domineering, enough to intimidate all factions, ensuring that no civilization dared challenge the 7-star civilization lightly again. Thus, the turmoil caused by the myriad demons civilization was completely laid to rest, and the resounding reputation of Li Yuan's dominance spread across the countless civilizations of the mortal domain. The 7-star civilization was rapidly recognized as one of the most powerful civilizations, second only to the 3 leading first-tier civilizations. The storm subsided. As the evolution of dimensional planes continued, more star realm passages began to appear above the flying star. Each new star realm passage signified the emergence of another life planet. Simultaneously, billions of people began to migrate to the myriad demons civilization's dozens of life planets. On average, each life planet hosted only about 10 million migrants, but with the aid of vast mechanization, it was sufficient to sustain planetary operations. Immigration. Immigrating to the second territory. Though we leave our homeland, this is our opportunity. Staying on Blue Star. Where would we find such a chance? Exactly. Going to a wilderness planet in our home plane requires starting from scratch, but the planets of the myriad demons civilization already have infrastructure in place. Even if one does not tread the martial path, opportunities in engineering and construction are everywhere. A fervor for immigration quickly swept across the original 7 great planets of the 7-star civilization. Construction. The martial path. Wrong. The most important thing right now is reproduction. what is our 7-star civilization lacking the most today? It's people. Someone spoke with clarity. Wife, once we migrate to the second territory, our top priority is having children. Civilization offers subsidies. We're all prime warriors. Civilization even assists with cultivation. If we have 8 to 10 children, and they each have 8 to 10 of their own, within a century, I believe we'll be an enormous family, occupying a prominent position on the new planets. Across the entirety of the 7-star civilization, astonishing changes were occurring daily, and even the practice of martial path cultivation was evolving. Elder Yun. Here is the star meridian data I brought back. It represents the findings of an advanced civilization. They are of the human race, and while different from our 7-star humans, their essence remains the same. Li Yuan handed Elder Yun a set of comprehensive data. In conjunction with the mothership left behind by the Dongfang Alliance leader, see if it's possible to fully unearth our 7-star civilization's cultivation methods. It is possible. Haha, absolutely possible. Elder Yun, clad in a white robe, was overjoyed. Li Yuan, ever since the Supreme One brought back the advanced mothership over a decade ago, the speed of cultivation technique development has greatly accelerated. We've now derived 26 high-rank cultivation methods. Combining it with the data you've provided, I'm confident we'll surpass 80 high-rank cultivation methods within 3 years, enough to cover 99% of the 7-star civilization's population. Elder Yun exclaimed with excitement. By then, no martial path genius will go unnoticed. That's good. Li Yuan smiled. In truth, the vast majority of civilizations, over thousands or tens of thousands of years of development, would summarize extensive approaches to awaken their own unique star meridian systems. The 7-star civilization's rise had been too recent and thus too brief. Now, at last, they could address this weakness. Amid the evolution of planes, the star realm passages were also advancing from 3rd level to 4th level. Eventually, they would upgrade to 5th level passages, allowing true gods to come and go freely. Origin Star. This was the planet Li Yuan had designated for the future of the Li family. The entire planet remained under significant development. Inside the suspended palace, Uncle, Aunt, Muha, Qian, the so-called mysteries of true intent laws are, in reality, the operational insights of the cosmos. Calm your hearts, and I will guide you to sense them. Li Yuan smiled. He personally guided his uncle and aunt's cultivation journey. Li Yuan's own realm far surpassed the semi-divine level, nearly equal to that of a true god. For someone of his stature, leading a few prime warriors or beings in the flying heaven realm was effortlessly simple. Through his powerful soul guidance, he could help them perceive the workings of the cosmos, multiplying their chances of comprehending true intent or laws by more than tenfold. Still, this expended Li Yuan's energy, and it provided no benefit toward achieving divinity. Only a few of his closest kin were worth such efforts. Li Yuan held deep hopes that his loved ones could at least achieve the semi-divine realm. If they couldn't even achieve the semi-divine realm, Li Yuan feared that by the time he returned from the divine realm, these close family members might have already passed away. On Flying Star, at the Starfire Marshall Hall headquarters. Principal. Congratulations on advancing the law of water to the 8th stage. Li Yuan smiled, and with the awakening of another 9-layer star vein, you should now cultivate a 9-layer star technique as well. At your current strength, you should be comparable to a middle-rank pseudo-god, Li Yuan remarked. It's thanks to the techniques and secret methods you brought back that I had such inspiration, Fang Hai replied with a smile. Otherwise, how could I have made such rapid progress? As for awakening star veins, that was also thanks to you. Fang Hai spoke with conviction. Without the Ju Xing divine pill you brought back, I wouldn't have had even the slightest chance of awakening 8-star veins. Now, finally, I see a glimmer of hope. Fang Hai's eyes sparkled with determination. He, possessing the flying heaven 7-star veins, had the potential to awaken 8-star veins even within the semi-divine realm. Li Yuan's supply of 1 million Ju Xing divine pills, with a small portion reserved for his family, had placed the majority in the civilization's treasury. For other semi-divines and beings in the flying heaven realm, the pills were available only after passing strict evaluations. However, for notable figures such as Fang Hai, the Lant semi-divine, and the Bloodcloth semi-divine, Li Yuan allowed unlimited use. The Zhu Xing divine pill is merely an aid. Awakening 8-star veins still depends on individual ability. Li Yuan smiled. At present, only Alicia and the Bloodcloth semi-divine have a chance of awakening 7-star veins. As for attaining 8-star veins, the principal alone holds that hope. Indeed, the Bloodcloth semi-divine was inherently gifted in star meridian talent, Fang Hai remarked. And Alicia, that young one, seems to cultivate faster the further she progresses. Right now, she's still in the flying heaven realm, likely aiming to awaken 7-star veins before advancing further. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Among his old friends from long ago, Alicia had achieved the greatest heights. For someone like Lin Lanyue, although she had crossed into the semi-divine realm earlier due to her bloodline, her future potential likely fell short of Alicia's. By the way, Fang Hai interjected, Li Yuan, now that I've made this breakthrough, further transformation will require time. Therefore, I've decided to venture into the Nine Mountains world. Very well. Li Yuan did not try to dissuade him. He also hoped the principal would achieve greater potential in the future. This is a planet with highly advanced technology, inhabited by billions of lives. The cities are composed of floating structures one after another. Ali, let's go online and relax later. Forget it, I'd rather go jogging by the lakeside. Number 2 will accompany me. Number 1's charging speed has been a little slow lately. We need to get someone from the AI company to fix it. 2 young women chatted inside the driverless vehicle. Suddenly, buzz, an invisible ripple spread outward, enveloping the entire city, quickly followed by the entire planet. The two stopped their conversation, and the moving cars came to a halt. The flowing air froze in place. Falling leaves stopped mid-air. The ever-efficiently operating planet, at this exact moment, seemed to freeze as if someone had pressed a pause button, completely coming to a standstill. I didn't expect. In just 8 years, I truly managed to cultivate the heart and soul all things evolution method to this level. Now, with a mere thought, I can form such a realistic planet, and even create the simplest form of virtual realm life. Li Yuan's consciousness enveloped the entire planet. The whole planet, from the cosmic rays passing through space, to the magma flowing deep within the planetary layers, down to the particles that make up matter, was so vivid and authentic. Billions of lives. They played out stories of love and hate, schemes and rivalries, every single day on this planet. For 8 years, Li Yuan poured all his energy into the cultivation of the path of the soul. Constructing virtual realm objects. Countless times, he destroyed and rebuilt the spiritual void realm. He wandered through Fakesing, Blue Star, Source Star, and Heavenly Sea Star, observing the natural operations of true existence at every corner, recording them, and endeavoring to understand the rules of how the world operates. He spent long periods sensing the reality of the void realm within the dream realm stone. He even relied on the Great Sun, within the mind-spirit divine palace to perceive the increasingly authentic illusionary realms. Many levels of deductions. And as of today, the space law has finally reached the high rank of true intention of space. Li Yuan smiled. At last, the world I've constructed possesses the taste of reality. Even a true god would likely struggle to distinguish between real and fake. Li Yuan was acutely aware of why illusions often fail to trap enemies, why they swiftly regain clarity. The fundamental reason lies in those powerful beings' innate ability to sense all things in heaven and earth. Even when their perception is temporarily blocked, their awareness can rapidly identify the illusion as false. Unreal. From the architecture, the soil, the flow of wind, the cries of animals, and myriad subtle details, they can detect distinctions from the true world. Then, the moment they realize the world is an illusion, their previously disrupted perception naturally reawakens rapidly. The illusion collapses. But if the illusion were genuinely real, indistinguishable from the outside world, then breaking the illusion would become 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, more challenging. Li Yuan smiled. Before today, Li Yuan's observations of all things and comprehension in constructing illusionary worlds had already reached their pinnacle. The only thing missing was the mastery of space law. Space is the foundation of everything. If this were understood through the lens of a game, Li Yuan grinned, my planet would entirely qualify as a second Earth. Unless one were to delve deep into the fundamental laws of underlying matter. They wouldn't be able to discern truth from falsehood. How unfortunate. The virtual realm lives of this world are still too artificial, lacking true consciousness. Li Yuan sighed internally. Currently, the billions of lives, though seemingly real, are essentially just interactions controlled by Li Yuan using countless cultural data, collected from the seven-star civilization. They have yet to achieve independent consciousness. Just like the comparison between artificial intelligence, derived from big data in a virtual world versus true artificial intelligence, capable of genuine independent thought, these are fundamentally different concepts. If I could advance further, to make countless virtual realm lives truly come alive, possessing authentic emotions of happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy, desires, feelings, and even autonomous growth. Li Yuan felt a revelation arise. Then, the spiritual void realm I built would reach the heavenly God level. It would rival the spiritual void realms opened by the heavenly divine. But that's exceedingly difficult. Achieving this step would be transformative, as even the so-called soul masters, among countless true gods, remain stuck at this threshold. Like the Nine Sounds true god, his soul-based attainment is likely on par with mine. The only difference is that the virtual realm he constructed is more realistic and vast, Li Yuan thought to himself, though it hasn't undergone a qualitative transformation. Simply put, Li Yuan's accomplishments in the path of the soul could already be considered among the upper echelons of countless true gods. A demigod. In 20 years, he had caught up with the results of countless true gods' research spanning tens of thousands of years. Such news, if revealed within the divine realm, would surely shock and astonish countless powerful beings. Such talent in the path of the soul was unquestionably rarer than even the semi-divine nine-star veins. Yet, Li Yuan understood. His rapid progress was due not just to talent but also to the assistance of the Dream Realm Stone, Mind Spirit Divine Palace, 6 Realms of Illusion, and various other factors, as well as space law. Masters of space law never exhibit weak soul attainments. 8 years have passed. Let my soul ascend to the true God level first, Li Yuan resolved. Rumble. Li Yuan began guiding the expansion of the entire Heart Void realm. In the past, the spiritual Void realm had been unstable, and even when absorbing the power of the world from the spiritual world, it would violently erupt. The power of the mind, only what is understood can be controlled. And now, Li Yuan had finally grasped the essence of virtual realm objects. Buzz. The expansion of the mind happened in mere moments, and beside the existing life planet in the spiritual void realm, more planets suddenly appeared, making the entire spiritual void realm even vaster and more intricate. Star system. A star, 8 major planets, countless asteroids, nebulae, and a more complete star system. Li Yuan smiled, sensing the rapidly expanded spiritual void realm. In terms of realistic scale, at this moment, Li Yuan's spiritual void realm was close to a light year in expanse. Of course, in the spiritual void realm, size is meaningless. Born in an instant, annihilated in an instant. For now, Li Yuan had only constructed a life planet prototype on one planet. I hope that someday I can make the entire spiritual void realm come alive, Li Yuan thought to himself, and also hope that you all truly live. Who? Li Yuan's consciousness had already exited the spiritual void realm. Source star. In 5 years of development, the entire planet had undergone earth-shattering transformations. There were now numerous settlements, and tens of thousands of people had migrated there. Inside a palace in outer space. Rumble. Just as a powerful physical body can nurture and support the soul, so too can the expansion of the spiritual void realm. The spiritual void realm itself is soul force, and its expansion signifies the strengthening of Li Yuan's soul. When the spiritual void realm expanded to its extreme, Li Yuan's soul underwent rapid transformation. Finally, Li Yuan's soul origin broke through its shackles and reached a higher level. True God level soul. Your soul realm has been elevated from level 59 to level 60, reaching true God level. Your spiritual awakening limit has been increased from 95% to 100%. Your spiritual awakening level has advanced from 95% to 100%, enabling the fourth spiritual guidance and granting one influx of origin power. Notifications flashed across Li Yuan's Divine Palace screen one after another. Yet Li Yuan paid them little attention. Li Yuan took a step forward, arriving outside the palace. Is this what it feels like to be a true god? Li Yuan stood in the endless void, sensing infinite changes throughout the heavens and earth. Beneath the seemingly tranquil void, countless fluctuations surged like tidal waves. These waves were none other than the operational manifestations of endless mysteries of the law. The mysteries of the law govern everything, forming the foundation of all existence, naturally embedded within all creation. This is the true meaning of Tao begets all things. For cultivators in realms such as Flying Heaven Realm or Semi-Divine Realm, all they perceive of the heavens' movements is endless complexity and chaos, nearly impossible to comprehend. But with a true God-level soul, one can easily grasp many essential truths. No wonder true gods can easily condense the true intention of space. No wonder true gods attain other basic laws so quickly, advancing rapidly to the 7th or even 8th stage. Flying Heaven level, Semi-Divine level, it's like trying to imagine the vastness of the cosmos while standing in a deep valley, like blind men feeling an elephant. True gods, on the other hand, stand atop mountains, gazing upon the majesty of heaven and earth in an entirely different perspective. Li Yuan mused, as his understanding of the universe's mysteries began undergoing a profound transformation. Li Yuan simply stood within the void, silently observing and sensing. The countless realizations from the past began bursting forth and reorganizing within Li Yuan's mind. He stood like this for 10 days. Finally, buzz, buzz, several invisible fluctuations of the law descended, silently enveloping Li Yuan. Earth, wind, fire, water. Layer upon layer of law fluctuations descended continuously. After a long time, Li Yuan finally opened his eyes. I didn't expect. Just by reorganizing and re-experiencing the numerous insights I previously gained into the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, my law of earth and law of wind both broke through. Li Yuan smiled lightly. Both advanced to intermediate rank of the 8th stage. Over the past 8 years, Li Yuan had not focused his efforts on comprehending either earth or wind laws. Even the true meaning of fire and true meaning of water have transformed and crossed into the threshold of the law. Li Yuan silently marveled. The efficiency of law enlightenment is drastically different when progressing from a pseudo-god level soul to a true god level soul. Divine sense. With a thought from Li Yuan, his powerful divine sense now encompassed over half the planet. The range of his divine sense had surged thousands-fold, from just over 2,000 kilometers to an astounding 30,000 kilometers. Such an expansive range. Now, if I were to undertake acts of slaughter, a mere thought could plunge entire planets into annihilation. Li Yuan thought to himself. On the cultivation path, each advancement to a higher realm results in fundamental transformations. Within the range of his divine sense, even a slight release of his might could extinguish all life beneath the divine level. Li Yuan's soul realm had only just attained true God level. Plane origin. Li Yuan gazed into the void. As a native inhabitant of this world, he could now clearly perceive the location of the plane origin. It resided within a mysterious spatial layer. Li Yuan's consciousness could now blend into its depths. The plane origin exists within an entirely different dimensional layer from normal space. Li Yuan pondered. This is why pseudo-gods and true gods can merely descend their consciousness. Only heavenly divines, those who command the complete great Tao laws, can physically descend, naturally capable of oppressing or even destroying the plane origin. Li Yuan now understood the essence of how heavenly divines bypass the dimensional plane origin's repulsion. If heavenly divines wish, they can utterly annihilate individual plane origins, ultimately plunging the entire mortal domain into unprecedented extinction. Li Yuan lamented. This kind of destruction doesn't involve shattering individual planets. It targets the fundamental roots of the plane itself. When the plane's origin is destroyed, the countless life stars within it naturally perish. No wonder. Semi-divines, when unleashing their pseudo-god limit powers, can arise multiple times within each era, 500 years. But for a semi-divine reaching true god-level strength, even just at the threshold of true god power, it takes a long, long time for even a single figure to emerge. Li Yuan sighed deeply. Only by stepping into this realm can one comprehend the strength and terrifying nature of this level. Big brother. A streak of azure light darted over, directly coiling around Li Yuan's arm. It was Lu Bing. She was spiritually connected to Li Yuan, and when Li Yuan's soul crossed into the true god level, she immediately sensed it and rushed over from the original Myriad Demon civilization's territory. She had been waiting not far away for a long time. Just seeing Li Yuan keeping his eyes closed as if immersed in cultivation, she refrained from disturbing him. Big brother, did you achieve a breakthrough into the true god realm with your soul? Lu Bing couldn't help but ask. Yes. Li Yuan nodded with a smile. Really broke through? My heavens. Lu Bing's voice was full of excitement. Big brother, how long have you been cultivating? You're only in your 50s, and your soul has already crossed into the true god realm. Unbelievable. This is truly unbelievable. Lu Bing couldn't help but exclaim. Big brother, even our heavenly serpent clan's ancestor, Sky Blue God King, when half divine, cultivated for over 400 years but still could not achieve a soul breakthrough into the true god realm. A miracle. This is an even greater miracle than the semi-divine 9-star meridian. Lu Bing was overwhelmed with excitement. She had inherited memory lineage, received guidance from a heavenly divine master, and obtained the legacy of the Sky Blue God King. In terms of insight and knowledge, Lu Bing surpassed Li Yuan in many aspects. Well, Li Yuan smiled. Your big brother here aspires to achieve the 10-star meridian. I've got to create some miracles. A demigod possessing a soul at the true god level. Such rarity is almost only surpassed by 10-star meridian. Little Ice. How's your experience teaching those heavenly snakes? Li Yuan inquired. Pretty bad, they're all terribly dull. Lu Bing shook her head. Far inferior to me, let alone comparable to you, big brother. She was accustomed to her and Li Yuan's unmatched growth speed. Haha, they're just ordinary heavenly snakes, how could they compare to you? Li Yuan chuckled. Don't be too impatient. In these 8 years, Li Yuan had mostly stayed at Source Star, occasionally visiting Feixing and Blue Star. Lu Bing, on the other hand, spent the majority of her time in the Myriad Demons civilization territory, instructing newly born heavenly snakes. The Myriad Demons civilization territory had been renamed Second Territory by the 7-star civilization. By now, nearly 30 ordinary heavenly snakes had reproduced, and the chosen contract companions were all personally selected by Li Yuan. The elders, such as Lant Semi-Divine and Bloodcloth Semi-Divine, were contracted with heavenly snakes. Similarly, the younger generation, including Alicia, Lin Lanyue, and Yu Jing, also received a spot. These spots were crucial. After all, with Li Yuan and Lu Bing around, they could easily suppress any internal unrest within the civilization. But once the two of them departed, as the heavenly snakes gradually grew into pseudo-god level, they would become a terrifyingly formidable force. A force that could harm enemies, but also their own. Thus, selecting the heavenly snakes' companions became extremely important. They had to be genuinely loyal to the 7-star civilization. These heavenly snakes were born within the 7-star civilization but lived primarily on planets allocated to the Heavenly Serpent clan within the Second Territory. In the future, according to Lu Bing's plans, once these heavenly snakes passed through 9 Leaves 9 Mountains and reproduced pure blood offspring, they could gradually make their way into the divine realm. Boundless and infinite, where countless strong entities clashed, countless treasures glistened, far surpassing the mortal domain in brilliance. The mortal domain is merely a fallback for the Heavenly Serpent clan, ensuring their survival against extinction. Lu Bing stated, but the divine realm is the heart of the Heavenly Serpent clan's future. I swear to rebuild the Heavenly Serpent clan. Lu Bing harbored her own ambitions and goals. All right. Li Yuan smiled. Go ahead, little ice. With my soul breakthrough, I can now consume even more Zhu Xing divine pills and need to go into seclusion for a while. Big brother, your soul metamorphosis makes it possible to consume large quantities of Zhu Xing divine pills. Lu Bing quickly remarked. Maybe, you could directly awaken the 10-star meridian. She knew very well that Li Yuan's target was the legendary 10-star meridian in the divine realm. I'll give it a try, Li Yuan said, once I come out of seclusion again. It will be time for us to act and hunt Kai Yan true god, Li Yuan instructed. Okay. Hunting a true god. Just thinking about it makes me thrilled. Lu Bing's eyes sparkled. The gap between a demigod and a true god was immense, yet with her extensive legacy and cards in hand, she had no fear. Seeing Lu Bing off, Li Yuan returned to the palace in the void, which was merely a pseudo-god level palace artifact. Li Yuan sat cross-legged within the palace. Soul breakthrough. First, let's use the Zhu Xing divine pills. Li Yuan flipped his palm and took out a large quantity of Zhu Xing divine pills. He had kept tens of thousands of Zhu Xing divine pills in reserve. Li Yuan infused his origin power through his divine sense into the pills, attempting refinement. Boom. 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 Waves of soul consciousness impacts instantly surged through Li Yuan's spiritual world. Like a gentle breeze. As expected. My soul has grown so much stronger, the soul will impacts that felt difficult to withstand before now feel completely manageable. Li Yuan thought to himself, quickly starting the refinement process. Hissing sound, the pills were rapidly refined, releasing quantities of mysterious energies. Purple streams continued to arise and manifest within Li Yuan's life-starry sky. His speed in awakening life stars soared. 1230 pills. 1280 pills. 1340 pills. 1600 pills. When the refined pill count reached over 1900, even with Li Yuan's soul will, he felt unprecedented pressure. The soul will impacts contained in the Zhu Xing divine pills reached a terrifying level. Finally, nearing the limit? Li Yuan thought to himself. After refining only a few dozen more pills, Li Yuan could no longer endure and stopped, reaching his limit. Life-starry sky. Li Yuan perceived his life-starry sky's status, discovering another tens of thousands of unowned life stars had appeared. The total number of unowned life stars in his life-starry sky now exceeded 1 million. Of course, Li Yuan did not come away empty-handed. The 6th star meridian has progressed from the 9th layer to the 10th, with an additional perfect star meridian. As for the 9th star meridian, it has also advanced from the 6th layer to the 9th layer, Li Yuan thought to himself. Li Yuan understood clearly. Just as the breakthrough from 8-star veins to 9-star veins required the accumulation of a critical mass of unowned life stars, such accumulation could lead to a qualitative transformation. As for the final awakening of the 10-star meridians, that was another matter entirely. Continue with the 4th session of spiritual guidance. With a thought, Li Yuan promptly activated a mysterious change in the 2nd level of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. Compared to the Zhu Xing Divine Pill, this was Li Yuan's greatest confidence in pursuing the 10-star meridians. Soon. Whoosh, within the already incomparably radiant life-starry sky, streams of purple mist emanating a peculiar brilliance quickly emerged. With Li Yuan's current level of perception ability, he could clearly discern that these purple mists were identical to the effects brought about by the Zhu Xing Divine Pill. Only, they were far more immense and vast. I truly wonder how the Zhu Xing Divine Pill was ever developed to produce something so wondrous, Li Yuan sighed inwardly. The purple mist fused directly into Li Yuan's soul consciousness, merging with it seamlessly. Boom! Instantly, Li Yuan felt an extraordinary shift in his perspective. He could perceive the entire life-starry sky, much more vividly than before. Is it because my soul has undergone another transformation? Li Yuan decided not to dwell on it too deeply. As the ancient, boundless sound of the great Tao echoed, his powerful soul consciousness immediately expanded outward. It completely enveloped the entire life-starry sky. In nearly an instant, Countless spiritual thoughts from him had fused into stars within the space, leaving his spiritual imprint on them. Boom. 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 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. A vast number of life stars began to light up, making the already radiant life-starry sky even brighter. Though most of the newly awakened life stars were unowned, a considerable number began to integrate into his existing star meridians. Buzz. One particular star meridian quickly reached 129,600 life stars, attaining a feeling of perfection. Rumble. The entire star meridian immediately began to tremble, shining brilliantly. The seventh perfect star meridian had been born. In the end, a day and a night passed, and when the purple mist brought by the spiritual guidance was entirely depleted. Within the entire life-starry sky, the number of unowned life stars had surpassed a colossal count of 2 million. Everything finally settled into tranquility. At the same time, 9 dazzling, limitless, identical star meridians illuminated the entirety of the life-starry sky. They were virtually perfect, like an almost eternal painting. 9 star veins. 9 perfect star meridians. Li Yuan quietly sensed all of this, knowing he had finally reached the peak of the 9 star meridians. There was only one final step remaining to reach the legendary 10 star meridian. This step is a chasm as vast as the heavens. Li Yuan felt no great joy in his heart, thinking, in the early eras of the divine realm, the birth of 9 star vein demigods was exceedingly rare. But now, under the far-reaching guidance of countless divine emperors and divine kings, numerous methods exist to aid in awakening life stars, ensuring each era of the divine realm fosters the rise of many 9 star vein demigods. Yet 10 star veins remain a myth. According to Senior Xing, be it spiritual guidance, the Zhu Xing divine pill, or even the top-tier treasure of the Chaos Divine Court, the awakening star sacred fruit, all of them can only assist in achieving 9 star veins. The leap from 9 star veins to 10 star veins must rely on oneself. Li Yuan continued to perceive the large number of unowned life stars. More than 2 million stars. It was well known that the pinnacle of the 9 star veins required merely 1,161,000 life stars. A body like the cosmos with infinite life stars. Though this was only the 5th session of spiritual guidance, its assistance would likely now be very, very minimal, Li Yuan thought inwardly. However, my spiritual awakening level is already at 100%. What difference could there be between 100% and 125%? A trace of doubt flashed through Li Yuan's mind. By conventional standards, 100% should represent the ultimate limit. However, this was a method crafted by the Heart Dream God Emperor, and Li Yuan could only surmise. The workings of a divine emperor always carried their reasons. Moving forward. Even with my true God-level soul, attempting to awaken more life stars would likely become exceedingly slow. Hundreds of thousands of life stars had placed unprecedented spiritual pressure on Li Yuan's soul. After using the Zhu Xing divine pill and undergoing spiritual guidance, Li Yuan did not act rashly. He remained patient, continuing his concealed cultivation. A grander spiritual void realm, a stronger soul, can harness the might of the Dream Realm Stone on an even grander scale. Li Yuan ceaselessly delved into the origin mysteries of the Dream Realm Stone. He also persistently refined several soul secret techniques chosen from the mixed studies of Wandao. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. Phew. Li Yuan reopened his eyes and glanced at the Divine Palace interface. Life level 49.9, 4th rank, soul 60 willpower 66. Spiritual awakening level 100%, current upper limit 100%. Star meridians 9 star meridians, 10 layers, 10 layers. Skill realm. True intention of space, 8th stage high rank. Law of earth, 8th stage intermediate rank. Law of wind, 8th stage intermediate rank. Law of fire, 7th stage initial rank. Law of water, 7th stage perfection. Wood true intent, 6th stage perfection. Metal true intent, 6th stage perfection. Thunder true intent, 6th stage perfection. Only 1 year remains before heading to the divine realm. It's time to act, Li Yuan thought, reaching out to contact Liu Bing. Little Ice, come quickly. He directly activated the token given to him by Lai Ching True God. Brother Lai Ching, prepare to depart for the Flame River to hunt Kai Yan. The starry sky-space rift, though called a rift, actually occupies over 90% of the mortal domain. The regions covered by the origin of tens of thousands of dimensional planes altogether merely make up less than 10%. However, every dimensional plane will give birth to life planets, which, under the guidance of the origin, gradually evolve into intelligent life. Where there is life, the dimensional planes brim with wonder. Yet the vast expanse of the starry sky-space rift nurtures countless treasures, attracting plane life forms to venture into its depths. After all, while dimensional planes do give rise to abundant ordinary life, the treasures birthed therein are far fewer. Over the long eras, through accumulated intelligence, some perilous treasure lands in the starry sky-space rift gradually became well-known. The Flame River is one such place of great renown. The outskirts of the Flame River. At an inconspicuous wormhole, the space slightly distorted, and a black-garbed figure emerged from the wormhole. We've reached the outskirts of the Flame River, Region 89. Proceeding deeper will lead to the true Flame River. Li Yuan gazed forward. In the distance, there appeared a vast, fiery red river, seemingly suspended in the void. This fiery red river spanned tens of millions of miles in width and height, while its length exceeded hundreds of millions of miles. Though called a river, it's actually formed by countless fire-attributed celestial bodies merged with endless flaming streams, Li Yuan mused internally. How did the Flame River come to be? How was it born? No one knows. It's merely recorded in civilization's histories that millions of years ago, it had already existed here. Little Ice, the countless wormholes of this mortal domain are indeed wondrous, Li Yuan said softly. If we were to rely on flight alone, traveling from the seven-star civilization would take tens of thousands of years. But through the wormhole, we arrived in just 3 days. Li Yuan's flying speed, without employing void travel, could now traverse over 100 kilometers in a second, rivaling the normal flight speed of those at the pseudo-god limit. Little Ice's flying speed was even more astonishing. The fact that mere flight would take them tens of thousands of years illustrates the vast distance separating the two locations, a span of over 100 light years. The entirety of the mortal domain is even vaster. Indeed, wondrous, Little Ice said. The tens of thousands of dimensional planes in the mortal domain would, without the interconnected network of star realm passages and wormholes, likely remain isolated islands of civilization, almost impossible to link. In the divine realm, the countless planets communicate and interact using natural wormholes and man-made transmission arrays. Though some exceedingly powerful true gods, having comprehended space law to a high level, are heavenly gods who have grasped the great Tao, they can directly employ void shifting. For them, traveling becomes effortless, and they can even cross entire star domains in an instant, Liu Bing remarked. The workings of heaven and earth have their profound mysteries. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Though he had heard of it before, this was his first time traversing the starry sky-space rift, and he naturally felt the profound marvels of the way heaven and earth operated. The countless wormholes of the mortal domain, even if true gods tried to forcefully destroy them, would soon reappear, connecting various parts of the domain. It almost seemed as though their purpose was to strengthen interplane communication. Even beings as powerful as heavenly gods, capable of eradicating countless planes, would see the dimensional planes reborn over the long passage of time. Within the dimensional planes, the countless life planets always re-establish star realm passages with their core planets. This, too, follows the rules of the workings of heaven and earth. Let's go. By crossing another wormhole, we'll reach Region 88, Li Yuan said softly. Lai Ching True God is already waiting for us. The countless wormholes in the mortal domain are unfathomably complex. Civilizations with shallow intelligence accumulation wouldn't even know the precise locations and regions these wormholes lead to. After obliterating the myriad demons civilization, Li Yuan had acquired a wealth of wormhole intelligence. Furthermore, he had allied with Lai Ching True God, gaining access to tens of thousands of years of gathered wormhole intelligence from their civilization. This information spared the seven-star civilization years of accumulation efforts. Soon after, as he emerged from the wormhole, Li Yuan immediately sensed a powerful creature lurking hundreds of kilometers away in the starry sky. Its body stretched over 10 meters long, equipped with a massive tail and ferocious teeth. It had 6 hoof-like claws and was covered in dark scales, blending seamlessly with the surrounding space, concealing its aura while quietly observing the wormhole. Black Turtle Clan? A demigod? Li Yuan cast a glance at the creature. Within the tens of thousands of dimensional planes in the mortal domain, the humanoid species are the most abundant, comprising over half of all intelligent life forms. Civilizations such as the Myriad Demons civilization and the Immortal Ruins civilization consist primarily of humanoid species. But other intelligent species also exist in abundance. Even among humanoid species, due to differences in planes and planetary environments, the evolutionary traits of their external forms vary. Li Qing True God, for instance, belongs to the humanoid species but stands 100 meters tall, falling under the category of giants. The Black Turtle Clan, on the other hand, is a third-rate civilization dependent on the Immortal Ruins civilization. Is it here to scout? Could it be one of Kai Yan True God's subordinates? Li Yuan, who had come to hunt true gods, naturally remained cautious, continuously keeping his presence perfectly integrated into the spatial layers as he swiftly slipped past. From start to finish, the powerful Black Turtle Clan member showed no indication of being aware. With Li Yuan's current strength, eradicating tens of thousands of ordinary demigods in a single thought would be effortless. His mastery of space law allowed him to easily evade the perception of an ordinary demigod. Whoosh! After flying tens of thousands of miles, Li Yuan finally reached the starry coordinates provided by Li Qing True God. Li Qing True God. Under the release of his divine sense, Li Yuan detected the figure thousands of kilometers away. Among true gods, concealing one's aura from each other is exceedingly difficult. Boom! Li Qing True God stepped forward, each step spanning over 1,000 kilometers, quickly arriving in front of Li Yuan. Sensing this scene with his divine sense, Li Yuan was secretly amazed. Such astonishing speed, and this probably isn't even Li Qing True God's fastest pace. Currently, when I use void travel, I can only move 500 kilometers per second, Li Yuan thought to himself, barely close to True God level. On Zhu Xing continent, space is extremely stable. Even at True God peak strength, the flying speed is just around 1,000 kilometers per second. But in the mortal domain, the spatial stability seems far weaker. In such regions, a strong individual's divine sense range, flying speed, and destructive power are naturally far more terrifying. According to Li Yuan's knowledge, some true gods who specialize in speed can push their limits to tens of thousands of kilometers per second in the endless starry sky, which is not unusual. Li Yuan Divine Son, your soul has broken through to the true God realm? Li Qing True God stepped closer, deeply shocked. Yes. Li Yuan nodded. 8 years of concealed cultivation yielded some results. When the battle begins, he would wield his full power, so there was no need to hide anything now. Impressive. As expected of the Purple Garment Divine Son. Li Qing True God praised. For a demigod to possess a pseudo-god level soul is already an extreme rarity. A soul capable of reaching true god level. This is the first time I've ever encountered such a phenomenon. I haven't even heard of it before, Li Qing True God marveled. Though he had ventured in the divine realm, his experiences were limited to the Mohe star domain. He had seen very few heavenly divine beings and thus wasn't aware of the significance of a demigod possessing a true god level soul. With your soul being so powerful, I feel much more confident now. Li Qing True God smiled. Tell me, what's your plan? First, we head to Flame Rainbow Star, Li Yuan said. After that, I'll need you to lure Kai Yan out of his lair. Leave the rest to me. Just lure him out? Easy, Li Qing True God replied. Li Qing True God had crossed paths with Kai Yan True God multiple times in the Flame River region and was extremely familiar with the area. Much of the information Li Yuan possessed was provided by him. Li Qing True God accompanied Li Yuan and Lu Bing as they raced deep into the Flame River. Along the way, Li Yuan witnessed some of the Flame River's many dangers. Like the blisteringly fast flame meteors, or the occasional space rift, swallowing vast amounts of surrounding material. And the most common hazard, the flame streams. These dangers, a moment's carelessness could mean death for demigods. Li Qing, true god, chuckled through voice transmission. Even pseudo-gods face mortal risks if they encounter a space rift. Li Yuan listened intently. The Flame River posed a significant threat to both demigods and pseudo-gods alike, ranking among the top 5 perilous zones throughout the mortal domain. For Li Qing, true god, however, it was as harmless as strolling through his own backyard, devoid of any real danger. The harsh environment of the Flame River has also spawned a wealth of treasures, drawing many powerful figures from the mortal domain to explore it, Li Qing, true god, explained. However, since Kai Yan, true god, arrived here thousands of years ago, the region has gradually fallen under their control. The Flame River is an excellent place to perceive the fire law. Whoosh! Li Qing, true god, and Li Yuan both sensed a demigod carefully advancing tens of thousands of miles away. Other than the Immortal Ruins civilization and its allies, foreign powers are all driven away when detected, Li Qing, true god, relayed through voice transmission. These demigods are likely part of a faction from the Immortal Ruins civilization. If we reveal ourselves here, the instant we're discovered, Kai Yan will likely know as well. They're just small fry, not worth our attention. Li Yuan absorbed these insights, all part of the extensive experience Li Qing, true god, had gained while venturing through perilous regions. During his time on Zhu Xing continent, Li Yuan had explored Dragonblood Realm and Lonely Cloud World, but they pale in comparison to these treacherous starry sky danger zones. 3 hours later, Li Yuan, Li Qing, true god, and their companions traversed nearly 10 million miles. Finally, they reached their destination, Flame Rainbow Star. A crimson star, relatively small, with a diameter of less than 10,000 kilometers. Flame Rainbow Star, one of Immortal Ruins civilization's 3 main bases in the Flame River, Li Yuan murmured. The Flame River spanned vast distances, with Immortal Ruins civilization's forces scattered across various exploration sites rather than concentrated in one place. The so-called bases were fortified zones where numerous formations were set up to provide safety and rest for powerful explorers. Though still tens of thousands of kilometers away, ordinary people standing on Blue Star could see the sun billions of kilometers away. For Li Yuan, with his perception and vision, Flame Rainbow Star appeared even clearer. Through space fluctuations, Li Yuan could vaguely sense many powerful life forms dwelling on the star, including more than one pseudo-god. Li Qing, true god, Li Yuan glanced at his companion. You handle this. If Li Yuan were to act, a single soul attack upon approaching could plunge the entire star into chaos. But doing so might expose his soul attack technique. That was a trump card meant for decisive moments. All right, leave it to me. Li Qing, true god, nodded, taking Li Yuan and Lu Bing along tens of thousands of kilometers further. Transforming into a streak of light, Li Qing, true god, merged with space, swiftly closing in on Flame Rainbow Star. On the surface of Flame Rainbow Star, the temperature was scorching hot, devoid of any life. At its core stood a majestic palace, over 100 kilometers tall, built entirely from dark red rock, emanating waves of dreadful energy. This was the actual base. Inside the palace, on its highest floor, over 100 demigods were gathered. Relaxing back at the base is incomparable, laughed a strong figure clad in green combat armor, gulping wine. No need to worry about danger here. Indeed. For years, venturing in the Flame River was nerve-wracking, always fearing sudden death by a space rift, remarked another demigod from the Black Turtle clan. It's a pity that the war to invade the 7-star civilization more than a decade ago failed. If we had succeeded, annihilated the 7-star civilization, and completely occupied it, we would have entered the 9 mountains and 9 leaves within the burial Immortal Ancient Domain with ease. Another demigod from the Immortal Ruins civilization sighed. Then we wouldn't be searching for treasures laboriously in the Flame River. Indeed, the burial Immortal Ancient Domain holds immense treasures, said a black-robed expert. Unfortunately, entering through normal means is far too dangerous. Hundreds attempt, and not even one survives. Historically, the Immortal Ruins civilization had organized large groups of demigods to try entering the Nine Leaves Nine Mountains, facing catastrophic casualties. It's said that the Seven-Star civilization has given rise to over 100 new life planets in recent years. It seems they might become a grave threat to our Immortal Ruins civilization in the future. These demigods were either strong experts of the Immortal Ruins civilization or allied experts, casually chatting with one another. Suddenly, boom! A fearsome domain wave erupted. A torrent of yellow-brown air currents carrying an utterly terrifying might surged forth, engulfing the entire palace and the surrounding formation regions near the palace. The formations set up on Flame Rainbow Star were merely defenses against pseudo-gods. Could they possibly defend against true gods? Boom! 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 The towering palace, stretching over 100 kilometers high, instantaneously collapsed. Its extraordinarily solid rocks disintegrated in a flash, reducing to their most fundamental streams of particles. What's happening? An attack? The 200 or so demigods scattered across the palace, whether meditating in seclusion, resting, or leisurely eating and chatting, were swept away by the sudden horrifying assault, merely touched by the yellow-brown air currents, and immediately perished. All fallen. Among the more than 100 demigods, there was only one semi-divine limit expert. Could they possibly withstand this? Above Flame Rainbow Star, within a region around 1,000 kilometers in altitude, Lai Ching True God stood in the void, gazing coldly at the scene below. Centered around him, a colossal yellow-brown sphere spanning 5,000 kilometers in diameter had already formed. The sphere's surface teemed with numerous frenzied yellow-brown air currents, giving the impression of a newly born gaseous planet. True God Domain. As a true god, moreover one who had mastered the law of Earth to the 9th stage, his unleashed might was terrifying beyond imagination. Domains were one of his signature techniques. The moment he descended, his divine sense blanketed the planet, pinpointing the location of his enemies before attacking directly. Boom rumble, the dreadful air currents devoured everything on the ground, penetrating deep into the planet's crust, causing its tectonic plates to completely collapse. The impact extended throughout every corner of the planet. The Earth shattered. Magma surged. Boom rumble. Flame Rainbow Star, a renowned planet within the mortal domain, saw its once impervious planetary core crumbled. The entire planet shattered into enormous fragments, ceasing to exist from that moment forward. It's a true god. It's Lai Ching True God. Within the terrifying domain spanning thousands of kilometers, there remained two struggling figures, desperately resisting the domain's onslaught. They were two pseudo-gods of the Immortal Ruins civilization. As pseudo-gods who had ignited their divine fire, their survivability far surpassed that of demigods. Of course, this was also because Lai Ching True God hadn't deliberately attacked them yet. Otherwise, under the domain's air currents, survival was impossible unless they possessed pseudo-god limit combat power. The gap between pseudo-gods and true gods was insurmountable. Send a message to Kai Yan. Tell him, I have come today to avenge the East Cone Tree. Lai Ching True God's voice was cold as frost, echoing outward. If he comes, you two juniors may yet live. If he does not, don't blame me. Under the suppression of the domain, the two pseudo-gods couldn't move at all, frantically sending messages to their clan's ancestor. Tens of thousands of kilometers away in the void, Li Yuan and Lu Bing observed everything unfolding. Elder brother, the might of a true god truly is terrifying. Lu Bing stared fixedly. If I don't use a secret treasure, I wouldn't last even one move against Lai Ching demigod. The birth of the domain, the shattering of a planet. Even though Flame Rainbow Star was considered a relatively small planet, such power was still exceedingly frightening. During Li Yuan and East Demon pseudo-gods' battle on Demon Mountain Star, although the battle's aftermath affected the planet's continental plates, it was far from obliterating the entire planet. In terms of law comprehension, Lai Ching might not be superior to us, Li Yuan murmured. But the power of a true god is overwhelmingly stronger. Their foundational origin power surpasses ours immensely. The origin power of an ordinary true god is 1,000,000 times that of a typical demigod. Even as a 9-star Vane's demigod, his origin power is likely 10,000 times greater than mine. This doesn't even account for disparities in star techniques, magical treasures, and other factors. The most heaven-defying 9-star Vane's demigod, cultivating the 10th layer star technique, might achieve true god threshold level power even with heavenly divine level comprehension. At its core, the gap lay in their foundational origin power. Indeed. Lu Bing nodded. But with a secret treasure, killing him wouldn't be too difficult. Just as Li Yuan possessed a treasure of protection, she, too, had a protective secret treasure inherited from the God King. Secret treasures are for preserving life. Don't use them lightly. Li Yuan smirked. All right, Little Ice, it's your turn. Prepare the battlefield. Bringing Lu Bing along naturally wasn't for her to fight. Got it. Lu Bing transformed into a streak of green light and flew out. Following that, she unfurled her wings, presenting claws holding artifacts carved with intricate secret runes. Discs, array flags, array stones, void crystals. A great many treasures for constructing formations were retrieved one after another. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The myriad items shot out like meteors, swiftly flying into the void, merging deeply with the space around them. A few minutes later, Big Brother, within this 30,000-kilometer expanse of void, the Void Restriction Array and Chenkin Inversion Array, granted to me by Master, have both been completely set up. Lu Bing transmitted via voice. Indeed, the formations. Li Yuan brought Lu Bing precisely because Lu Bing possessed many treasures even he did not own, such as the 2 true god-level formations before them, all bestowed by Qinghong Heavenly God during their time on Juxing continent. Unlike Li Yuan, the highest echelon of Juxing Ancient City had not fully trusted Li Yuan. The Dream Realm Stone was obtained through Zhang Yuan Heavenly God's transaction. Qinghong Heavenly God, however, greatly valued Lu Bing and granted her numerous treasures. Though the cumulative value of these treasures fell short of the Dream Realm Stone, each served its own purpose, proving immensely impactful during the demigod and true god stages. All right. Hand over the cores for controlling the 2 formations to Lai Qing True God, Li Yuan transmitted. Only in the hands of a true god can these formations unleash sufficient might. These 2 formations primarily possessed the power of restriction. Whoosh. Following the transmission from the 2 pseudo-gods, Lai Qing True God caught both of them, sealed off their 6 senses, and swiftly returned. These 2 grand formations. Remarkable. Lai Qing True God, upon receiving the formation cores and performing a brief refinement, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. To set them up so quickly, they must have been crafted by a master of formations. Formations of this caliber. Back when I was in the divine realm, I could never afford them, Lai Qing True God remarked with a laugh. Li Yuan Divine Son, your heaven snake is truly impressive, Lai Qing True God praised. With the aid of these formations, I have a 20% chance of killing Kai Yan. At this moment, Lai Qing True God's confidence surged. His strength was already superior by a margin. It was merely difficult to pin Kai Yan True God down in every confrontation. Now, with the formation's assistance, the odds greatly increased. The only concern now is whether Kai Yan will come, Li Yuan said gravely. Our alliance has never been disclosed, Lai Qing True God replied with a grin. Flame Rainbow Star is his territory. If he doesn't dare come when I'm wreaking havoc here, his reputation will be in shambles. Both he and I are the only true gods in the mortal domain, and both are very prideful. Don't worry, I've challenged him many times before. All right. Li Yuan nodded. This battle was an open stratagem. Coming to Flame River was intended to lower Kai Yan True God's guard. Regardless, neither Li Yuan nor Lai Qing True God would recklessly invade the depths of their opponent's stronghold. That approach simply carried too low a chance of success. As expected by Lai Qing True God, 9 Flames Star. This was one of the 3 primary bases of the Immortal Ruins civilization along Flame River, and the true lair of Kai Yan True God. In a grand palace. Lai Qing, that old bastard. Kai Yan True God had already received the news and let out furious, low roars. These roars reverberated through every corner of the majestic palace, stunning the two pseudo-gods resting within and leaving hundreds of demigods perplexed. These demigods, in truth, were largely unaware of Kai Yan true god's existence. But the two pseudo-gods knew. What's wrong? What event could provoke a great true god's wrath? The two pseudo-gods felt a surge of panic. Boom! Kai Yan true god transformed into a torrent of flames, shooting out from the palace in an instant, also leaving 9 flames star altogether. That Lai Ching. Suddenly launching an assault. There's surely some preparation behind it. Kai Yan true god moved through the void, his speed skyrocketing to an alarming degree. Kai Yan true god's gaze turned icy. Could Li Yuan be involved? But he's just a demigod, how much can he accomplish? A secret treasure capable of killing true gods? Even heavenly gods find it hard to bestow such a thing. No matter the reason, daring to invade my territory, I will not yield. Kai Yan true god carried his own pride. He sped toward Flame Rainbow Star at the fastest possible pace. Several hours later, the already shattered Flame Rainbow Star, with countless star fragments still colliding endlessly, unleashed shocking aftershocks with each impact. Massive debris and flowing magma from the planet's core churned violently. About 60,000 kilometers away, this part of the starry sky was similarly affected. However, it couldn't disturb the towering figure over 100 meters tall hovering in the void. As for Li Yuan and Lu Bing, they were nowhere to be seen. Li Yuan, divine son, you'd best stay hidden within the cave heaven treasure, said Lai Ching true god via transmission. When Kai Yan true god steps into the formation's range, that'll be your cue to come out. Understood. Li Yuan replied, as he and Lu Bing were already concealed within the ancient divine palace. They dared not remain in the distant void. Before the overwhelming sensory powers of a true god, the soul auras of Li Yuan and Lu Bing were impossible to conceal. Thus, at this moment, the ancient divine palace had transformed into dust, hiding within the cracks of Lai Ching true god's armor. Under this cover, shrouded by Lai Ching true god's domineering aura, Kai Yan true god couldn't immediately detect the presence of the ancient divine palace, nor could he guess that Li Yuan and Lu Bing were hiding there. As for those formation tools, being lifeless objects, they were exceedingly difficult for a true god to identify unless unleashed. Moreover, these were treasures refined by Qing Hong heavenly divine. If Kai Yan true god could easily locate them, it would be an absurd joke. Suddenly, Kai Yan has arrived, Lai Ching true god transmitted to Li Yuan. Boom! Lai Ching true god rose directly to his feet, gazing at the distant void, where a blazing streak of firelight descended at lightning speed. It finally stopped tens of thousands of kilometers away, revealing a figure clad in fiery crimson armor, surrounded by floating spears. No less than 9 fire-red spears encircled his back, forming a massive flaming halo. A staggering presence. Lai Ching, Kai Yan true god roared angrily, as a true god, bullying the weak, have you no shame? His voice, carried by spatial ripples, instantly spread across a radius of over 100,000 kilometers. I wasn't bullying the weak, Lai Ching true god laughed thunderously. I've simply made some breakthroughs in my cultivation recently and felt like sparring with you, that's all. I didn't kill any of your subordinate pseudo-gods. As for those demigods, they'll all die within 1,000 years anyway. What difference does the death of a mere couple hundred make? I saved you some resources. You ought to thank me. Whoosh! Lai Ching true god waved his hand, causing 2 pseudo-gods to feel their world spin as they were flung thousands of kilometers away, their previously sealed perceptive senses finally unblocked. Ancestor? Is it a true god who's come to save us? The 2 pseudo-gods, regaining their senses, immediately detected the terrifying aura of the figure in the distant void. Leave this place. Kai Yan true god transmitted to them. Understood. Quick, move. The 2 pseudo-gods transformed into streaks of light and rapidly fled the area. They knew the 2 true gods were about to engage in a deadly confrontation. Sister Ji Yu, is it him? Inside the ancient divine palace, Li Yuan was making his final inquiry. Although all the gathered intelligence confirmed Kai Yan true god was the same Kai Yan pseudo-god from 10,000 years ago, caution was always requisite. It's him. Absolutely him. Jiuyu's voice carried an endless venomous hatred. In that battle years ago, it was him who gravely wounded the true phoenix. Even if he's ascended to true god, I would recognize him instantly. Good, then there can be no mistake. Li Yuan nodded, feeling no further inner hesitation or burden. In the starry sky, after the two pseudo-gods had fled far away. Breakthroughs in your cultivation. Kai Yan true god's gaze turned icy. Lai Ching, let me see for myself how much a dying old relic like you has advanced in these 1,000 years. Boom. Kai Yan true god's aura erupted with dazzling flames as he moved to strike. Like a fire deity incarnate, true gods, having condensed their divine heart, no longer relied on their physical forms. When their star techniques were cultivated to the 7th rank, their unleashed might soared to incomprehensibly terrifying heights. This overwhelming fiery aura was the external manifestation of Kai Yan true god employing the body-refining star technique. Haha, bring it on. Lai Ching true god's figure instantaneously expanded to over 1,000 meters, his armor radiating endless heaviness, wielding a massive combat saber that shone blindingly bright. Rumble, streams of earthy yellow energy began emanating, the hallmark of Lai Ching true god's specialty, his domain. Channeling the law origin's power, infused with boundless origin power, created this immense domain. Swish, as the domain took shape, the ancient divine palace disguised as a speck of dust swiftly retreated in the opposite direction. Shielded by the domain's immense fluctuations, even a true god would struggle to detect it, particularly with Lai Ching true god actively aiding the ancient divine palace in its retreat. A battle of true gods. If they engage in close combat later, I wouldn't dare emerge. Even the residual shockwaves of their proximity could severely injure or outright obliterate me. Li Yuan understood this all too clearly. The risk is far too great. For pseudo-god limit experts, advancing into the true god realm meant a leap in power so vast it was hard to fathom. Their origin power multiplied dozens of times over, enhancing countless star techniques. As a result, their overall strength increased an estimated 1,000-fold. It was no exaggeration. The further one progressed, the harder large-scale battles became across realms. In mere seconds. Boom! Like a blazing deity, Kai Yan true god's speed soared as he charged through the void, causing ripples to shake space incessantly, rapidly closing in on Lai Ching true god. Seizing one of the 9 fiery spears behind him, he hurled it across nearly 10,000 kilometers. Boom! The flaming spear's speed skyrocketed to an astonishing level, piercing the void across 10,000 kilometers in less than a second. Wherever the spear passed, space shattered into horrifying rifts. Why do true gods fear no space rifts? Because with mere gestures, they could tear space apart. Rumble, the spear's brilliance struck, instantly piercing the gaseous stellar-like domain. Directly striking Lai Ching true god. That's an old trick. Lai Ching true god stepped forward, his aura surging instantly. Layer upon layer of earth-colored law-secret runes emerged on the blade of his combat saber, intertwining with each other, causing the saber's aura to soar. Boom! A dazzling blade light slashed through the heavens and the earth, seemingly tearing apart the heavens themselves, creating a massive space rift in the starry sky. Bang! The combat saber cleaved through the heavens and the earth, directly striking at the blazing spear, sending it flying backward. Countless fiery glimmers extinguished layer by layer, and the terrifying shockwave from the collision rippled across a range of several thousand kilometers. Fortunately, the battle was taking place in the starry sky. Had it been on a planet, it would have destroyed a celestial body in an instant. Swish! Just as Lai Ching true god deflected the first spear, a second flaming spear was already howling towards him. A third flaming spear, a fourth, one followed another. 9 blazing spears, like the 9 stars in perfect alignment, under Kai Yan true god's control, shot out in less than a second, all targeting the area where Lai Ching true god stood. Bang! 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 Lai Ching true god did not dodge in the slightest. Wielding his combat saber, He unleashed one terrifying saber light after another, directly clashing head-on against the fiery spears. For the first 6 spears, Li Qing True God could barely hold his ground. But the successive collisions grew overwhelming, and the last 3 flaming spears blasted him back over 1,000 kilometers, his body sustaining noticeable injuries. Buzz! Within Li Qing True God's body, his divine heart surged, and origin power frantically worked to heal his injuries. Kai Yan, even though I've taken all 9 of your 9 blazing spears head-on, their might isn't as formidable as you'd hope. Li Qing True God's voice was thunderous. Why didn't you dodge? Kai Yan True God frowned, the 9 flaming spears circling around him. The burst and flight speed of divine artifacts far exceeded the flight speed of powerful beings. Dodge? Li Qing True God suddenly revealed a sinister grin. If I dodged, how would I lure you in? Kai Yan True God's pupils contracted slightly, sensing danger and immediately preparing to retreat. Trying to leave now? Too late. Formation. With a single thought, Li Qing True God activated a formation that enveloped a 30,000-kilometer radius of the void. Boom. 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 Suddenly, in all 4 directions of the battleground, 9 dazzling beams of light rose to the heavens, together with numerous formation bases and array plates being triggered. In just a moment, the entire 30,000-kilometer range was surrounded by a dual-layer formation. From an outside perspective, the space appeared hazy and unfathomable. What is this? The ancestor. 2 pseudo-gods of the Immortal Ruins civilization who had fled tens of thousands of kilometers away were utterly shocked. This is a trap? When was this formation laid out? These 2 pseudo-gods had no knowledge of the formation's existence. Could the true god be in danger? The 2 pseudo-gods were filled with unease but dared not linger, continuing to flee frantically. They knew their presence here would only serve to distract Kai Yan True God. Inside the Great Formation. A formation? A spatial formation? Sealing off space and creating an independent realm? Kai Yan True God was slightly startled but remained composed. He had anticipated that Li Qing True God, daring to come for him, would have some preparation, and the possibility of a formation was within his expectations. However, a formation laid out in such a short period was unlikely to possess overwhelming might. As long as I hold on for a while and engage in combat, thereby destabilizing the space, I'll have a chance to find a flaw in the formation and break free. Kai Yan True God had made up his mind. And his judgment was accurate. Like the dual-layer formation deployed by Liu Bing, it barely managed to cover a vast area and was far from perfect. Its speed of deployment was its greatest advantage. In the sanctuaries of great powers or the strongholds of mighty beings, formations consist of 8 or even 10 layers stacked upon each other to maximize stability and might. Otherwise, under the relentless attacks of a true god, even a strong formation would eventually be shaken at its core over time. It's suppressing the range of my divine sense. Kai Yan True God's eyes turned icy as he shouted, Li Qing, do you think this formation alone will suffice to kill me? Boom. Kai Yan True God ceased his active assaults, instead spreading his divine sense to perceive the operations of the formation, attempting to decipher its weaknesses. Formations are essentially the utilization of the laws governing all things. By understanding their inherent patterns, one can dismantle them. He's trapped. This heaven and earth inversion formation solidifies space and confounds the sense of direction. It's truly formidable. Li Qing True God transmitted a message to the distance. Li Yuan Divine Son, we must act quickly. Otherwise, over time, he may find a flaw in the formation. Understood. Li Yuan replied. Boom! Li Qing True God roared as he charged once again towards Kai Yan True God, his blade light like a radiant rainbow, its might overwhelming. Forcing Kai Yan True God to defend with all his might. In this way, Kai Yan True God couldn't fully focus on deciphering the formation. Suddenly, whoosh, a powerful fluctuation of divine sense swept through, immediately alerting Kai Yan True God. A true god-level divine sense? Another true god? Impossible? He was utterly shaken. Kai Yan True God hadn't met Li Yuan and was, therefore, unfamiliar with his life breath. Ha ha ha, Kai Yan, the surprises for you are just beginning. Prepare to die. Li Qing True God laughed heartily. Rumble. The two true gods fought with all their might, tearing the heavens apart and fracturing the void with space rifts. These space rifts opened and closed repeatedly. At a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers from the battlefield, near the formation's edge, Li Yuan and Liu Bing had already left the ancient divine palace. He's trapped. It's time to act. Li Yuan's divine sense permeated most of the formation's scope, observing the titanic clash between the two true gods. Although a sweep with divine sense would be detected by Kai Yan True God, Li Yuan no longer cared at this moment. In truth, from the perspective of safeguarding the seven-star civilization, Li Yuan should perhaps invade the Immortal Ruins civilization directly, eliminating the demigod and pseudo-god forces there first before attempting to hunt down Kai Yan True God. Even if he failed, the middle and lower-tier combat forces of the Immortal Ruins civilization would suffer significant losses, and the threat to the seven-star civilization would be much reduced. However, Li Yuan's primary target had always been Kai Yan True God. Hiding his strength. This was all for the sake of this moment of eruption. Boom! In the palm of Li Yuan's hand, an irregular fiery red stone appeared. As the stone manifested, Li Yuan's aura and oppressive force began soaring dramatically. This red stone. Liu Bing, standing nearby, was stunned. At this moment, she had a strange feeling that Li Yuan's aura was more terrifying than that of the two true gods locked in combat. A true god-level soul, comprehending the essence of virtual realm objects. This allows me to harness the origin power of the Dream Realm Stone far more effectively. Li Yuan felt the sheer power he now controlled. During the battle in the Ancestral Realm, he was only able to tap into a sliver of the Dream Realm Stone's power. But now, the strength he could wield had become considerably substantial. This was a soul-related Dao treasure that even the Heavenly Divine would value immensely, and it had been in Li Yuan's possession for so long. Today, it had truly begun to radiate its brilliance. Li Yuan activated the Dream Realm Stone directly, unleashing a soul secret technique he had spent the past year diligently cultivating, Black Illusion Abyss. This soul secret technique, when mastered to the extreme, approaches the level of a divine king. It was created by a heavenly divine exceptionally skilled in soul attacks. Li Yuan, however, had only cultivated it to the second layer. The range covered by his divine sense was now entirely enveloped by soul attacks. Boom! Terrifying soul waves instantly spanned tens of thousands of attacks, surging toward Kai Yan True God. In the heat of battle, Kai Yan True God suddenly felt as though everything before him disappeared. He could no longer see Li Qing True God nor perceive anything around him. He felt as though he had plunged into an infinite abyss of darkness. Within the abyss, layer upon layer of terrifying illusions constantly appeared, forcibly dragging him deeper into this abyss. Soul attack. What a horrifying soul attack. Wake up! Wake up! Kai Yan True God roared inwardly, desperately trying to regain his clarity. Through countless years of cultivation, his soul will had reached the intermediate rank of the true God level. Yet, dwelling in the mortal domain, he had never possessed true God-level soul secret treasures and never deemed them necessary. After all, within the mortal domain, no true God had ever posed a soul-based threat to him. But Li Yuan's soul, though it had just entered the true God realm, had achieved true God peak-level soul will. And his insight into the soul Tao was similarly at the true God peak level. Most importantly, there was the Dream Realm Stone. The only shortcoming Li Yuan had was that his cultivation time was far too brief. Though Black Soul Abyss was an exquisite technique, the Soul Abyss constructed from it was somewhat coarse overall. Yet even so, the potency of Li Yuan's soul attacks ranked among the top tier across countless true gods. Thus, in an instant, Kai Yan True God succumbed, his eyes growing vacant and lifeless. Whoosh! As Kai Yan True God's consciousness fell into oblivion, the 9 flaming spears revolving around him slowed drastically. What kind of horrifying soul attack is this, capable of causing Kai Yan to succumb? Li Qing True God was inconceivably shaken. He finally understood the ace up Li Yuan's sleeve. It was not a formation. The formation merely prevented Kai Yan True God from escaping. It was soul attacks. Kill. Li Qing True God, though internally shocked, acted without hesitation, wildly slashing at Kai Yan True God with his combat saber. Bam! Against the utterly defenseless Kai Yan True God, the devastating blade light, carrying an unparalleled impact force, struck his body, dispersing much of the fiery radiance enveloping him. A divine glow emanated from Kai Yan True God. It was his divine artifact battle armor. Slash again. Li Qing True God launched yet another ferocious attack, his blade light slicing through the vast sky, striking down hard once more. Strike when he's weak. Take his life. Boom boom boom. His expansive domain, with streams of earthy yellow energy, roared violently, bombarding Kai Yan True God, striving to inflict greater damage. In his state of consciousness obliteration, Kai Yan True God's external senses were exceptionally faint. He only felt himself trapped in an infinite abyss. His perception of everything was distorted. However, within his heart, he was painfully aware that if he did not wake up soon, his death was inevitable. This is real. No, it's still the illusion, it's still an illusion. How could an illusion be so lifelike? Kai Yan True God's heart burned with anxiety. Soul. Ignite. Kai Yan True God frantically activated his soul defense secret technique. Through ages, despite his disregard for soul defense, he had managed to cultivate at least one decent secret technique. He struggled with all his might. Finally, boom! Kai Yan True God's soul consciousness forcefully shattered the massive abyss, perceiving the world outside once more. He also became aware of the danger he was in. Bang! A ferocious blade light slammed heavily against him, sending him flying once again. Even with the protection of his divine artifact battle armor, the devastating force penetrated the armor, crashing repeatedly against his divine heart, still managing to inflict tremendous damage. Cracks had already formed across his divine heart. What kind of soul attack could cause me to succumb for such a length? Kai Yan True God's heart was consumed with terror. The severe damage to his divine heart greatly slowed the circulation of origin power within him, reducing his strength as a result. Bang! Kai Yan True God barely maneuvered his flaming spears to fend off Li Qing True God's frenzied blade light. Buzz! Yet another horrifying wave of soul attack descended, plunging Kai Yan True God back into oblivion. As expected, everything proceeding as I anticipated. Li Yuan, monitoring with divine sense, thought to himself, though my soul has just stepped into the True God realm, with the aid of the Dream Realm Stone, it is enough for my soul attacks to reach formidable levels. If Li Yuan were to break through and become a true god now, his material attacks would also grow immensely powerful. However, for the time being, his material path still paled in comparison to his soul path. With repeated depleting attacks, his divine heart is bound to collapse completely. Kai Yan is doomed. Soul. Ignite. Kai Yan True God frantically activated his soul defense secret technique. Through ages, despite his disregard for soul defense, he had managed to cultivate at least one decent secret technique. He struggled with all his might. Finally, boom! Kai Yan True God's soul consciousness forcefully shattered the massive abyss, perceiving the world outside once more. He also became aware of the danger he was in. Bang! A ferocious blade light slammed heavily against him, sending him flying once again. Even with the protection of his divine artifact battle armor, the devastating force penetrated the armor, crashing repeatedly against his divine heart, still managing to inflict tremendous damage. Cracks had already formed across his divine heart. What kind of soul attack could cause me to succumb for such a length? Kai Yan True God's heart was consumed with terror. The severe damage to his divine heart greatly slowed the circulation of origin power within him, reducing his strength as a result. Bang! Kai Yan True God barely maneuvered his flaming spears to fend off Li Qing True God's frenzied blade light. Buzz! Yet another horrifying wave of soul attack descended, plunging Kai Yan True God back into oblivion. With the death of Kai Yan True God, the previously turbulent formation swiftly quieted down. The space rifts that had been torn open also rapidly healed. Trying to slay a true god is truly challenging. Li Yuan's divine sense perceived everything. Even though I continuously wielded the Black Soul Abyss, causing Kai Yan True God's soul consciousness to remain in a near constant state of collapse, almost defenseless, and with Lai Ching True God unleashing full force attacks, it still took 12 seconds to successfully slay him. The divine heart of a true god is exceedingly resilient. This was only with the 7-star meridian, merely a 7-star divine heart. Li Yuan thought to himself, if it had been the 8-star meridian or 9-star pulse, the divine heart would have been even more robust. Lai Ching True God could have bombarded it for ages without being able to extinguish it. From the moment a divine entity lights the divine fire, they become increasingly difficult to kill. The divine heart is the embryonic form of an inner world, containing an entire world within. Destroying such a construct is unimaginably difficult. Furthermore, the stronger the star meridian, the more powerful the divine heart formed, a force capable of invoking even greater origin power. Both Kai Yan True God and Lai Ching True God were 7-star meridians, extremely rare occurrences in the mortal domain across millennia. Among true gods, their divine hearts are considered of medium level. But regardless, the task has been accomplished. It's a pity I didn't deliver the final strike. Otherwise, I could have obtained a tremendous amount of spirituality nourishment. A thought flickered through Li Yuan's mind. Yet, Li Yuan didn't mind too much. The life barrier limiting spiritual awakening from 100% to 105%, and eventually to 125%, had already been shattered when he slew the pseudo-god. Chapter 444. What he lacked now was soul cultivation. I don't lack spirituality nourishment in the slightest. Li Yuan thought silently. On Juxing continent, I hunted a significant number of pseudo-gods and accumulated a considerable amount. However, Li Yuan wasn't sure to what extent his soul needed to grow for his spiritual awakening limit to reach the full 125%. Soul progress, carried in my semi-divine level body, has reached its limit. I'll simply have to take it step by step. Li Yuan resigned himself to this reality. If soul cultivation were easy to advance, then core demigods at the pinnacle forces of the divine realm wouldn't remain trapped in the void god realm. Who? Li Yuan Divine Son actually succeeded, ha ha ha. Your soul attack truly defies the heavens. Lai Ching True God laughed heartily as he approached, his heart clearly stirred with excitement. He and Kai Yan True God had grappled in conflict for thousands of years, unable to overcome each other. Due to his older age and being closer to inevitable dissolution, Lai Ching True God, despite possessing greater strength, often exercised restraint with Kai Yan True God. This time, if not for Li Yuan's special identity and the resolve to gamble, Lai Ching True God would not have taken reckless action. Once engaged, if he failed to kill Kai Yan True God, it would become a feud of life and death. Before the battle, Lai Ching True God had resolved to offend Kai Yan True God to his core, just to satisfy Li Yuan. Unexpectedly, the battle ended with the successful slaying of Kai Yan True God. It was practically a joyous surprise. It's because Lai Ching True God's power is so overwhelming. Only with such immense might could it be eradicated in such a short time. Li Yuan smiled and said, otherwise, the outcome would have been impossible. Well, cooperation was key. Lai Ching True God grinned. With Kai Yan's demise, the mortal domain now had only one true god remaining. His mood soared. Li Yuan Divine Son, Lai Ching True God remarked, what of the treasures Kai Yan has left behind? Half each, Li Yuan replied straightforwardly, without pretense. Despite possessing some treasures, most were non-tradable. One could say Li Yuan was currently quite poor. Fair, Lai Ching True God said, relieved. Quickly, Li Yuan and Lai Ching True God then divided the spoils left by Kai Yan True God. The yield wasn't significant. Each secured only a few 100,000 Fangshan crystals worth of treasures. Most of his treasures must have been stored within the civilization. What he carried with him was limited to portable items. Lai Ching True God noted, Li Yuan Divine Son. Though Kai Yan True God is dead, the Immortal Ruins civilization remains deeply fortified. What's your plan? He was subtly advising Li Yuan. When cutting grass, it's best to uproot the roots as well. Although Lai Qing True God cannot infiltrate Immortal Ruins civilization, he suggested Li Yuan could. Now that we've acted, no harm should remain. Lai Qing True God, we must immediately move to the 2 remaining Immortal Ruins civilization outposts along Flame River. Li Yuan instructed, capture as many pseudo-gods and demigods as we can. No need to slay them, all of them should be handed over to me. Finally, I'll need to trouble you to escort me outside the plane passage to 7-star civilization. Li Yuan added, it will expedite our journey. Although Li Yuan was speedy on his own, he couldn't match the pace of Lai Qing True God. All right. No delay. Let's act at once. Lai Qing True God agreed, unleashing an invisible force. Boom. Lai Qing True God enveloped Li Yuan as the 2 swiftly flew out of the formation toward 9 Flames Star. Whoosh! A streak of cyan light darted from Li Yuan's arm. Little Ice, gather all the foundational stones, array plates, and array flags of the Great Formation. Save them for future use. Li Yuan communicated, then wait for me near the wormhole we came through. All right. Lu Bing nodded repeatedly. In the starry sky tens of thousands of miles away. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 void gods were frantically fleeing. The ancestor is dead. The mighty True God has truly fallen. The 2 void gods from Immortal Ruins civilization were utterly terrified. Both carried tokens of Kai Yan True God. But just moments ago, they were alarmed to discover that Kai Yan True God's token had turned into an ownerless object. He's coming. Lai Qing True God is coming. One of the void gods suddenly turned back in panic, sensing a terrifying presence hurtling toward them. Before they could react, buzz! A wave of invisible energy instantly engulfed the 2 void gods, forcing them into collapse. With Li Yuan's mastery of soul attacks, even a pseudo-god limit expert would likely fall prey instantly, let alone 2 ordinary pseudo-gods. Seal. Suppress. Li Yuan waved his hand, and the ancient divine palace in his palm rapidly expanded. A grand phantom appeared in the void, as if an enormous abyss had opened up, directly devouring the 2 pseudo-gods of the Immortal Ruins civilization. They were suppressed inside the ancient divine palace. As a cave heaven world magical treasure, the ancient divine palace was incredibly durable, capable of storing a large number of lives while also possessing the ability to suppress and bind. Soul attacks, especially when cultivated to profound levels, are indeed formidable, Lai Qing True God remarked with deep emotion. To the next location, Li Yuan commanded. Boom! The 2 swiftly departed. Just as Li Yuan and Lai Qing True God were heading toward the 9 Flames Star. In the Immortal Ruins civilization, 9 Clouds Star. At the towering heights of the overlapping vast, 9 Clouds realm, inside the Divine Hall. Dong, 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 the ancient chimes of copper bells echoed through the hall. A full 9 strikes. Almost instantly, phantoms appeared one after another within the Divine Hall. What happened? What's going on? The 9 sounds of the Immortal Ruins ringing means only one thing, a threat of civilization annihilation. The expressions of the pseudo-gods shifted between shock and panic, their gazes instinctively turning toward Yan Lin pseudo-god. At that moment, Yan Lin pseudo-god's face was as grim as it could be. Moments later, over 20 pseudo-gods, whether true forms or avatars, all arrived. Where is Landuo? Where is Galah? Some among the pseudo-gods noticed several absences and grew perplexed. Don't ask. They've likely been captured. Yan Lin pseudo-god spoke through clenched teeth, his face darkened. The situation is dire. I will speak plainly. Our Immortal Ruins civilization has reached its most dangerous hour. Just moments ago, a great true god has fallen. The sky of our Immortal Ruins civilization has collapsed, Yan Lin pseudo-god said in a deep voice. Instantly, the Divine Hall fell into utter silence as the myriad pseudo-gods stared wide-eyed in disbelief, utterly shell-shocked. Meanwhile, their true forms quickly began verifying the tokens bestowed by Kai Yan True God. The results were unanimous. The tokens had all turned into ownerless objects. The hearts of the pseudo-gods of the Immortal Ruins civilization sank to rock bottom, filled with dread and confusion. How could a true god die? Before the true god perished, a message was sent back. The culprits were Li Qing True God and another mysterious true god highly skilled in soul attacks. Yan Lin Pseudo-God murmured. Against such enemies, there is no hope for victory. A deathly stillness swept through the hall. 2 true gods? Isn't there supposed to be only 2 true gods across the entire mortal domain? Where did this third true god come from? One of the pseudo-gods couldn't help but ask. I don't know, but that's no longer relevant. Yan Lin Pseudo-God shook his head. Everyone, remember from this moment onward, our Immortal Ruins civilization has truly entered its most perilous time. Without the deterrence of a true god, if 7-star civilization's Li Yuan becomes aware, will he still maintain peace? That is entirely uncertain, Yan Lin Pseudo-God warned solemnly. This keyed up the vigilance in every pseudo-god's heart. Li Yuan, though merely a demigod, he single-handedly wiped out the entire Myriad Demons civilization, a terrifying existence. So, starting now, I propose immediately activating the civilization inheritance plan. Yan Lin Pseudo-God swept his gaze over the gathered pseudo-gods. All those in favor, raise your hands. Act quickly. As a civilization that has endured for hundreds of thousands of years, the Immortal Ruins civilization has weathered its fair share of storms. Faced with the threat of annihilation, it promptly activated contingency protocols. After setting everything in order, Yan Lin Pseudo-God personally led numerous pseudo-gods to Guu Star. Guu Star was home to the Guu Divine Kingdom of the Immortal Ruins civilization, situated near the boundary of Fierce Feather Star Realm and Kunlun Star Realm. Their mission was to guard the entrance to the Kunlun Star Realm and prevent Li Yuan from breaking through. Previously, there had been pseudo-gods stationed there, but their numbers were few. After all, with Kai Yan True God still alive at the time, the higher-ups of Immortal Ruins civilization weren't worried Li Yuan would take such a risk. In the 7-star civilization, Feixing Star, Li Yuan has allied with Crimson Sun civilization's Li Qing True God and slain the Immortal Ruins civilizations, Kai Yan True God. Prepare for war immediately. Dispatch the armies to Blue Star and prepare to invade the Immortal Ruins civilization. Lant Semi-Divine, Lanyue Semi-Divine, Baishan Semi-Divine, and other top executives of the civilization simultaneously received Li Yuan's report. Slay a true god. They were aware Immortal Ruins civilization had true god-tier existences, a fact that had kept them highly cautious thus far. Li Yuan, able to slay a true god? Sanyi Semi-Divine muttered in disbelief. True gods are said to be entities capable of altering the surface of a planet with a single strike and destroying the entire planet with sustained attacks, a fearsome force. Across the entire mortal domain, how many true gods are there? Li Yuan, though a demigod, no matter how extraordinary, how could he withstand a true god-level fight? The top leaders of the civilization were dumbstruck. Over the past 8 years, 7-star civilization had flourished significantly, leveraging the vast knowledge Li Yuan had left behind. Their strength had grown alongside their understanding that true gods were synonymous with immense power. Even in the divine realm, which was brimming with powerful entities, true gods had already attained the qualification to establish starry sky divine countries and command hundreds or thousands of life planets with ease. Li Yuan, the Vice Alliance hierarch, who annihilated Myriad Demons civilization on his own 8 years ago, I thought that was his limit. But now, he's capable of slaying Kai Yan True God. Doesn't this imply he might truly obliterate the Immortal Ruins civilization entirely? A semi-divine murmured with admiration, their voice trembling slightly. First Myriad Demons, now the Immortal Ruins. Once the threats surrounding 7-star civilization are eliminated, no force will remain capable of shaking the foundation of our civilization. The 7-star civilization's top leaders, amidst their shock, were brimming with exhilaration. A newfound sense of reverence for Li Yuan had been born. I was wrong. Gravely mistaken before. Previously, I thought Vice Alliance hierarch Li Yuan harbored selfish motives, favoring Xia country, favoring his family. But what does that matter? The contributions Vice Alliance hierarch Li Yuan has made for the civilization outweigh it by 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. This is what a true leader of civilization looks like. Silently and imperceptibly, he has truly established the foundation for the civilization's future. Immediately, all high-ranking members of the civilization leapt into action. No one dared to apply even the slightest discount on Li Yuan's orders anymore. The entirety of Blue Star civilization also sprang into immediate action. 8 years passed, and the 7-star civilization's population exploded. Advanced cultivation methods were widely disseminated, and immense resources were invested, causing the number of martial artists within the civilization to skyrocket. Although the time was still short and top-tier combat strength wasn't yet apparent, the number of demigods already surpassed 120. There were even more flying heaven warriors. The leadership of the 7-star civilization all understood that Li Yuan's so-called military mobilization was merely a preparatory stage, meant for them to take control of planets and attack lower-tier star realms. Flame River, 9 Flames Star. They've all run off. They sure escaped quickly. Even with the speed of Li Yuan and Lai Ching True God, it had taken them several hours to arrive. By the time they got there, nothing remained. There's no need to bother with the other base either. Lai Ching True God said, Li Yuan Divine Son, then I shall take you back. This battle. Kai Yan True God must not have confirmed your identity, likely assuming it was a true god who intervened. Lai Ching True God chuckled and added, I presume the pseudo-gods of the Immortal Ruins civilization wouldn't directly retreat from the dimensional plane just yet. Li Yuan nodded. When he annihilated the Myriad Demons civilization, his strength only reached the pseudo-god limit. The Immortal Ruins civilization had deep foundations. Under normal circumstances, they should be able to resist an attack of this level of strength. The longer we delay, the more risks arise. It's better to strike swiftly and capture as many pseudo-gods and demigods as possible. Li Yuan said softly, Lai Ching True God, I'll have to trouble you. It's no trouble at all. Lai Ching True God nodded, let's go. Boom. The two transformed into rays of light, swiftly flying toward the wormhole's direction. When Li Yuan returned to the 7-star civilization, the Immortal Ruins civilization, on Guu Star, had already marshaled nearly 20 pseudo-gods, sparing no cost in arranging layer upon layer of grand formations. In terms of inherent strength, the Immortal Ruins civilization far outstripped them. Up to 8 layered formations had been set up, and above the formations floated a majestic palace. Inside the palace. Boom! Amidst a powerful aura dispersing, countless black lights finally converged, forming a phantom. The great king of East Cloud, Yan Lin Pseudo-God, kneeled respectfully on the ground. The East Cloud Divine Country and the Immortal Ruins civilization were connected through more than one communication magical treasure. And this black phantom was none other than East Cloud True God, the ruler of the Divine Realm's East Cloud Divine Country. Although he was not a native true god of the Immortal Ruins civilization, he carried the bloodline of the Ruins clan. Are you Yan Lin, the current pseudo-god leader of our homeland? East Cloud True God's voice carried a trace of urgency. What is the situation now? How did Kai Yan True God fall? Before Kai Yan True God perished, he had not only transmitted messages to the high-ranking members of the Immortal Ruins civilization but also to East Cloud True God. Does the Immortal Ruins civilization face any danger? East Cloud True God was most concerned about the possibility of the Immortal Ruins civilization being annihilated. That would result in an enormous loss. There is no immediate danger for now. Yan Lin Pseudo-God quickly responded, but that assailant, Lai Ching True God, belongs to the faction of the Chaos Divine Court. Dongfang Ji of the 7-star civilization is also affiliated with the Chaos Divine Court. I'm worried Li Yuan of the 7-star civilization might invade. Yan Lin Pseudo-God requested, please, guide us, my king. Li Yuan, is he the demigod who erupted with pseudo-god limit strength? East Cloud True God spoke in a deep voice. Yes. Yan Lin Pseudo-God immediately confirmed. East Cloud True God contemplated for a long moment before speaking slowly, I will immediately report to higher authorities. If Li Yuan does indeed attack and you cannot fend him off, retrieve the token number 9. That token, even in desperate times, might preserve the survival of the Immortal Ruins civilization. Understood. Yan Lin Pseudo-God nodded repeatedly. He had heard Kai Yan True God mention it before. The token number 9 was a relic left behind by the leader of Wandao Divine Court's forces after the Divine War that ended tens of thousands of years ago. In that ancient war, that leader had been the greatest beneficiary. In less than a day, in a wormhole near an exterior region of the Seven-Star Plane. Swish, swish, swish. Lai Qing True God had already escorted Li Yuan and Liu Bing as they flew out of the wormhole. Thousands of miles in the distance loomed the enormous, dark vortex of the Seven-Star Plane, stretching thousands of kilometers in diameter. Li Yuan Divine Son, I can only send you this far. Lai Qing True God smiled. Any closer, and the plane's origin will suppress me even more. The rest of the journey falls to you. If we can crush the Immortal Ruins civilization in one decisive battle, it would neutralize a significant threat, Lai Qing True God remarked. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. Traveling along the plane passage, Li Yuan quickly returned to Feixing. Without any delay, Li Yuan immediately traveled through the Star Realm passage to Blue Star. In Sha Country, at the old site of Kunlun Martial University. Whoosh! The Kunlun Star Realm exit. Li Yuan gazed at the sprawling land below, a trace of wistfulness flickering in his heart. Because of the Immortal Ruins civilization's invasion of Blue Star, the battle had completely destroyed Kunlun Martial University. Though it had been rebuilt later, the university had relocated elsewhere. Only its old site remained. A colossal war fortress had been constructed around the 100-plus kilometer wide Star Realm exit. Above the starry sky's entryway, a massive floating palace hovered imposingly. Li Yuan, Lanyue Semi-Divine, Lant Semi-Divine, and Sanyi Semi-Divine all rushed out from the palace and looked eagerly at Li Yuan. Their eyes burned with fervor. Wait here. Wait for my message. If all goes smoothly, after this battle, even if the Immortal Ruins civilization survives, it will never again pose a threat to our Seven-Star civilization, Li Yuan said slowly. Boom! Li Yuan, with Liu Bing in tow, plunged into the Star Realm passage. Guu Star, at the Kunlun Star Realm exit. Layer after layer of grand formations shrouded the area, ethereal light suppressing the massive 100-plus kilometer wide exit entirely. Inside the floating palace, Yan Lin Pseudo-God and 23 other pseudo-gods all sat cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, Yan Lin Pseudo-God's eyes shot open, his expression shifting. Li Yuan is here. What? He's come this quickly. Does he actually dare to attack alone? Does he think our Immortal Ruins civilization is as easily toppled as the Myriad Demons civilization by the likes of a single demigod? The faces of these Immortal Ruins civilization pseudo-gods grew murderous. No matter. Fight with all we have. In our civilization's tens of thousands of years, this is the greatest challenge we've ever faced, Yan Lin Pseudo-God intoned gravely. For the first time in its history, the Immortal Ruins civilization faced an invasion by a being who wielded pseudo-god limit strength. Let us go. Swish, swish, swish. 24 pseudo-gods transformed into streaks of light, flying out of the palace. They reached the exterior. At a glance, they spotted a black-garbed figure emanating a terrifying aura in the void. It was none other than Li Yuan, who had activated the body-refining star technique. Beside Li Yuan was the equally colossal Liu Bing, whose expansive wingspan made him far more massive than Li Yuan's roughly 100-meter-tall form. His aura was also immensely fearsome. Crash! 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 One by one, the formations had been fully activated, their combined might manifesting as fiery phantoms, colossal divine swords, sword light. Yet none could breach the swarming yellow dragons encircling Li Yuan. With his domain alone, Li Yuan had repelled much of the formation's might, laid down by the Immortal Ruins civilization's elites. Li Yuan. I am Yan Lin, the current leader of the Immortal Ruins civilization. Yan Lin pseudo-god's voice reverberated across the heavens. 8 years ago, a peace agreement was signed between us. For you to violate it now and invade. Surely this is improper? Violate the agreement? Li Yuan stood in the void, his face carved with cold indifference. 8 years ago, following the third Feixing War of my 7-star civilization, it was your Immortal Ruins civilization who proactively proposed a treaty to ensure peace between us. However, you were the ones who broke the agreement, igniting the Blue Star War and the Mingshu Star Realm War in succession. As a result, in these wars, my 7-star civilization lost 5 demigods, 2,600 flying heaven warriors, and 70 million civilians, the majority of whom were Sha country's people. Li Yuan spoke slowly. Sha country is my homeland. Silence fell. Yan Lin's pseudo-god's pupils constricted slightly. Both wars had erupted within Sha country territories on Blue Star, resulting in over 80% civilian casualties, nearly all Sha country residents. Submit or die. This is the 2 paths Li Yuan has offered to the Immortal Ruins civilization. Instantly, many pseudo-gods revealed expressions of anger. As the overlord of the mortal domain, even though Kai Yan True God had died, their hearts were still filled with pride. Stay calm, everyone. Yan Lin's pseudo-god's voice echoed in the minds of his fellow pseudo-gods. The ancestor has fallen, and now there are already 2 true gods eyeing our Immortal Ruins civilization like tigers. If we go to war against the 7-star civilization, against Li Yuan, it will be adding insult to injury. Up until now, Yan Lin's pseudo-god had no idea that Li Yuan had joined forces with Li Qing True God to kill Kai Yan True God. Thus, Yan Lin's pseudo-god was unwilling to start a war. In his view, there was still a possibility for redemption. Li Yuan, Yan Lin's pseudo-god stared at Li Yuan and said, "You demand submission from the Immortal Ruins civilization. What kind of submission is this exactly?" 2 conditions. Li Yuan replied directly. First, within 10 days, cede the territories of 100 life planets from your civilization to my 7-star civilization. You will be responsible for the migration. This sentence immediately provoked anger among many pseudo-gods. The Immortal Ruins civilization only had less than 400 life planets in total. Do not be rash. Even if the territory is temporarily ceded, so what? Once Li Yuan breaks through and ascends to godhood, he will no longer be able to enter our dimensional plane. No matter how much territory is given away, it can all be reclaimed. Yan Lin quickly transmitted his voice. The countless pseudo-gods suppressed their internal fury. Li Yuan, we can agree to the first condition, but what is the second? Yan Lin's pseudo-god said in a subdued tone. Summon all the pseudo-gods and demigods from the Immortal Ruins civilization, Li Yuan said lightly. Convene them in the divine realm and swear by the law never to return to the mortal domain. This was Li Yuan's true request. How to eliminate the threat of the Immortal Ruins civilization? Besides slaughter, there was indeed another method. Send them all away. Li Yuan proposed the idea of submission, not only because he genuinely did not want slaughter. The other reason was that the top echelons of the Immortal Ruins civilization present weren't all. There were still many pseudo-gods in the starry skyspace rift. Even more demigods roamed outside the planes. And Li Yuan had only 1 year left before he had to leave the mortal domain. Even if he were ruthless, he had no hope of killing all the pseudo-gods and demigods of the Immortal Ruins civilization. Impossible. Absolutely not. Dream on, Yan Lin. We may as well fight to the death. Does he, someone with only pseudo-god limit power, really think he can hold off all of us? One by one, pseudo-gods from the Immortal Ruins civilization could no longer contain their anger, shouting out in fury. This condition had already touched their bottom line. If agreed to, it would mean the complete collapse of their civilization's leadership. Once it came to that, even though the Immortal Ruins civilization would still have plenty of ordinary martial artists, they would be entirely suppressed by the 7-star civilization's forces, with no hope of ever turning the tide. Li Yuan. It's not that we don't want to agree, but your second condition exceeds our bottom line requirements. It's simply impossible for us to accept. Yan Lin pseudo-god said firmly, if you insist on forcing us, then there is no option but war. He didn't want war, but that didn't mean he feared it. Bottom line. Li Yuan shook his head and said, the bottom line is meant to be broken. You want war? Who here wants a battle? Dare to step forward? Li Yuan smiled, his gaze sweeping over each pseudo-god. Battle. A red-haired young woman radiated intense killing intent and stared at Li Yuan. Everyone, don't be intimidated by Li Yuan. The red-haired young woman transmitted her voice to her companions. If he truly had the power to annihilate us, would he be acting so hypocritical? Did he ever show mercy to the myriad demon civilization? He's clearly trying to scare us. We must not fall for it. She was convinced Li Yuan lacked the strength to invade. Li Yuan, if you think you can make the immortal ruined civilization bow its head, it is absolutely impossible. A burly man clad in black combat armor roared. His aura was vast and domineering, even more terrifying than Li Yuan's. Under the heavy isolation of the formation, the two pseudo-gods felt completely safe. Is that so? East Demon also said similar things to me, but sadly, his strength wasn't enough, and he died. A trace of coldness flickered in Li Yuan's eyes. I wonder, how strong are you? Whoosh! Li Yuan's icy gaze simultaneously landed on the red-haired young woman and the burly man. His eyes seemed to birth two dark abysses, and an invisible wave of soul energy suddenly expanded outward. In an instant, thud, the burly man, whose aura had been so vast moments ago, instantly lost the light in his eyes, collapsing to the ground as his life breath rapidly dissipated. The red-haired young woman also fell at the same time. With just one gaze, two pseudo-god peak experts perished simultaneously. Silence. Yan Lin pseudo-god and the other 22 pseudo-gods of the Immortal Ruins civilization stared blankly at the scene, their hearts chilled. What kind of technique was this? There was clearly formation isolation. A soul attack? It must be a soul attack. Yan Lin pseudo-god's heart surged with shockwaves. But this 8 layers formation already includes one layer designed to weaken soul attacks, plus Violent Long pseudo-god had extraordinarily strong soul defenses, and yet he still died instantly. How strong must Li Yuan's soul attack be? It's absolutely at the true god level. Could it be? Yan Lin pseudo-god's thoughts raced, and in an instant, he considered a daring possibility. The one who joined forces with Lai Qing true god to kill the ancestor wasn't a true god, but Li Yuan? The reports sent back by Kai Yan true god were very clear. The mysterious true god excelled in soul attacks. And now, it was obvious Li Yuan excelled in soul attacks as well. I am giving you one chance. It does not mean I will refrain from slaughter. Li Yuan's gaze swept over all the pseudo-gods, speaking indifferently. Don't think these formations are effective against me. If I choose to, none of you will live. Now, will you agree to my 2 conditions? Silence reigns supreme. These pseudo-gods no longer dare to question Li Yuan's terrifying power. They even feel a hint of regret. If it weren't for so many pseudo-gods gathering together, they wouldn't be in such a passive situation. But they can't be blamed for it. Who could have anticipated that a demigod's soul attack would be so horrifying? The atmosphere grows unbearably tense. If you still refuse to agree, then I'll send you on your way first, and afterward, massacre the countless trillions of the Immortal Ruins civilization to eliminate all future threats. Li Yuan spoke slowly. My patience is running out. This was a threat, yet, it chilled every pseudo-god to their core. They were acutely aware that Li Yuan was truly capable of such mass destruction. Li Yuan. Yan Lin's pseudo-god's heart was filled with despair. Gritting his teeth, he said, if we were to abandon our civilization directly and head to the divine realm, we might also cause the higher authorities to be enraged and have all of us killed. Higher authorities? Li Yuan mused. East Cloud Divine Country, is it? This elementary divine kingdom. It was established by the ancestors of your Immortal Ruins civilization, correct? The many pseudo-gods felt their hearts tighten. They realized that Li Yuan had already discovered the connection between the Immortal Ruins civilization and the East Cloud Divine Country. Within the divine realm, divine kingdoms are categorized into elementary, intermediate, and advanced tiers. Generally, a divine kingdom founded by a true god is called an elementary divine kingdom, while one established by a heavenly divine is considered intermediate. Not just the higher-ups of East Cloud Divine Country. Yan Lin pseudo-god gritted his teeth. How about Li Yuan personally negotiating with the higher-ups? Yan Lin pseudo-god was well aware that the 9th token was not meant for combat. All right. Li Yuan nodded. He didn't fear the so-called higher-ups. This is the mortal domain. Unless it's a supreme being like a divine emperor spoken of in legends, no matter how powerful, they must abide by the rules of the mortal domain. Even a divine king is no exception. Wait a moment. Yan Lin pseudo-god had already crushed the token. After a while, suddenly, buzz, the void faintly trembled. Li Yuan immediately sensed a consciousness of unfathomable strength, powerful enough to obliterate him at any moment, suffocating in its sheer intensity. It attempted to descend across the endless space-time, but was swiftly suppressed by an even grander and vast force. That was the mighty power of the boundless mortal domain origin. Any external force exceeding the limits would be suppressed. Eventually, that terrifying consciousness fully retracted, weakened by 99%, leaving but a trace of itself. A large amount of green light gathered, forming a towering phantom. He stood at a height of 100 meters, his face seemingly shrouded by mist, indistinct and blurry. He wore a green robe etched with countless intricate secret runes. Though faint and elusive, they held a mesmerizing allure. Even Li Yuan could sense a thread of menace. A mere phantom, yet the robe itself resembles an abyss. It's enough to beguile many demigods. Li Yuan thought to himself. If I were to face him directly, even my powerful soul would likely succumb entirely. Li Yuan understood. The consciousness projection descending here was certainly not that of a true god but rather an exceptionally formidable being. In every regard, he stood far above Li Yuan. With but a single thought, Li Yuan could be annihilated. Greetings, Heavenly Divine. Yan Lin pseudo-god immediately bowed respectfully. Heavenly Divine? It's actually a Heavenly Divine. The other pseudo-gods were a bit stunned. They had never expected that their actions would provoke the descent of a Heavenly Divine. A Heavenly Divine. It's said that within the vast divine realm, a Heavenly Divine is an overlord of an entire star domain, renowned and awe-inspiring. Yet, the green-robed phantom ignored them, looking directly at Li Yuan. You are Li Yuan? The green-robed phantom spoke slowly, his voice aloof and commanding. May I ask how to address Senior? Li Yuan replied indifferently. Though he addressed the figure as Senior, he made no movement whatsoever. Listen carefully. The green-robed phantom gazed down at Li Yuan. I am called Qing Mo, one of the 3 kings of the Intermediate Divine Kingdom, Moonlight Divine Country, and a high-ranking member of the Wandao Divine Court. Li Yuan's pupils slightly contracted. Qing Mo. According to ancient flame true god, the one who killed Ji Yuju true god 10,000 years ago was Qing Mo true god. A king of an intermediate divine kingdom? That would be a heavenly divine? Qing Mo heavenly divine. My respects. Li Yuan showed no visible change. I've heard that during the mortal domain divine war 10,000 years ago, the Wandao Divine Court's descended forces were led by Qing Mo true god and swept across all directions. Might that have been Senior? A name might overlap with others. Li Yuan naturally wanted confirmation. Since you've heard of my deeds, you should know my disposition. The green-robed phantom said coldly. East Cloud Divine Country is a vassal under my rule, and this immortal ruins civilization is part of my Moonlight Divine Country's territory. It was him. Li Yuan finally confirmed this. Little one, I know of your exceptional talent, yet you are merely a demigod, and your home civilization is pitifully weak. If you utterly destroy the immortal ruins civilization, you'll be provoking my Moonlight Divine Country. Nay, you'll be challenging my Wandao Divine Court. The green-robed phantom slowly stated. Are you certain you want to be my enemy? This was a threat from a heavenly divine. Qing Mo heavenly divine. Li Yuan replied serenely. There's no need to bring up the Wandao Divine Court. The factions within the divine realm have long agreed that the countless territories within the mortal domain are governed by strength. Moreover, Senior may not be aware, it was the immortal ruins civilization that first invaded my home civilization, Li Yuan said. Such minor skirmishes, involving the deaths of some mortals. That amounts to no more than a trifling matter. Cheng Mo Heavenly Divine's voice softened slightly. I understand your concern for your home civilization and your desire to eliminate all potential threats. As such, I extend an invitation for you to join my Wandao Divine Court. What do you say? In doing so, the Immortal Ruins civilization can become an ally of your homeland entirely. With your talent, as soon as you enter the core of the Divine Court, you'll swiftly become a demigod of myriad stars. In the future, you may even rival me on equal footing. Cheng Mo Heavenly Divine looked at Li Yuan. What do you say? The status of demigods from myriad stars and purple garment demigods is equivalent. The Green Demon Heavenly God was unaware that Li Yuan possessed a true god-level soul. However, based on the information he had previously gathered, it was sufficient to deem Li Yuan a demigod of myriad stars. Sorry, I refuse, Li Yuan shook his head and said. What a joke. Even without the enmity of the ancient flame true god, Li Yuan would never join the Wandao Divine Court. Why? The Green Demon Heavenly God frowned. Naturally, I have my reasons, Li Yuan said. Fine, if you are unwilling to join, I won't force you. The Green Demon Heavenly God's voice turned indifferent. Then, for my sake, abandon the invasion, is that acceptable? I can promise that the Immortal Ruins civilization will no longer invade the Seven-Star civilization. Promise? Li Yuan shook his head and said, You cannot swear by the laws, so why should I trust you? The opponent was but a phantom. Then what do you propose? A hint of coldness slipped into the Green Demon Heavenly God's voice. 2 conditions. I've already stated them. Li Yuan stared directly at him. If you don't agree, I'll take action. You truly want to stand against me in the Moonlight Divine Country? The Green Demon Heavenly God looked down at Li Yuan. His tone chilling. Even if your talent is unparalleled, it doesn't guarantee you'll ascend to a heavenly god. Don't provoke a catastrophe for your civilization. The Green Demon Heavenly God was angered. He had originally thought his consciousness projection's arrival would compel Li Yuan to retreat wisely. Green Demon Heavenly God, let me remind you, this is not the divine realm. Li Yuan looked at the phantom of the Green Demon Heavenly God and said indifferently, If you're threatening me, then you intend to become my enemy? Are you so certain I cannot ascend to a heavenly god? I advise you not to bring upon the Moonlight Divine Country a formidable enemy in the future. Li Yuan's voice echoed across the heavens and earth. Silence. All the pseudo-gods were stunned. The Green Demon Heavenly God froze as well. A mere demigod dared to threaten him? You, the Green Demon Heavenly God was about to speak. Begone. Li Yuan suddenly roared coldly. Buzz, an intangible soul wave erupted from Li Yuan's center, suddenly traversing layers of formations and slamming directly into the massive phantom of the green robe. The trace of consciousness within the green robe phantom vanished instantly. Although it was a projection of the heavenly god's consciousness, constrained by the rules of the mortal domain, it only reached the level of a demigod, even if it could withstand Li Yuan's attack. That trace of consciousness dissipated, causing the projection to naturally dissolve. What is this? He dares to threaten a heavenly god. The group of pseudo-gods from the Immortal Ruins civilization had long been scared stiff. Yan Lin. My patience is limited. I'll count 3 final numbers, Li Yuan said coldly. If you still refuse to agree, there will be no further discussion. The faces of the pseudo-gods flashed with a trace of fear. 3, 2, Li Yuan spoke slowly. I agree. Under the threat of death, Yan Lin pseudo-god ultimately chose submission. Li Yuan, through the formation, annihilated 2 pseudo-gods at the peak with just a thought. It should be noted, among their 24 pseudo-gods, only 4 of them were peak pseudo-gods. At the same time, he even ignored the threats of the heavenly god. Yan Lin pseudo-god couldn't fathom any alternative. Good. Now, make contact quickly. Within 10 days, I require all 30 pseudo-gods of your Immortal Ruins civilization to gather here, Li Yuan said. Additionally, at least 10,000 demigods must arrive. On the way back, within the ancient divine palace, Li Yuan used the enchantment technique to extract key information about the strength of the Immortal Ruins civilization from 2 captured pseudo-gods. 32 pseudo-gods, over 10,000 demigods. If within 10 days the number of powerful beings gathered is insufficient, I will have no choice but to unleash a massacre, Li Yuan said slowly. Moreover, don't attempt any clandestine moves, like using this opportunity for mass migration. Don't deplete my remaining faint goodwill. The strong figures of the Immortal Ruins civilization had already discerned Li Yuan's intent. He intended to capture their entire upper echelon and deliver them all to the divine realm. All right. Yan Lin pseudo-god gritted his teeth and said, but we need a guarantee. Otherwise, if all of us pseudo-gods come over and you later turn against us and kill us all, what then? I can swear by the laws. So long as you follow my orders, I guarantee not to kill you, Li Yuan said directly. Moreover, I will ensure the legacy of the Immortal Ruins civilization. Yan Lin pseudo-god and the other pseudo-gods looked at each other. If Lai Qing true god swore by the laws, they wouldn't trust him. After all, Lai Qing true god's potential had long reached its limit, and violating a law oath wouldn't affect him much. But Li Yuan? He possessed limitless potential. It was impossible for him to sever his own path forward. Ultimately, Li Yuan swore by the laws. Yan Lin pseudo-god likewise agreed, promising that the other pseudo-gods of the Immortal Ruins civilization and a sufficient number of demigods would come to eliminate the threat to the 7-star civilization. In truth, these pseudo-gods were already in despair. Li Yuan's displayed power was so overwhelming, they saw no glimmer of hope. Time flowed. The first layer Great Formation sealing the entrance of the Star Realm was lifted. Li Yuan and 24 pseudo-gods waited silently here. If the 6 remaining pseudo-gods of the Immortal Ruins civilization failed to arrive on time, Li Yuan would not hesitate to annihilate these 20+ pseudo-gods and then completely uproot the Immortal Ruins civilization. The Divine Realm, vast and boundless. The Mohe star domain was a relatively ordinary star domain, while the Moonlight Divine Country was its dominant force. A vast and sprawling world housed countless lifeforms, including numerous flying heaven demigods, many pseudo-gods, and even true gods. At the Void Temple's far boundary within the world's center, a mere demigod dared to tell me to be gone? Unforgivable. Simply unforgivable. The Green Demon Heavenly God's gaze was icy as he sat on a towering throne, his heavy robes draped over it, his imposing aura immense. As one of the leaders of a grand divine country, he was accustomed to being supremely dominant. A genius? HMPH. Even a 9-star vein semi-divine has many who have fallen on the road to becoming a heavenly god. The Green Demon Heavenly God's heart churned with killing intent. He outright rejected my invitation. He must already know about Dongfang Ji. What kind of entity was he? From the sudden death of Kai Yan True God, followed by Li Yuan's invasion, it wasn't hard to infer connections between Lai Qing True God and Li Yuan. Has he joined the Chaos Divine Court? Now, with the 2 divine courts constantly colliding, it's just a matter of time before the day of their final showdown comes. If he won't join my Wandao Divine Court, then the more talented he is, the more he should be eliminated. The Green Demon Heavenly God's killing intent surged. In the Divine Realm, for resources and territories, countless top-tier powers fought fiercely. Let alone a 9-star veins semi-divine. Even the direct disciples of divine emperors have faced death. A super genius? If dead, they amount to nothing. Whoosh. The Green Demon Heavenly God waved his hand, gathering countless light and shadows, forming a vast and boundless star map in front of him, consisting of tens of thousands of star systems and billions of planets. This was the Starry Sky Territory map of the Mohe star domain. Each star domain was immensely vast and incomprehensible. Without treasures like transmission arrays, wormholes, or Starry Sky divine shuttles, even true gods would often find it impossible to traverse an entire star domain within their lifetimes. From the Northern Hill Mortal Domain through the Boundary Domain Channel into the Divine Realm, he likely arrived at one of these 4 star systems. The Green Demon Heavenly God's gaze focused on the 4 star systems. Among the 4 great star domains, 3 star systems were occupied by the Wandao Divine Court. Of these, 2 star systems were specifically part of the Moonlight Divine Country's territory. Send orders. From today onward, Titan inspections on the transmission arrays of all major core planets in Fengpo star system and Yuzhou star system. The Green Demon Heavenly God's voice was icy, as if infused with invisible magic power that transmitted across spatial dimensions. Strictly monitor unfamiliar demigods. If you discover any Heaven Snake Clan or similar cases of demigods, capture them immediately. The Green Demon Heavenly God conveyed all the information he had on Li Yuan. Yes, Your Majesty. As you command, Your Majesty. Voices echoed from seemingly endless space-time. As the ruler of a vast divine country, spanning over 2,000 star systems, its internal organizational structure was exceedingly complex, and the power at its disposal immensely terrifying. Such a divine country, once mobilized, was unimaginably powerful. Unaware of the Moonlight Divine Country's actions, Li Yuan remained in the Immortal Ruins civilization, on Guu star. Yan Lin pseudo-god and the 24 pseudo-gods sat silently in the void, each pondering and transmitting messages. Not far away, Li Yuan was meditating cross-legged with his eyes closed, emanating waves of powerful law fluctuations that brimmed with boundless edge, occasionally giving birth to streaks of spear light, causing the void to tremble faintly. Such terrifying law fluctuations. Is Li Yuan cultivating some secret technique? Luckily, we didn't act earlier. I don't know. If we had acted, we'd likely already be dead. Better to think about how to persuade other pseudo-gods to come over. If we actually go to the divine realm, perhaps it won't be so bad. The divine realm is unimaginably vast. It's the true world of powerhouses. These pseudo-gods exchanged thoughts. Li Yuan meditated, silently unraveling the profoundness of the Boundary Cloud Spear technique. My space law has reached the 8th stage high rank. The laws of wind and earth have also entered the 8th stage intermediate rank. With my current accumulation of laws, integrating these 3 laws completely gives hope to mastering the 9th stance of Boundary Cloud Spear. Li Yuan cultivated quietly. On the path of cultivation, Li Yuan had always planned clearly. The 3 great soul secret techniques, Burning Heartblade, Mind Soul, and Black Soul Abyss, I have already cultivated to the true God level. Numerous thoughts surfaced in Li Yuan's mind. Next, I just need to spend more time refining them. These 3 secret techniques will naturally become even stronger. On the path of the soul, moving forward means studying the operation of virtual realm life. The time and energy required will multiply tenfold or hundredfold, yet achieving significant breakthroughs will only become more challenging. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Li Yuan was fully aware that the body carries the soul. Thus, the origin power realm was fundamental. For true gods, they didn't need to cultivate extensively, as each of them would naturally open up their spiritual void realm, a result of possessing a divine heart. Currently, Li Yuan's soul had stepped into the true God realm. Unless he brought about a fundamental transformation in his life level, his spiritual void realm was unlikely to undergo any major qualitative changes. Researching the operation of virtual realm life, many heavenly gods had spent hundreds of thousands of years on this and still achieved no major results. The path of the soul must still be studied, but for now, I don't need to spend excessive energy on it. Li Yuan resolved inwardly. In the past 9 years, for the sake of killing Kai Yan True God, defeating the Immortal Ruins civilization, and due to his soul realm not having yet stepped into the True God realm, Li Yuan had devoted most of his efforts to the path of the soul. Now, he had succeeded. Next, I should return to my prior focus and continue comprehending the laws. Li Yuan murmured to himself. To awaken more life stars, aside from strengthening the soul, the most crucial thing was to enhance his law comprehension. Especially the space law, it was the foundation of all. Once I comprehend the 9th form of the Boundary Cloud Spear, my spear technique will reach the 9th rank early stage level, True God middle rank. Li Yuan silently cultivated. Combining 3 laws and using them to refine a spear technique was far more challenging than working with a single law. Even with Li Yuan's comprehension, it would take him considerable time. During his cultivation breaks, an awareness projection of Li Yuan once again entered the ancient divine palace. Li Yuan. The young woman in white looked at Li Yuan. Sister, you must have overheard just now. Li Yuan solemnly said, the emerging Qing Mo heavenly god is likely the one who killed Master Ji Yuju. I didn't expect that, after over 10,000 years, he would have broken through to become a heavenly god. Li Yuan said in a low tone. The concepts of true god and heavenly god were entirely different. Out of tens of thousands of true gods, it was rare for even one to attain the status of a heavenly god. Heavenly gods, even in the divine realm, were considered to have truly entered the ranks of super powerhouses. Even among the nearly 800 registered disciples of the Zhu Xing divine emperor, only around 50 had ultimately ascended to become divine kings, while the rest had stalled at the heavenly god realm. Back then, that Qing Mo heavenly god was already a true god limit expert. While it's uncommon, his breakthrough to heavenly god status isn't entirely surprising. Ji Yu remarked, however, this has brought you a formidable enemy. By opposing him, your entire civilization could face enormous danger. Ji Yu expressed some concern. Master Ji Yuju was already dead. Although she wanted revenge, she cared more about Li Yuan's safety. Sister, this time it's not me who wants to oppose him. It's him who seeks conflict with me. Li Yuan shook his head and said, logically, the Immortal Ruins civilization, being just a powerful civilization in the mortal domain, is far inferior to an initial rank divine kingdom. It wouldn't even catch the attention of a heavenly god. More so, this isn't his home civilization. A middle-rank divine kingdom governed at least 1,000 star systems. And each star system contained at least tens of thousands of life planets, some as many as hundreds of thousands. Such an expansive territory. Additionally, a middle-rank divine kingdom's territory typically corresponded to at least several hundred mortal domains. From any perspective, a magnificent heavenly god had no reason to care about the Immortal Ruins civilization. This was akin to how Lai Qing, true god of the Crimson Sun civilization, had no dealings with heavenly gods. He knows your extraordinary talent, yet he still insists on protecting the Immortal Ruins civilization. Ji Yu pondered aloud, is it because of the burial immortal ancient domain? Yes. Aside from the burial immortal ancient domain, I can't think of another reason. Li Yuan said, the Immortal Ruins civilization might well be his foothold in our mortal domain. Ji Yu nodded slightly, agreeing with Li Yuan's reasoning. To eliminate the threat of the Immortal Ruins civilization, a clash with the Qing Mo heavenly god is inevitable. I can't join the Wandao divine court. Li Yuan's eyes glimmered with killing intent. Besides, what if he's a heavenly god? I must avenge Master. If conflict is destined, should I retreat in fear? Li Yuan firmly declared. This was not in line with Li Yuan's nature. Among powerful practitioners, following one's true nature was paramount. This was why he had destroyed the Myriad Demons civilization and helped Lai Feng's semi-divine rebuild his homeland. Li Yuan felt he should do so, so he acted. Though heavenly gods are powerful, I do not fear them, Li Yuan said with a faint smile. In his homeland, Li Yuan feared no one. Upon reaching the divine realm, he would advance toward the Chaos Divine Court's core with great speed, joining various major forces. Naturally, Li Yuan felt no fear. Perhaps in the eyes of the Qing Mo heavenly god and Lai Qing true god, at most, he was merely a purple garment semi-divine. While purple garment semi-divines were far more likely to ascend to heavenly god than golden garment semi-divines, not everyone succeeded. But I possess the 9-star meridian. Even if I don't achieve the 10-star meridian in the future, ascending to heavenly god with the 9-star meridian will be effortless. Li Yuan thought to himself, with the 9-star meridian, I am destined to be among the most powerful heavenly gods. Becoming a heavenly god and avenging Master Ji Yuju was just one of the many goals Li Yuan had set. By becoming a heavenly god, I can truly unify the mortal domain and ensure the everlasting prosperity of the 7-star civilization. In Li Yuan's heart, even greater ambitions burned. First, strive to achieve the 10-star meridian. Then, pursue becoming a divine king and, eventually, ascend to the levels of Heart Dream God Emperor, Zhu Xing Divine Emperor, and those truly standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm. For cultivation of life, it was never about being emotionless or desireless. Without desires, one could not become strong. True super powerhouses always had a series of pursuits and obsessions that allowed them, over countless years, to remain unmoved and grow ever stronger. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, 9 days had gone by. Most of Li Yuan's energy was spent in concealed cultivation. Suddenly, rumble, a slight space disturbance appeared in the world, and Li Yuan, who was in meditation, opened his eyes. Immediately, he and Liu Bing, who had been cultivating nearby, witnessed a scene that would shock countless people. They saw tens of thousands of figures flying over from the end of the world. Each figure emitted an extraordinary aura. Demigods. All of them were demigods. Tens of thousands of demigods? Brother, they're here. Liu Bing looked at Li Yuan. And 6 pseudo-gods came as well. Li Yuan nodded slightly. In fact, Li Yuan had already prepared for the plan's failure, as gathering so many pseudo-gods and demigods, risking their lives to come together, was a very challenging task. This demonstrated the immense cohesion within the Immortal Ruins civilization. Soon, the vast and mighty group from the Immortal Ruins civilization came closer and stopped, all looking at Li Yuan. Whoosh! Lord Li Yuan. Yan Lin pseudo-god flew forward, slightly bowing. We have gathered, as per your request, all 30 pseudo-gods and over 10,000 demigods. Yan Lin pseudo-god was quite nervous. He was well aware that with the terrifying power Li Yuan had shown, if he chose to wipe out the high-ranking members of the Immortal Ruins civilization, it would be effortless. Good. I know there are still some demigods in the Immortal Ruins civilization. Have they all been instructed? Li Yuan said softly. Once you leave today, there will be no possibility of returning. Even though over 10,000 demigods had gathered, the number of remaining demigods in the Immortal Ruins civilization was probably still in the thousands. This was their foundation. They have been instructed. Yan Lin pseudo-god gritted his teeth. He, too, was well aware. But, in the face of Li Yuan's overwhelming power, neither he nor the entire Immortal Ruins civilization had much choice. Why, then, were the 6 pseudo-gods, who possibly could have escaped, and the tens of thousands of demigods ultimately willing to come? The most critical reason was the multitude of ordinary clan members on hundreds of planets. Rest assured, any promise I, Li Yuan, make will always be upheld, allowing the Immortal Ruins civilization to continue. Li Yuan said slowly. As for you, I will also arrange a place for you in the Divine Realm. Listening to this, Yan Lin pseudo-god also felt a sense of relief. And don't think that what I bring to the Immortal Ruins civilization is necessarily disaster. Li Yuan said with a tranquil smile. The Immortal Ruins civilization, being part of the human race, if willing, can gradually integrate into the 7-star civilization. In terms of appearance, the Immortal Ruins civilization and the 7-star civilization were very similar. Integration. Yan Lin pseudo-god was stunned. If I become a heavenly divine in the future, I will surely unify the entire mortal domain. Li Yuan said indifferently. Do you think I would wipe out all other civilizations? Yan Lin pseudo-god pondered for a moment and shook his head. He knew that even if there had been some enmity in the past, civilizations like the Tinliang civilization and the Cloud Beast civilization, which bordered the 7-star civilization, had not faced extermination. If unification happens in the future, within the mortal domain, the 7-star civilization will naturally be dominant, but other civilizations can fully integrate. Li Yuan said softly. But that is a matter for the distant future. As for you, the grudges run deep, and it's impossible for you to submit to me, but soon I will also head to the Divine Realm, and whether you live or die will depend on your own fate. Li Yuan did not avoid this point. Both Wan Mo and Immortal Ruins were already destroyed. The situation was set, and nothing could shake the 7-star civilization in the short term. Thank you, Lord Li Yuan. Yan Lin pseudo-god said quietly. He was completely reassured in his mind. With Li Yuan's strength, if he intended to turn hostile, there would be no need for deception at this point. For now, all of you should enter my cave heaven treasure. With a wave of his hand, Li Yuan rapidly enlarged the ancient divine palace. Inside the ancient divine palace, it was vast beyond measure, with several small worlds, accommodating millions of people temporarily posed no difficulty. Li Yuan then stowed Yan Lin pseudo-god and the 28 other pseudo-gods, along with the tens of thousands of demigods, into the ancient divine palace. He and Liu Bing then returned directly to the seven-star civilization. If it were a pseudo-god level cave heaven treasure, it couldn't carry deities through the star realm passage. But a true god level cave heaven treasure, having its own origin like a separate world, could do so. However, under the invisible rules covering the mortal domain, it would prevent foreign domain deities from flying out of the cave heaven treasure. We won. The entire high-ranking group of the Immortal Ruins civilization, all pseudo-gods and over 90% of the demigods, were completely suppressed. The upper levels of the seven-star civilization were somewhat stunned to confirm this news. They knew Li Yuan was strong enough to participate in battles even among true gods, so sweeping the Immortal Ruins civilization was rightfully granted. But ordinarily, capturing so many high-level individuals should have been nearly impossible, as some would inevitably escape. As agreed, the Immortal Ruins civilization will seed 100 life planets, which will be managed by our seven-star civilization. Li Yuan's gaze swept over Lant Semi-Divine, Lanyue Semi-Divine, and other civilization leaders and said, "But for now, avoid migrating into the Immortal Ruins civilization. This is just a means for me to suppress the Immortal Ruins civilization. And there's no need to wage war against the Immortal Ruins civilization anymore. The current territories of our seven-star civilization, along with the former Wanmo civilization's territory, are vast enough to slowly digest over the next few centuries," Li Yuan said. "Now, we should focus on thriving, growing stronger, and cultivating more martial path talents. Strive to produce a large number of demigods, and even some divine beings, in the not-too-distant future," Li Yuan said slowly. "These will require your collective efforts." Li Yuan hoped that after himself, Dongfang Alliance leader, and Fang Hai, more divines would continually emerge. Then, only when the entire seven-star civilization enters a virtuous cycle can it be truly solid as a rock. But he also understood that this would take enough time to achieve. Yes. The leaders of various civilizations responded in unison. 9 years passed. Through the expansion of the civilization's treasury, the construction of the Hall of Inheritance, the annihilation of the myriad demons civilization, the evolution of planes, all the way until now, even the Immortal Ruins civilization had been thoroughly defeated. All of this was because of Li Yuan. If the Lant Semi-Divine represented the era when the seven-star civilization's founders salvaged the civilization from the brink of destruction, then Dongfang Ji symbolized the age of development where the seven-star civilization repelled invasions by the myriad demons civilization while establishing a comprehensive martial path system, nurturing frameworks, and laying the foundational structure of the civilization. However, Li Yuan symbolized the seven-star civilization's rapid rise from a second-rate or third-rate civilization to one that seemingly heralded the ascension to become the overlord of the mortal domain. The leaders of the seven-star civilization had gone from initial awe of Li Yuan to admiration, and eventually to worship. Time passed day by day. The fall of Kai Yan True God was known to few. However, the ceding of territory by the Immortal Ruins civilization and the disappearance of large numbers of pseudo-gods and semi-divines was impossible to conceal. Li Yuan's name once again shook the entire mortal domain, earning even deeper reverence from the various foreign civilizations. Within the seven-star civilization, Li Yuan no longer interfered with the specific operations of the civilization, merely overseeing everything. Though Fang Hai had yet to return from the Nine Mountains world, Li Yuan arranged for Lant Semi-Divine to ultimately assume the position of Alliance Hierarch, while Bloodcloth Semi-Divine and Lanyue Semi-Divine respectively became Vice Alliance Hierarchs. At the same time, Alicia, now recognized as the leading young talent of the era, was granted special permission to ascend as a first-rank Star Master, despite being at the Flying Heaven realm, entering the highest echelon of the civilization. After this, Alicia, following an extensive exchange and guidance from Li Yuan, entered the Nine Leaves world to embark on the pursuit of becoming a Flying Heaven seven-star Veins. After bidding farewell to Alicia, aside from cultivating, Li Yuan spent most of his time accompanying his family and mentoring them in cultivation. His younger brother, Li Muha, with Li Yuan's full support, finally stepped into the semi-divine realm. He became the first semi-divine of the Li's family other than Li Yuan himself. This was inseparable from his considerable talent and enduring diligence in cultivation. The emergence of semi-divines required mastery over a life planet to ensure stability. Meanwhile, individuals like Li Chongzhou had all successively entered the flying heaven realm, though they still remained far from achieving the semi-divine realm. Blue Star, Zhongbei Province, Zhong City, roadside barbecue stall. Tianyu, congratulations on becoming a top-level origin martial artist. Li Yuan smiled, sincerely pleased for his childhood friend. This was a classmate who had barely been admitted to an ordinary martial arts university back in the day. Decades later, he had achieved some noticeable success. Luck. Li Tianyu laughed. Without this brand new, suitable high-rank cultivation method, it would have taken me much longer to succeed in my cultivation. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Today, the seven-star civilization's high-rank cultivation methods had grown to exceed 100, covering over 99.9% of the population, enabling martial artists like Li Tianyu to awaken a lifestar more easily. There's no way I can match your achievements. Li Yuan, to be honest, back when we were in our senior year of high school, I felt a bit jealous of you. We both worked so hard at cultivating. Why was your cultivation speed so much faster than mine? Li Tianyu laughed. Li Yuan smiled faintly. Still, having you is the greatest blessing for the entire civilization, Li Tianyu earnestly remarked. Li Tianyu knew bits and pieces about Li Yuan's deeds, each of which touched upon the highest levels of civilization. Being able to sit together and share drinks, that's the real blessing. Li Yuan chuckled. Come, let's drink. As his status elevated, most of his old acquaintances faced him with varying degrees of reverence. Li Tianyu was one of the few exceptions. The two chatted for a long time. Tianyu, I've prepared a gift for you. Take it. Li Yuan flipped his palm and handed over a chest. Storage rings could only be used by flying heaven-level souls. A gift? Li Tianyu hesitated, hastily pushing the chest away. No way. You've helped me more than enough back in the day. Tianyu, please accept it. Li Yuan softly replied. Let's just say, I hope we'll have another chance to meet again. Another chance to meet? Li Tianyu froze for a moment. He wasn't dull. He vaguely understood why Li Yuan had suddenly come to visit him. All right. With your strength and status, I suppose you wouldn't mind these things anyway, Li Tianyu quipped, then I'll accept it. Li Tianyu wasn't the only one. Jin Huguo, Ji Yu Chang'an, Wan Qing, Fei Qian, Lu Jing, Dan Taifeng, Hai Yi, and other old friends, mentors, or comrades. Li Yuan took the initiative to visit each one. If Li Yuan didn't take the initiative, these old acquaintances would almost certainly not dare to come and see him. The disparity in their power and status was simply too vast. After nearly a decade back, within the seven-star civilization, Li Yuan had already been utterly mythologized, revered even higher than Dongfang Ji in his prime. Meeting numerous old friends, whether reminiscing or chatting idly, in the end, Li Yuan always left behind gifts, varying from modest to significant. Walking in the void. Big brother, are you saying goodbye to these friends? Lu Bing, entwined around Li Yuan's arm, softly spoke. Li Yuan nodded, yes. As we depart for the divine realm, who knows when we might return, perhaps hundreds of years, or perhaps much longer. If one does not ascend as a heavenly divine, it's extremely difficult to return to the mortal domain. But how long would it take to ascend as a heavenly divine? Even Li Yuan himself was unsure. Spending over 1,000 years would be entirely plausible. Among his old friends and acquaintances, the majority, even with Li Yuan's prepared gifts, were unlikely to become semi-divines. At the flying heaven realm, lifespan extends to 500 years. When we return from the divine realm, it's likely that the entire civilization will have undergone irreversible changes. Many mentors and friends may no longer be around. Li Yuan softly murmured, when that time comes, things will be different, and people gone. In the process of cultivation, Li Yuan experienced countless illusionary realms and moments when the Dream Realm stone took over, gaining profound insights along the way. He believed his mind to be clear enough. Yet, when faced with the thought that this farewell might be a final goodbye to many friends and elders, Li Yuan still felt deeply conflicted. The ultimate goal of cultivating the 6 realms of illusion is to fully master the 7 emotions and 6 desires. To control emotions does not mean to extinguish them. On the contrary, the deeper Li Yuan cultivated the 6 realms of illusion, the more he valued emotions in his heart. Life, every laugh, every anger, every tear, is born of one's heart. Cultivation is to pursue a longer life and witness more wonders, Li Yuan murmured to himself. But it is never simply for the sake of enduring endless time. To live for billions of years without emotion or desire, how would that differ from being a mere stone? Big brother, I will always stand by you, Lu Bing communicated through her thoughts. Li Yuan replied with a faint smile. In outer space above the source star, Li Yuan was meditating in silence when a figure draped in fiery red robes approached from the distance. It was none other than Lin Lanyue. Li Yuan, a message has arrived from the Lifeng Plain, Lin Lanyue said softly. The Lifeng semi-divine. He's nearing his limit. Li Yuan opened his eyes, an inexplicable light flickering in his gaze. Years ago, Li Yuan had specifically traveled to the Lifeng Plain to visit the Lifeng semi-divine. Yet now, he hadn't even ventured to the divine realm, and the semi-divine was already at the brink. Back then, I bid farewell to teacher Xu Bo. And now, must I say goodbye to teacher Lifeng as well? A tremor ran through Li Yuan's heart. These 2 teachers, while not the mightiest in strength, held a unique place in his soul. But now, yet another would depart. All right, I'll go immediately, Li Yuan said, rising to his feet and heading toward the former territory of the Myriad Demons civilization. A transfer was necessary to reach the Lifeng Plain. The Lifeng Plain contained only 1 life star, and the population on the planet was sparse, limited to just 1 city, Lifeng City. There was no alternative. Even with the aid of the 7-star civilization in rebuilding, the remnants of the clan were too few. Even after gathering some from lower-level civilizations, their numbers barely exceeded a few thousand. Nearly a decade had passed, and the entire clan had only recovered to a level of about 10,000 people. That number was merely the equivalent of a small town's population. Whoosh! Li Yuan traversed through the void. Under the cover of his divine sense, he arrived directly at a modest palace in the depths of Lifeng City. Inside the palace, a large crowd of Lifeng clanspeople had already gathered. Nearly everyone in the clan was present. Many families brought along their children as they came. Wails of sorrow echoed continuously. The Lifeng semi-divine, in the current Lifeng clan, was a supreme existence. Li Yuan the semi-divine has arrived. Li Yuan the semi-divine? The legendary 7-star civilization leader is here? Li Yuan the semi-divine is the great benefactor of our clan. Many among the Lifeng clan gazed at the figure clad in black garments who appeared silently in the void. For the Lifeng clan, their feelings of gratitude toward Li Yuan were no exception. Portraits of Li Yuan hung across every corner. With a single step, Li Yuan approached the bedside of the Lifeng semi-divine and bowed respectfully. Disciple Li Yuan greets teacher. No need for formalities, rise quickly. The Lifeng semi-divine waved his hand repeatedly. His life force was rapidly fading, but his mind remained sharp. The many Lifeng clanspeople, seeing this, retreated to the back. They all understood that the survival of their civilization was owed entirely to the fact that their ancestor was Li Yuan the semi-divine's teacher. I can scarce believe it, in this lifetime of mine, nearing its end, I still managed to have a disciple like you, the Lifeng semi-divine said with a smile. Li Yuan, it's my great fortune. You overpraise me, teacher, Li Yuan replied softly. I wonder if there are any unfulfilled wishes left for you, teacher? A wish? Enough. Li Yuan, you've done more than enough for this old man. Lifeng semi-divine shook his head and sighed. In this lifetime, I never imagined I would live to see the day of the myriad demons civilization's demise, with even the East demon pseudo-gods captured and forever kneeling before Feixing. The revenge for our civilization has been fulfilled, and the one who sought it was my disciple. I am already deeply content. You even helped me rebuild the civilization. If I were to ask for anything more, it would be my own fault for being unreasonable. Lai Feng semi-divine shook his head and said. Li Yuan listened silently. Around them, the Lai Feng clan members also listened, and their grief deepened. The memories of those tragic years of their civilization's destruction resurfaced vividly in many hearts. Some of them, fairly skilled prime warriors who have lived for centuries, could not forget. Teacher. Li Yuan sighed softly. In my youth, I was the foremost genius of our homeland civilization. I became a prime warrior early on, then a flying heaven warrior, basking in unending glory. Lai Feng's semi-divine's eyes carried a trace of reminiscence. Later, I ascended to the semi-divine realm, met the woman I loved, and had a daughter. That was the peak of happiness. In a person's final moments, their life often flashes vividly before them. Lai Feng's semi-divine lived nearly a millennium, experiencing both remarkable grandeur and profound hardship. He was once unmatched in brilliance, a shining beacon of a civilization, and yet he was also deeply fallen. At that time, I was full of ambition, dreaming of breaking through to the realm of pseudo-god. Lai Feng's semi-divine sighed, but when I stepped into the semi-divine realm and delved deeper into the law, I came to realize the insurmountable difficulty of becoming divine. Centuries passed, and I only barely reached the semi-divine peak, becoming the strongest in our civilization. Yet beyond that, I saw no glimmer of hope. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Lai Feng's semi-divine's homeland, in comparison to a place like the Seven-Star Civilization, only had one life planet in its possession and had never produced a divine entity in its history. Its foundations were exceedingly shallow, lacking any true heritage. In such an environment, the path to cultivating divinity was painfully uncertain. Becoming a pseudo-god is extremely difficult for countless martial artists. The path of cultivation grows harder the further you go. Lai Feng's semi-divine remarked. Later, when our homeland civilization was conquered and annihilated, I escaped by sheer luck. Having lost everything, I started my daring ventures into the burial immortal ancient domain. After countless challenges and another few centuries, I finally reached the semi-divine limit just before my lifespan ran out. Lai Feng's semi-divine's face was full of regret, yet there was a trace of solace. To have not ascended to godhood, how could there be no lingering regret? Yet in this life, Lai Feng's semi-divine felt he had already done all he could. Li Yuan, you will head to the divine realm, won't you? Lai Feng's semi-divine asked. I will, someday. Li Yuan didn't conceal the truth. The divine realm. What a magnificent and extraordinary world it must be. Lai Feng's semi-divine's eyes held a trace of longing. What a pity. I have no chance to see it. You asked me earlier if I had any other wishes. Lai Feng's semi-divine smiled faintly. If I must name a wish, then it would be this. Carry your teacher's blessing with you when you go to the divine realm. Go and witness the splendor of the divine realm. Lai Feng's semi-divine said. All right, teacher. Li Yuan nodded lightly, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Lai Chen. Lai Feng's semi-divine suddenly called out. Ancestor. A middle-aged man stepped forward with tear-filled eyes, suppressing his deep sorrow. He was a flying heaven warrior, now one of the Lai Feng clan's strongest elites. After my death, Lai Feng's semi-divine said slowly, let me be wholly cremated, and scatter my ashes into the great oceans of our planet, letting me completely become part of our homeland civilization. Yes, ancestor. The middle-aged man nodded heavily. It's time to go. It's time to rest. I am far too weary. Lai Feng's semi-divine revealed a tired smile. His soul aura was dissipating continuously. To die with all of you by my side, I am deeply content. Lai Feng's semi-divine smiled. Gradually, Lai Feng's semi-divine's voice fell silent, his gaze grew dull, his hands lost their smoothness, becoming lifeless like withered wood, and finally, he closed his eyes completely. His life breath dissipated completely, and his face bore a satisfied smile. The middle-aged man named Lai Chen knelt on the ground. Although he couldn't utter many words, tears relentlessly streamed down his face. Li Yuan looked at his teacher, now gone, and was reminded of the night Shu Bo, his former teacher, had passed away. His heart trembled uncontrollably. He slowly knelt down and gave his teacher one final bow. Then, rising to his feet, Li Yuan walked away from the hall with heavy yet resolute steps. Ancestor! Ancestor! Around them, the Lai Feng clan members finally could not hold it in any longer, breaking down into sobs. They could not forget that in their darkest moments, it was Lai Feng's semi-divine who rebuilt their homeland and restored their clan. Li Yuan remained in the Lai Feng plain for 2 days, personally witnessing the cremation of Lai Feng's semi-divine, and watched as his ashes were scattered across the mountains and oceans of the planet by his clansmen. And then he departed quietly. As time flowed on, Li Yuan visited Lai Qing True God. Preparing to head to the divine realm? Lai Qing True God asked. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. The various threats to my homeland civilization have been eliminated, and there are no further worries. I'm now ready to head to the divine realm. I've already arranged many safeguards for my homeland civilization, but certain matters may still require your assistance, Li Yuan said. Haha, a small thing. Lai Qing True God laughed. We are allies. Naturally, we should help each other. Whoosh! Lai Qing True God flipped his hand, handing Li Yuan a red crystal stone. Inside this crystal are vast amounts of information. Resources I've prepared for you, focused on foundational knowledge of the divine realm. You may already know some of this, but cross-referencing the details can be helpful. The information here has been tailored specifically for the Mohe star domain. These are the latest intelligence reports sent to me not long ago by Nihu True God, Lai Qing True God said. Li Yuan reached out and accepted the red crystal stone. Whoosh! Lai Qing True God waved his hand again, and before them appeared a massive holographic screen filled with texts and accompanying visuals. Li Yuan couldn't help but watch. The divine realm, vast and magnificent, from the cosmos's evolution to the divine realm's creation. Countless lives propagated, adding vibrancy to the divine realm, spanning over 100 billion years of history. When the divine realm first came into being, it contained 9,000 star domains, which gradually expanded over time. Today, there are approximately 12,000 star domains. Each star domain varies in size, housing thousands to over 100,000 star systems, while the distances between star domains stretch unimaginably far. Li Yuan gazed at the cosmic map of dense constellations displayed on the screen, feeling immersed in awe. Over 10,000 star domains represent only a fraction of the divine realm's total territory. Beyond star domains, in the vast voids of the cosmic dark zone, there lies an unfathomable expanse. Each star domain is guarded by its star domain origin. Its operation ensures the flourishing of countless lives. But outside the star domain, amidst the cosmic dark zones, countless star beast lives also arise, alongside countless perilous sites birthing an endless array of divine artifacts and treasures. Every star system ranges in diameter between a few thousand light-years to tens of thousands, containing countless planets, most of which are not life planets. The number of life planets in each star system ranges from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. The Mohe star domain contains over 20,000 star systems, with more than 30,000 attached mortal domains. Its largest diameter exceeds 50 million light-years. Within the Mohe star domain today are 4 major medium-level divine kingdoms, along with a branch of the Starry Sky Divine Palace, making up the 5 major forces. Among the 4 medium-level divine kingdoms, they belong respectively to the Chaos Divine Court, Wandao Divine Court, Zhoujun Divine Court, and Abyss Divine Court, their 4 divine court alliances. And there exist thousands of minor divine kingdoms. Li Yuan looked at the detailed information about the Mohe star domain and felt a sense of wonder. Each star domain is boundlessly vast, encompassing tens of thousands of star systems, with innumerable strongholds constantly competing. In the divine realm, minor divine kingdoms are often founded by fairly powerful true gods and capable of dominating within a single star system, Li Yuan thought. Medium divine kingdoms are established by heavenly divine beings, capable of ruling entire star domains as overlord forces. High divine kingdoms usually occupy numerous star domains and are renowned across large portions of the realm. Li Yuan thought, though whether minor, medium, or high, these divine kingdoms are born, rise, decline, and fade over time in the divine realm's long history. Most of these divine kingdoms are affiliated with larger divine court forces. The true rulers of the divine realm in the endless eons are the greater divine courts themselves. Like the Chaos Divine Court, Wandao Divine Court, and Abyss Divine Court, the three highest-ranked supreme forces, Li Yuan privately sighed. Each divine court occupies at least 100 star domains and dominates entirely. Many divine kingdom sovereigns are core members of one of the larger divine courts. Li Yuan continued reading. Though this material briefly described the overall composition of the divine realm, its focus remained on detailing the Mohe star domain's sectoral breakdown. The data pivots to revealing specifics about the Moonlight Divine Kingdom and Great Stone Divine Kingdom. Moonlight Divine Kingdom was established 180,000 years ago by the Moonlight Sky God, a subordinate force of Wandao Divine Court. Today it boasts 3 heavenly divines, among them the newly joined Green Demon Heavenly God, who oversees more than 3,000 star systems with tens of thousands of true gods under its banner. Great Stone Divine Kingdom was founded 100,000 years ago by Da Shi Heavenly God, an affiliate of the Chaos Divine Court. It now maintains dominance over more than 2,000 star systems. Li Yuan immediately grasped the disparity. The Great Stone Divine Kingdom is a branch extension of the Chaos Divine Court, and by sheer territorial count pales in comparison to Moonlight Divine Kingdom. Clearly, within Mohe Star Domain, the edge belongs to Wandao Divine Court's alliances. However, among the 4 major medium-level divine kingdoms, the strongest is undeniably the Abyss-affiliated Demon Lotus Divine Kingdom, seizing close to half the star domain's territories with near 10,000 star systems under its grip. Its scope displayed on the celestial charts alone is astonishing. It holds the majority of Mohe star domain's bounds, with 8 heavenly divines counted within its array, a pinnacle dominate force. The Demon Lotus Divine Kingdom stands as one of the fiercest medium-level divine kingdom powers spanning across numerous star domains and whose eminence persists. Lai Qing True God mused. Partially owed to its commanding sovereign, Mo Lian Heavenly God, acclaimed as a potent monarch. Monarch. Li Yuan trembled inwardly. Absolute apex heavenly divines achieve the designation Heavenly God Monarch and Divine Monarch. To think, within the Mohe star domain resides a monarch of such stature. Li Yuan, Divine Sun. Our mortal domain, dubbed Northern Hill Mortal Domain, draws heritage via documented lore by recounting former greatness from its namesake, the Northern Hill Heavenly Divine. Lai Qing True God chuckled gently, historically tied therein. This mortal domain once birthed a heavenly divine. Li Yuan blinked, unknowing of such ancestor echoes. Indeed. Lai Qing True God remarked wistfully, but hark, this legacy graces lifetimes billions removed. Li Yuan brooded, pondering billions? Endless time, irreversible temporal reels. Now, the mortal domain chronicles lack all retrieval inkings. The Northern Hill Heavenly Divine, origin sovereign among humanity, formerly unified absolute domain swaths. Earthly bounds scattering apart become dust upon epical worlds. Yet contemporary mankind bloodlines coalesce directly entwined. Lai Qing True God chuckled wider. Suppose genealogical drafts among civilizations including humanity's chords trace trailing roots alike beneath this cornerstone. Remarkably insightful shifts compact overhead stipulations throughout own civilizations. Might anniversary grand proportions precipitate strand sculptures reopen. Lai Qing observed feebly emerging ubiquitous refinements. Solid vector realms originating solidarity definitions. Purely tempest crystallized requisite blossoming degrees divine fluxes on sweet cyclically transient coronavirus chars align radiant fruitful no distinctions perfected layers integrate matrices reflective spheres reinvent perpetual flutter dynamics instrumental pivots respective currents electro-modernized access tech innovations regenerative fluences prioritize remarks insignias scepter voices distinctively retract claustrophobic reminiscence charming ventures truthful. Manifest punctuating blueprint stabilized consciousness rectify Li lambda lambda nuanced lyrics advance encryptions copyright dia lamp e hash 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 hash. 4 galaxies, with 3 belonging to Wandao Divine Court. Li Yuan frowned. This was something he did not understand. Yes. All along, Wandao Divine Court has had a significant influence on our Northern Hill mortal domain. Lai Ching True God lamented. Not only does the Immortal Ruins civilization belong to a branch of Wandao Divine Court, but even the true gods of Myriad Dawn civilization joined Wandao Divine Court in the past. It was also for this reason that, over 10,000 years ago, when the burial Immortal Ancient Domain emerged, Wandao Divine Court descended with many powerful figures. Eventually, the assembled forces swept across all sides. Even True God limit experts came. Lai Ching True God said, they seized the greatest benefits. That battle tore the heavens asunder. Lai Ching True God sighed. At that time, I had just stepped into the True God realm and didn't dare to participate. Instead, I hid within my civilization. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Over the years, he had exchanged ideas with Lai Ching True God many times and had gained deep insight into the battle from 10,000 years ago. The ancient domain of the burial Immortal Ancient Domain produced many treasures when it emerged. The ultimate victor was the Wandao Divine Court's forces. Li Yuan, you need not worry too much. Lai Ching True God said, even if one descends into Wandao Divine Court's territory. A single galaxy is vast beyond measure. Countless wormholes, countless transmission arrays. With tens of thousands of planets producing more than 1 million demigods? Just be a little cautious and aim to reach the territory of the Great Stone Divine Country. Lai Ching True God advised. Ni Hu True God has already mentioned. As long as you arrive at any division of the Divine Court and present your token, they will promptly come to escort you. Lai Ching True God explained. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. When he obtained the purple garment token in the Eternal Hall, he had received similar assurances. Additionally, there's another matter I need to remind you of, Lai Ching True God said. Please go ahead. The next space window period, during which our Northern Hill mortal domain will be close to a divine realm, is fast approaching. Lai Ching True God said solemnly, using my divine heart to sense the operation of the mortal domain's origin, I estimate it will occur in 80 to 90 years. So soon? Li Yuan's expression grew heavy. Both Chu Bingzhen's intelligence and Dongfang Ji's message had hinted that the next space window period was near. But Li Yuan did not expect it to come so soon. Indeed, very soon. Lai Ching True God confirmed, if I had the strength of a True God peak, I might be able to accurately predict the specific year or even the exact day. Li Yuan nodded. His law realm and soul realm were no weaker than those of a True God. Yet, without condensing a divine heart, he remained fundamentally different from a True God. True gods possess a divine heart, which forms the prototype of an inner world. This allows them to drive the evolution of dimensional planes, sense the operation of their home mortal domain. The auxiliary means available to them are countless. I plan to travel to the divine realm in 60 years. Lai Ching True God said, to exchange for treasures and materials. I'll return once the space window period arrives. Other true gods who descend face considerable dangers. Lai Ching True God chuckled, but our Northern Hill mortal domain is our homeland. True gods traversing the boundary domain channel face almost no risks. At that time, if you wish to bring anything back for your civilization, you can prepare in advance. Thank you for the reminder. Li Yuan replied. The space window period is the only opportunity for pseudo-gods and true gods to enter a mortal domain from the divine realm. If one ascends to heavenly divine status, their terrifying power and boundless might would allow them to disregard obstacles and descend to their homeland mortal domain at any time, even gaining complete control over it. However, this privilege applies only to their home domain. Heavenly divines, due to their overwhelming power, are unable to descend upon other mortal domains. This was why Li Yuan had no fear of the green demon heavenly god. In the future, if you ascend to the status of heavenly divine, hiding within your homeland would grant you complete security. Even if a legendary divine king wanted to kill you, they wouldn't be able to do so. Lai Ching True God smiled. This can be considered a hidden advantage for mortal domain cultivators. Ascending to heavenly divine? I'll take your kind words, Li Yuan chuckled. A mortal domain birthing a heavenly divine is exceedingly rare. The last time the Northern Hill mortal domain produced a heavenly divine was over 1 billion years ago. After returning from Lai Ching True God, the days until Li Yuan's departure grew closer, yet Fang Hai had still not returned. Faxing of the 7-star civilization headquarters. Who? Li Yuan appeared out of thin air, his divine sense enveloping and perceiving every corner of the civilization headquarters. The headquarters, newly reconstructed, was far grander than the previous 7-star alliance headquarters. After all, the current 7-star civilization governs hundreds of planets, with its population continually expanding, necessitating early preparation. Soon, Lant Semi-Divine with his golden hair and Lanyue Semi-Divine in her fire-red robe emerged simultaneously. Li Yuan. Li Yuan. Lant Semi-Divine and Lanyue Semi-Divine spoke in unison. Senior Lant, Lanyue, I will depart for the divine realm today, Li Yuan said softly. Today? So soon? The two highest-ranking members of the 7-star civilization were somewhat startled. They knew Li Yuan was leaving soon, but they hadn't expected it to be this quickly. Originally, I intended to wait for the principal's return, but it seems I cannot wait any longer, Li Yuan explained. Fang Hai had journeyed to the Nine Mountains world 4 years ago, and his fate remained unknown. Li Yuan couldn't wait indefinitely. Who? With a wave of his hand, 2 crystal balls appeared in his palm. These 2 crystal balls are the tokens of Lai Ching True God and myself. My token. After I reach the divine realm, I will likely follow Dongfang Alliance leader and head to the Chaos Divine Court headquarters, which is extraordinarily distant. It might not be possible to maintain contact, Li Yuan said. To manifest consciousness across different time spaces, at least true God-level power is needed. But the Chaos Divine Court headquarters, located in the Zoe star region, is vastly remote from the Mohe star domain. With such a distance, Li Yuan wasn't confident about establishing a conscious connection. When the principal returns, have him meet Lai Ching True God. Li Yuan instructed, if there are any major matters the civilization cannot resolve, you may also seek Lai Ching True God for aid. He will have ways to contact me. But remember, unless it's a significant issue, do not disturb him. Yes. Lant Semi-Divine and Lanyue Semi-Divine both replied. Additionally, if the 7 stars plane encounters an external invasion and the pseudo-god puppet cannot resolve it, Li Yuan paused. Go to Source Star and find the Li family. They may be able to resolve it. This secret is privileged information for the Alliance Hierarch and Vice Alliance Hierarch only. The two instantly understood that Li Yuan had left the Li family with a stronger backup strategy. And as for the relationship with the Heavenly Serpent clan, Li Yuan continued, there are now over 40 pure-blood sky snakes in the Myriad Demons civilization. They have only signed equal contracts. In the mortal domain, they are destined to be mere visitors. Do not bother the Heavenly Serpent clan too much, Li Yuan instructed. Lant Semi-Divine and Lanyue Semi-Divine nodded. They could both feel Li Yuan's concern for the civilization. Sigh. When the departure is imminent, one always worries about many things, Li Yuan said with a smile. But enough, leave behind all that must be left. Lant Semi-Divine, Lanyue, both of you possess the potential for becoming pseudo-god. I hope you won't slack off in your cultivation. In the future, there is hope for us to meet again, Li Yuan said. You've given us quite enough already, Lant Semi-Divine remarked with emotion. Li Yuan nodded slightly. He had specially prepared gifts for Lant Semi-Divine, Lanyue, and others. But ascending to God, it's like watching Lai Feng Semi-Divines passing helplessly. The path to ascend to God must ultimately be walked alone. No matter how many treasures there are, they are merely auxiliary. Go without worry. You've done more than Dongfang already. Right now, the entire civilization practically faces no major external threats, Lant Semi-Divine said. I know, both you and Dongfang going to the divine realm are taking big risks as well. We will never slack off, Lant Semi-Divine pledged seriously. The rise of a civilization cannot rely on just a few individuals. If something were to happen to you too, what then? Although the probability is very low, we still have to plan for it. If it comes to that, the seven-star civilization might face extreme peril, Lant Semi-Divine said. With 2 shortcut paths leading to 9 leaves 9 mountains, the seven-star civilization is destined to attract envy. I, Lan Yue, and countless semi-divines within the civilization will strive with all our might, Lant Semi-Divine said. We will also work to ensure the emergence of more powerful figures within the civilization. With the seven-star civilization's foundation, there is hope for surpassing the immortal ruins civilization. If it can continue to maintain dozens of pseudo-gods and tens of thousands of semi-divines over a long time, then it will be extremely stable. Good. Dongfang Alliance leader and I are striving and exploring in the divine realm. It can also be considered paving the way for our civilization, Li Yuan said with a smile. Someday, when our civilization nurtures numerous divines, they can keep venturing to the divine realm. Ultimately, we can also establish a great divine kingdom of our own. The rise of a civilization happens this way, through continuous generations of effort. Li Yuan returned to Source Star, where the whole family had long been waiting upon hearing the news. Compared to over 9 years before, not only had Li Muha given birth to another son, but even Li Yuan's nephew, Li Yu, had married and had children. The entire family had grown even larger. However, compared to some families in the seven-star civilization and even some superfamilies in the divine realm, the Li family was still relatively small. Little Yuan, how many years will this journey to the divine realm take? Aunt Chen Wei asked. She was now a flying heaven warrior herself, naturally privy to much information. Short, 100 years, Li Yuan considered. Long, several hundred years, perhaps even over 1,000. What awaited in the divine realm was unpredictable for Li Yuan. Big brother, how far away is the divine realm? Li Qianqin asked, unable to hold back. The divine realm exists in a different space-time than the mortal domain, Li Yuan explained. If you must know distance, tens of billions of light years. That is the distance from Mohe Star Domain to Zawei Star Region. As Purple Garment Semi-Divine, Li Yuan's destination this time was Zawei Star Region, where Chaos Divine Court is located. The whole family was shocked. Tens of billions of light years? Such a distance was beyond their comprehension. Too far. The divine realm, Li Muha said in a low voice. Legend has it that it is the world of gods, containing countless life planets, where numerous divines have emerged. Tens of billions of light years. How long would it even take to get there? Li Yuan sat there, sighing inwardly. Why had he gone all out to kill Kai Yan, true god? Why had he fought so fiercely to secure a stable environment for seven-star civilization? Even after overthrowing Immortal Ruins civilization, why did he stay for over another year? For the civilization, and even more so, for his family. This journey is indeed too distant, with no reliable means of communication. If anything happened to the seven-star civilization, Li Yuan would be too far to intervene. Li Yuan didn't want to return someday and face regrets he could not undo. All right. Cheer up, Li Changzhou said, his voice cold but steady. Today we're seeing off your big brother, your uncle. He's heading to explore a vaster world. It's a good thing, why grieve here? In the Li family, Li Changzhou held immense authority. Little Yuan, your journey to the divine realm is the right decision. Li Changzhou looked at Li Yuan. Uncle. Li Yuan responded with a deep voice. I have long seen through it all over these years. Our family is where it is today because of you. Li Changzhou said solemnly. The rise of the seven-star civilization has been propelled by the relentless effort of extraordinary individuals like you, generation after generation. Be it individuals, families, or civilizations, the pursuit of greater strength is indispensable. Without it, destruction is inevitable sooner or later, Li Changzhou stated. And you are unique. Your talent is unimaginably high. Your pursuit of martial path limits and ultimate cultivation has been your goal for years, Li Changzhou said. Go forth without worry, pursue what you must. Do not concern yourself with home, even if 100 or 1,000 years later, we uncle and nephew may never meet again in this lifetime, do not feel sorrow. We will live well. Li Yuan looked toward his uncle. Your aunt and I, we raised you and your brothers not to expect you to take care of us in our old age, Li Changzhou said with a smile. It brings us joy to see your accomplishments. But I hope even more that you can live this life wonderfully. A family should be the harbor of your heart, not the shackles of your soul. So, don't carry any burdens, Li Changzhou said. Li Yuan nodded heavily. Every time he left home, the reason Li Yuan could feel at ease was, above all, because of Li Changzhou. Li Yuan believed that as long as his uncle was there, nothing catastrophic would happen to the Li family. After the family banquet, deep within the Source Star, inside a mysterious hall, Uncle, Muha. Li Yuan brought Li Changzhou and Li Muha here. In this place lay a massive, spider-like entity, enormous and imposing, its eyes tightly shut, emanating an indescribably terrifying aura. This is the ultimate card I've left for the family, Li Yuan said softly. The Black Spider, a pseudo-god middle-rank puppet, capable of erupting with power at level 54. This puppet was the one that the Zhang Yuan heavenly god had gifted to Li Yuan. However, Li Yuan had grown so quickly that it had largely been rendered unnecessary, long surpassed by his own abilities. Pseudo-god middle-rank puppet? Li Muha and Li Changzhou were both somewhat shocked upon hearing this. These two law treasures as well, Li Yuan said, flipping his palm to reveal two objects radiating a profound and mysterious aura. Each one, when activated, can annihilate a peak of pseudo-god level opponent. The shock in the hearts of the two grew even deeper. These two law treasures were rewards that Li Yuan obtained upon passing the fourth trial of the ancient divine palace. They held no further use for Li Yuan himself, so naturally, they were left for the family. As for other treasures, flying heaven-level puppets, semi-divine puppets, use them as needed, Li Yuan said. But this puppet and the two law treasures are strictly for times of absolute family crisis or civilization-level calamity, do not bring them out otherwise. Muha, come, form a bond with it, Li Yuan said. Yes, elder brother, Li Muha responded. Time passed. As Li Yuan watched Li Muha bind the treasures, he sighed inwardly. Over these 10 years, the reason he poured every effort into helping Li Muha become semi-divine was to better protect the entire family. If the Li family lacked even a single semi-divine, it would be extremely vulnerable. As long as they had a semi-divine presence, though Li Muha was currently only a 5-star meridian and his current strength was merely at the semi-divine initial rank, the family's influence and safety within their civilization would be drastically transformed. At the same time, reaching the semi-divine realm would allow for at least rudimentary utilization of the various treasures left by Li Yuan. All right. Uncle, Muha, I'm leaving now, Li Yuan said in a low voice, his figure vanishing within the hall. Source Star, outer space. Li Yuan appeared. After waiting for a moment, a streak of azure light cut across the heavens. It was Lu Bing, her body coiling directly around Li Yuan's arm. All settled? Li Yuan asked with a smile. Lu Bing nodded repeatedly. She had just returned from the territory of the Myriad Demons civilization. Then let's go, Li Yuan said, a trace of yearning in his eyes. The divine realm is vast. I've only ever heard of it, but now I finally get to see it firsthand. The Zhu Xing continent was enormous, and there were many powerful figures, but compared to the divine realm, it was utterly insignificant. Whoosh! Li Yuan flipped his hand, and a purple garment token appeared in his palm. Ordinary divine beings traveling to the divine realm must reach the end of the mortal domain to access a boundary domain channel, which involves significant danger, Li Yuan said with a smile. But for us, it's much simpler. As far as Li Yuan knew, pseudo-gods traveling through the boundary domain channel to the divine realm had about a 90% success rate. There was still a 10% chance of misfortune, such as encountering a space rift or similar phenomena within the channel. Only true gods could safely navigate through. The energy within the purple garment token can only be activated once, Li Yuan said as he directly activated it. Buzz! An invisible spatial wave instantly enveloped Li Yuan and Lu Bing, giving Li Yuan the sensation of immersing into a flowing current. It was as if they were cascading down from the higher point of a waterflow. A familiar sense of warmth also seemed to wane. It was the feeling of leaving behind the plane of his homeland and the mortal domain of his birthplace. Mere seconds later, the surrounding hazy radiance dispersed, and Li Yuan discovered that he and Lu Bing were now in a vast starry sky. Countless stars twinkled brightly. So, this is the divine realm. Li Yuan sensed his surroundings, feeling as though the origin power within the heavens and earth seemed richer. Sensing the mysteries of the law origins of heaven and earth also felt distinctly clearer. Yes, this is the divine realm, Lu Bing exclaimed, visibly excited. Elder brother, the divine realm is even vaster, its heaven and earth more complete. As such, life born here is generally stronger, and the probability of powerful beings emerging is much higher. Li Yuan nodded. As far as his eyes could see, within tens of millions of kilometers, he could distinguish several planets. They were all relatively small, but he could identify them. Only one of these planets should be a life planet, Li Yuan said, locking his gaze on one particular planet. This was the closest planet to them, only a few million kilometers away. The divine realm is vast. Within a single star system, countless planets existed, but those capable of nurturing life were extraordinarily rare. I wonder which star system we've been teleported to, Li Yuan mused as his attire transformed into a heavy, azure robe, and dark, scaly armor formed on his face. Even his arms grew 2 additional limbs. Buzz! The aura emanating from Li Yuan transitioned from that of a semi-divine to an enigmatic and incomprehensible level, now exuding the presence of a pseudo-god. The Dream Realm stone naturally contained the ability to mask one's aura. Back on the Juxing continent, Li Yuan had used this very trick to impersonate Dongji, the pseudo-god, while venturing through the lonely cloud world. I offended that green demon heavenly god. Knowing I'll descend into the divine realm, he might issue orders to station people secretly within the star systems of his territory to wait for me, Li Yuan thought to himself. For now, I have no idea where we've been teleported, so it's better to stay cautious. Changing his appearance and simulating a pseudo-god aura through the Dream Realm stone. In doing so, the likelihood of exposure became significantly lower. Little Ice, Li Yuan said. You are of the Heavenly Serpent clan, which is quite conspicuous. For now, stay inside the cave heaven treasure and do not come out unless absolutely necessary. Wait until we confirm this is Chaos Divine Court's territory. All right. Lu Bing nodded and transformed into a streak of light, entering one of the secret chambers within the ancient divine palace. Ordinary pseudo-god level cave heaven treasures or warships find it difficult to completely conceal their presence. However, true god level cave heaven treasures are much harder to detect. As for treasures like the ancient divine palace, which are close to heavenly god artifacts, even a heavenly divine at full effort would struggle to uncover its secrets directly. I don't have a divine domain positioning stone. I can't access the hard dream domain, and I don't have a spatial flying boat either, Li Yuan pondered. The divine realm is vast, and knowing one's location is crucial. The divine domain positioning stone is a treasure used to confirm one's stellar coordinates, typically carried by true gods. The hard dream domain, on the other hand, is one of the uniquely special treasure lands within the Chaos Divine Court, allowing countless powerhouses, regardless of the endless space-time separating them, to communicate using spiritual consciousness. Across the entirety of the divine realm and its numerous major factions, this is an unrivaled method. But since Li Yuan had yet to officially join the Chaos Divine Court, he naturally couldn't utilize it. The spatial flying boat, equipped with void-shifting capabilities, is a powerful true god instrument with an incredibly high value, such that even peak true god level beings typically cannot afford it. At present, I still need to head to a life planet, find a star map, and ascertain my location. Li Yuan murmured, then I'll secure a wormhole star map for the nearby star system's territory to determine the path forward. Countless wormholes exist within the divine realm, connecting various planets and making them seem almost intertwined. The information about these wormholes is immensely valuable and has been explored and accumulated by generations of divine realm powerhouses. Let's go. Li Yuan transformed into a streak of light, flying toward a life planet several million kilometers away. Covering millions of kilometers at full speed, Li Yuan arrived in no time. This brought a sense of relief to Li Yuan. Luckily, he hadn't been teleported to an isolated region. Otherwise, the hassle of finding unfamiliar wormholes might have consumed decades without discovering an appropriate life planet. Worse yet, bad fortune might have led him through a wormhole into dangerous zones, creating immense trouble. Precisely because the starry sky is vast and fraught with peril, even pseudo-gods rarely leave their home star systems lightly. Whoosh, Li Yuan stood in the void. His divine sense extended, effortlessly enveloping nearly half of the life planet. Though the life planet was equipped with various monitoring and defense systems, these measures were virtually ineffective against the probing of a true god-level soul. A diameter of nearly 80,000 kilometers. Home to over 30 billion intelligent beings, all humanoid. Li Yuan reflected. No divine beings, but around 300 demigods, as expected. The probability of strong powerhouses being born here is significantly higher than in the mortal domain. With divine sense encompassing the area, the communication and vast information of countless lives across the planet swiftly came under Li Yuan's purview. There was no need to inquire of anyone personally. For a powerhouse, investigating basic information is effortlessly simple. Kunli Star System? Luo Yu Star? Li Yuan finally confirmed his approximate location? Luo Yu Star. Never heard of it. After all, the divine realm is so vast that many planets often change names frequently, and the intelligence provided by Li Qing True God naturally wouldn't be so detailed. Kunli Star System, however, was clearly documented. Not bad luck. Of the 4 star systems I might have landed in, the only one belonging to the Great Stone Divine Country happened to be my destination. Li Yuan smiled. This was the territory of the Great Stone Divine Country. A much safer place. Now to find a few demigods, inquire about wormhole locations. Standing in space, Li Yuan's invisible soul fluctuations had already penetrated the spiritual worlds of numerous demigods. Time passed. With Li Yuan's mastery of souls, he quietly mesmerized over a dozen demigods and obtained the wormhole information he sought. Then, he quickly departed. What just happened to me? Did I fall asleep? Was that a dream? Some of the demigods on Luo Yu Star woke up, and despite their suspicions, they couldn't pinpoint the strange experience they'd just gone through. Li Yuan was already traveling through the starry sky. Among these demigods, only one has been to the Kunli Star System's second-class life star, Wanlong Star. Li Yuan felt slightly frustrated. Not a single one has visited a first-rank planet. In the divine realm, innumerable life stars are categorized by rank, from highest to lowest. First rank, second rank, third rank, and unranked planets. A planet like Luo Yu Star is unranked and the most common. Second-rank planets tend to be major hubs within their star system, frequented by numerous divine beings. As for first-rank planets, typically, they are guarded by divine legion forces or even a true god. The royal capitals of initial-level divine countries are usually first-rank life stars. A second-rank planet is necessary to access a star system transmission array and rapidly reach the Great Stone Divine Country capital, Da Shi Star. Li Yuan sighed. The Chaos Divine Court branch is located on Da Shi Star. If one does not use the star system transmission array, traveling via wormholes to Da Shi Star would take an extraordinarily long time. Relying solely on flight, the distance between Da Shi Star and Kunli Star System spans millions of light-years. Thus, Li Yuan followed the intelligence he gathered, traversing wormholes and passing through more than a dozen life planets. These planets ranged from having a few dozen demigods to several hundred, but Li Yuan encountered no divine beings. While navigating certain wormholes, he occasionally spotted ships and demigod powerhouses. Of course, none of them detected Li Yuan's presence. Interestingly, Li Yuan didn't encounter any pseudo-gods during his journey. As described in the intelligence, divine beings rarely remain in remote regions unless they are nearing the end of their lifespan. Li Yuan reflected, they choose to stay in areas where powerhouses congregate, as those places offer greater opportunities. Similar to Blue Star, where wealthy individuals might purchase real estate in isolated locations as vacation retreats but spend most of their time in bustling cities. For powerhouses, it's much the same. Places where strong beings gather are abundant with cultivation treasures and offer chances to receive guidance from even greater entities. On his first day in the divine realm, Li Yuan finally arrived at the second-class life star, Wanlong Star, and gazed at it from the void. The colossal planet had a diameter of nearly 200,000 kilometers. Visible to the naked eye, numerous ships traversed fixed, starry sky passages. Finally here, there seemed to be many divine presences. Li Yuan sensed the fluctuations permeating the void and smiled. Once I board the star system transmission array, I'll reach Da Shi star. Swoosh! Li Yuan darted toward his destination. There seemed to be many divine presences. Li Yuan sensed the fluctuations permeating the void and smiled. Once I board the star system transmission array, I'll reach Da Shi star. Swoosh! Li Yuan darted toward his destination. I wish to teleport to Da Shi star. Li Yuan smiled and looked at the other party. This was a humanoid pseudo-god approximately 6 meters tall, clad in heavy black combat armor, with 2 arms, but also possessing a long tail emanating a rather powerful aura. Li Yuan had already activated the Divine Palace's scouting function. Level 54. A pseudo-god of intermediate rank. However, a humanoid appearance did not necessarily signify belonging to the human race. After reaching the Void God realm, divine beasts and other races could also employ transformation techniques to assume a human-like form. The human race was the dominant race of the divine realm, enjoying the highest number of powerful figures and the most overlord-level entities born across the long ages. Thus, maintaining a humanoid appearance was a mainstream trend among the powerful beings of the divine realm. Only during combat would powerful figures of other races reveal their true body. The true body was necessary to unleash full strength. Da Shi star. That's the royal capital of our great stone divine country, an extraordinarily distant location. The black-armored, long-tailed pseudo-god's eyes flickered with a trace of doubt. Who are you? I am stationed here, and I have seen most pseudo-gods on nearby planets. Why haven't I seen you before? As stationed guards, they had the authority to inquire about the origins of those using the transmission array. I am merely a demigod from South Willow Star, who has remained in my hometown. By sheer luck, I broke through to become a pseudo-god, Li Yuan explained with a smile. I heard that Da Shi star is packed with strong figures and offers numerous opportunities for cultivation, so I wish to go there and broaden my horizons. South Willow Star was one of the many remote planets Li Yuan passed through before arriving at Wanlong Star. This was the identity Li Yuan had meticulously fabricated. There were 2 reasons for not directly presenting the Purple Garment Order. First, in small places like Wanlong Star, most stationed pseudo-gods were not official members of the Chaos Divine Court and likely would not recognize the Purple Garment Order. Second, presenting the Purple Garment Order would reveal his identity as a Purple Garment semi-divine. Such a status was extraordinarily rare, with one emerging only every few millennia across the Mohe star domain. It could lead to unexpected trouble. After all, just as mortal civilizations planted spies and sent assassins to eliminate young prodigies of enemy civilizations, the same held true for the divine realm. Various factions of the Chaos Divine Court and Divine Kingdoms planted a massive number of spies in enemy territories and would not hesitate to preemptively eliminate a Purple Garment semi-divine. Therefore, Chaos Divine Court's Purple Garment semi-divines mostly concealed their identities when moving outside. Although this is the Great Stone Divine Country's territory, it is better to be cautious, Li Yuan thought to himself. If news leaks and I'm unlucky, it could attract the Green Demon Heavenly God. While the probability of a heavenly god confronting him was extremely low, Li Yuan did not wish to take the risk. As long as it wasn't a heavenly god, Li Yuan wasn't too concerned. South Willow Star. I think there is such a planet, the black-armored, long-tailed pseudo-god nodded. With so many surrounding planets near Wanlong Star, he couldn't have visited all of them, nor could he discern every detail. He was merely following protocol with his inquiries. Teleportation to Da Shi star costs 120 Fangshan crystals. The black-armored, long-tailed pseudo-god stated. The star system transmission array activates once per month. You're lucky. It will activate in 6 days. Pay the fee up front. 120 Fangshan crystals? So expensive? Li Yuan showed a trace of distress on his face. To maintain his disguise, his reaction had to be natural. As a pseudo-god from a remote area, it was only normal to feel distressed about such expenses. You think this is expensive? Do you have any idea how far Da Shi Star is? The black-armored, long-tailed pseudo-god shook his head. It spans tens of star systems and millions of light years. If you find it too pricey, you can buy a wormhole star map and slowly navigate through the wormholes. Estimate 100 years, then you'll probably arrive. I'll teleport, of course. Li Yuan replied quickly. Swiftly, Li Yuan took out 120 Fangshan crystals. All right. Head to the floating temple over there to meditate. The black-armored, long-tailed pseudo-god instructed. When the transmission array activation time arrives, I'll notify you. Whoosh! The black-armored, long-tailed pseudo-god tossed a token to Li Yuan. Suddenly, whoosh! Another figure rapidly approached through the void, emitting a weaker aura. This was merely a demigod heading straight for Wanlong Star. Presumptuous! Who allowed you to barge in? The black-armored, long-tailed pseudo-god bellowed furiously, his voice reverberating through the void with spatial ripples, unleashing a terrifying aura that crushed down on the red-robed demigod hundreds of kilometers away. The terrifying suppression caused the red-robed demigod's face to change and his speed to sharply decrease. Senior, spare me. Spare me. I seek to teleport to Duo Jing Star. The red-robed demigod pleaded repeatedly. 1 Fangshan crystal. The black-armored, long-tailed pseudo-god barked. The red-robed demigod immediately took out the crystal. After pocketing the crystal, the black-armored, long-tailed pseudo-god rebuked. Go wait far off there. Observe the transmission array yourself. Once it activates, hurry over. Miss this activation, and you'll have to pay the fee again for the next. Yes, senior, I understand. The red-robed demigod nodded rapidly like a pecking chick, bowing as he flew off into the distance. Ignorant little ones, probably without proper guidance from seniors. The black-armored, long-tailed pseudo-god shook his head. Li Yuan realized that the other party's attitude toward him was relatively lenient, likely because he was a pseudo-god. Holding the token, Li Yuan swiftly flew to the floating temple several thousand kilometers away. Pseudo-god artifact. Li Yuan assessed the temple's level. It appeared to be a magical treasure. Senior, entry token. A guarding demigod at the entrance said. Here. Li Yuan tossed out the token and entered the temple. The temple's interior was spacious. 3 pseudo-gods already? Are all of them waiting for the transmission array? Li Yuan's gaze swept across the room and noticed 3 pseudo-gods within. The soul aura emitted was similar. But under Li Yuan's Divine Palace exploration, he could distinguish them clearly. 2 at level 51. 1 at level 57. 2 at the initial rank of pseudo-god. Li Yuan felt somewhat surprised. There's even a pseudo-god limit powerhouse? 7-star meridian pseudo-god? The aura disguised seems like middle rank of pseudo-god. To cultivate to level 57, aside from awakening the 7-star veins, one's law comprehension must also reach the 8th stage at its peak. Within the realm of pseudo-god, it is rather rare to awaken the 7-star meridian. Generally, only 1 in several thousand pseudo-gods can achieve this. Li Yuan couldn't help but take another look at the level 57 pseudo-god. The opponent was a black-robed youth, his expression exceptionally aloof, merely glancing at Li Yuan who had entered the temple, then closing his eyes again. Li Yuan was not surprised. He was disguising his realm with the Dream Realm Stone, as the initial rank of pseudo-god, naturally unable to capture the other's attention. Whoosh! Li Yuan sat cross-legged and quietly entered cultivation. His soul consciousness divided into several strands, with one part deducing the true intent of space, another part studying the laws of wind and space, and yet another analyzing the 9th stance of Boundary Cloud Spear. Simultaneous progression. With my accumulated law comprehension, The integration of three major laws theoretically holds potential for comprehending the ninth stance of Boundary Cloud Spear. Li Yuan thought internally. Law comprehension is merely the foundation. But ultimately, the extent of combat strength unleashed depends on combat techniques, which bridge the gap between theory and practice. Life is finite and cannot afford a moment of waste. Li Yuan immersed himself in cultivation. After watching Li Yuan enter the temple, swoosh! The black-armored, long-tailed pseudo-god darted through the void. Soon, it reached a temple tens of thousands of miles away, an even grander and more magnificent edifice where over 10 figures sat cross-legged inside. Qing Yun, how did it go? A man in golden robes, emanating a terrifying aura, spoke in a hoarse tone. No unexpected incidents, right? Who arrived? A newcomer from some inconsequential planet, just a pseudo-god at initial rank. The black-armored, long-tailed pseudo-god replied. No threat, so I directly led him into the temple. Pseudo-god initial rank. Perfect, we can deal with them together. The golden-robed man nodded slightly. Get ready. Once the temple operates into the formation zone in 2 days, we will strike at once. Star Master, a black-armored youth beside him couldn't help but speak. This time there are 4 pseudo-gods, and one of them seems to be a pseudo-god middle-rank powerhouse. Isn't this a bit risky? Should we wait for the next batch? The other pseudo-gods in the temple turned their gaze toward the golden-robed man, awaiting his decision. Wait. It's just a middle rank of pseudo-god, no real threat, the golden-robed man said coldly. We've done this before. What, Fang Ku, are you afraid? We've already probed the identities of these 4. They're unremarkable with no background. One face-to-face encounter, and we'll finish it in an instant. The black-armored youth gritted his teeth. For the past 100 years, they had stationed themselves here, occasionally targeting passing pseudo-gods for treasure. To date, several pseudo-gods had perished at their hands. I just feel that we're striking more frequently now. The black-armored youth could not help but say, initially, we acted once every 10 years. Now, we're moving every few months. In a few years, we'll move to another station. The golden-robed man said with a frown. What, are you scared now? Where was this fear before? Or maybe you want to report our deeds to the true gods? The golden-robed man sneered. The black-armored youth dared not make a sound. He had participated in previous actions. Even if he wanted to report, the ultimate consequence would likely be execution. Moreover, former team members who attempted to report mysteriously disappeared. Some had even fallen to their deaths. Enough. Let's all put in a few more years of effort, save up enough divine crystals, and exchange for some treasured relics, and we'll return home with glory. The golden-robed man said deeply. Though it's dangerous, it's far safer than venturing into perilous zones. The numerous pseudo-gods nodded. They were mostly from insignificant third-class planets. On the path of cultivation, one requires all kinds of fortuitous treasures. Relying solely on one's strength is exceedingly difficult. Venturing into perilous zones carries an extremely high probability of death. Yet operating as they did under the guise of garrison troops, stealthily robbing others proved significantly more effective and profitable. The various floating temples outside Wanlong Star continuously orbited the planet. 2 days passed. Li Yuan and the other 3 pseudo-gods remained quietly cultivating within the temple, and there were no additional arrivals. We've entered a formation zone? Li Yuan's divine sense noted something unusual. Though he had been cultivating quietly, being within the garrison's temple which was supposed to be safe, Li Yuan never trusted others for his own safety. He maintained vigilance outside using a portion of his heart power. The temple was not sealed. Thus, with the strength of Li Yuan's true god-level divine sense, he silently permeated the temple, sensing a range of tens of thousands of kilometers. Li Yuan could feel that the temple he was in, while in motion, seemed to have entered a formation zone. This doesn't look right. Why are so many temples converging? Under Li Yuan's divine sense, he detected more than 10 temples appearing from various directions over 10,000 kilometers away, all racing toward him. These temples were pseudo-god artifacts, tightly sealed. Li Yuan, though possessing true god-level divine sense, couldn't directly penetrate these temples to investigate their interiors. But Li Yuan instinctively felt something was amiss. Could it be my bad luck encountering the Black Garrison? Li Yuan's heart grew alert. Soldiers may pass through like a comb, but bandits like a razor. In the divine realm, some powerhouses prosper through plundering, some target backward planets, and some true gods even dare raid second-class and first-rank planets. Similarly, certain garrisons on key planets secretly attack passing cultivators. Whoosh! 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 12 temples eventually stopped, positioned about 3,000 kilometers from the temple where Li Yuan and his companions were. This distance precisely marked the extreme range of divine sense detection for pseudo-gods. The next instant. Boom! 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 The 12 temples simultaneously erupted with dazzling black light, merging into the void, seemingly activating latent formations. The vast span of thousands of kilometers of starry skies instantly changed in color. Space-time distorted, a vast black mist enshrouded thousands of miles of starry skies, completely severing external investigation. Crunch! Crunch! The two entrances of the temple where Li Yuan and his companions resided suddenly radiated layers of light. Enormous gates dropped heavily, attempting to seal the exits entirely. Everything changed too quickly. Boom! The level 57 black-robed youth was even faster in reacting. Almost the instant the gates began descending, he opened his eyes, his figure darting toward the temple's exterior. His reaction was swift. Li Yuan's reaction was swifter. Boom! Li Yuan's figure moved through the temple, and simultaneously, his arms suddenly extended and stretched to several hundred meters, instantly grabbing the two pseudo-god initial rank cultivators who had not yet reacted, one in each hand. He rushed out of the temple along with them. Boom! The two temple gates shut completely, but Li Yuan, the black-robed youth, and their group of 4 had already escaped. What's this? A formation? What's happening? The two pseudo-god initial rank cultivators, both dressed in white robes, remained somewhat stunned, staring at the overwhelming formation that surged forth. It's the Black Garrison, the black-robed youth said coldly. Black Garrison? The two pseudo-god initial rank cultivators were immediately startled. Two idiots, aren't you going to thank this brother? The black-robed youth scolded coldly. If he hadn't been kind-hearted and brought you out, you'd be trapped inside that temple and surely dead. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. The two pseudo-god cultivators quickly bowed to express their gratitude to Li Yuan. No need for thanks. Lending a hand while traveling, that's all. Li Yuan replied faintly. If this were a dangerous zone where survival depended on one's strength, Li Yuan might not have helped, as entering such places involves accepting the risk of death. But this was a safe planet, and the two were merely passing through, utilizing the transmission array when caught in an unwarranted attack, which Li Yuan regarded poorly. Brother, you have quite the kind heart. Your reaction speed indicates exceptionally strong abilities. I enjoy associating with forthright and honorable heroes. The black-robed youth directly turned to Li Yuan and transmitted, My name is Gao Long. What's yours? Shu Yuan. Li Yuan transmitted back, Brother Gao Long, let's chat later. For now, let's focus on finding a way out of this predicament. Within the area encompassed by Li Yuan's divine sense, the black mist surged, and 12 temples were rapidly approaching. All right. Bunch of scoundrels. The black-robed youth's gaze turned icy, his killing intent flaring. The divine kingdom dispatched them to guard the transmission array, yet they dare to commit theft and murder in secret. According to the divine kingdom's laws, this is a capital offense. They deserve to die. You too, be careful and hide yourselves. The black-robed youth admonished. Understood. The two white-robed pseudo-gods also realized that Li Yuan and the black-robed youth possessed formidable strength. Brother Shu Yuan, shall we join forces to overcome the enemy? The black-robed youth looked at Li Yuan. All right. Li Yuan nodded.